This is the committee hearing on the 2023 budget of the Department of Agriculture. I wish to acknowledge the presence physically of Senator Robin Hood Padilla and virtually Senator Bongo and Senator Bato de la Rosa. We will tackle the public hearing on the budget of the Department of Agriculture for 2 days because of so many agencies under the Department of Agriculture. So, as a nation, majority of our labor force belongs in the agricultural sector, which significantly contributes 10% in the country's GDP performance in 2021. It is the duty of the government to ensure food security of the nation and also to address the issues concerning the challenges in delivering to our small farmers and fisher folks the support to enhance their lives for them to bring food on our tables. This budget hearing is to ensure that the proposed budget of the Department of Agriculture has programs that will address the lingering issues which include declining agricultural production, high production costs, and availability of safe and nutritious food to our fellow Filipinos, low income of our farmers and fisher folks, and outdated agricultural practices. We also need to get ready at the worst of time, particularly the impact of climate change. For the fiscal year 2023, the Department of Agriculture has a proposed budget of Philippine 163.8 billion compared to the 2022 General Appropriation Act amounting to 117.3 billion, which is 46.5 billion or 39.62% higher. The following are the key priority areas of the Department of Agriculture: boosting local production, reducing input costs, ensuring availability of safe and nutritious food, raising farmers and fisher folks' income, and modernizing the agricultural sector. I support the government's role of providing inputs such as seeds, fertilizer, machinery, equipment, facilities, as well as trainings for our farmers and fisher folks. I also agree that the irrigation projects, Kadiwa outlets, creating food logistic hubs, and agri-training must be expanded, which includes strengthening, organizing, and aiding cooperatives and associations for the logistical support to get their products to the consumer. The government shall also continue to provide various forms of assistance, such as the rice farmers, financial assistance, and the fuel discount program for farmers and fisher folks. During calamities and other natural disasters where we encounter insufficiency of supply, the proper utilization of the Quick Response Fund must be observed. We should also work together to ensure that our agricultural sector will keep its strong foundation. May I now request our Committee Secretary, Attorney Philip Lina, to call the attendance of our resource persons.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Your Honor, Senator Padilla. Madam Chair, there are two sets of resource persons, guests from the Department of Agriculture. The first set are those who are physically present with us in the room, and the second are those virtually present. I will mention the names first of those who are physically present. We have Senior Undersecretary Domingo F. Panganiban, Undersecretary Mercedita Sumbilia, Engineer Arnel V. De Mesa, the Assistant Secretary for Operations, Attorney Demosthenes Escoto from the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Mr. Gerald Glenn Panganiban from the High Value Crops Program, Director Remelin Recoter from the ATI, Agricultural Training Institute, Dr. Jocelyn Salvador from the NMIS, Mr. Dionisio J. Alvindia from the Rice Competitive Enhancement Program, Director Jocelyn Alma Badjola from the ACPC, Director Liza Batad from the PCC, Dr. Lilian Garcia from the NFRDI. From the attached corporations, we have Administrator Benjamin Madrigal Jr. from the Philippine Coconut Authority, Executive Director John C. De Leon from Philippine Rice Research Institute, Mr. David John Alba, Tadjus Alba from the SRA, Attorney Judy Carol Dansal from the NFA, Ms. Iris De Vera from the PFDA, Director Bernadette F. San Juan from the National Organic Agriculture Program, Dr. Ruth Biclat Sonaco from the National Livestock Program, Ms. Rogelia De La Torre from the Corporate Planning Services of the DA, Assistant Secretary Chari Sara Disa King, OIC for Finance and concurrent capacity as Chief Accounting Division. The ones who are virtually present, Madam Chair, are the following: Amar Yasir Baragir, Maria Abigail Albaladejo, Maria Teresa Dugiles, Karen Marte, Imelda A. Arida, Felipe Rio Lalas Jr., Frederick C. Crisol, Milagros Urbano, Raquel C. Aquino, Anthony N. Borlaza, from the regional field offices, Dr. Annie Bares, Dr. Cameron Odse, Crispulo Bautista, Maria Christine C. Enting, Rodel P. Tornilla, Dr. Peter Sobre Vega, Engineer Ricardo Oñate, and from the Bureau of Soils and Water Management, Denise Solano. That's all for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And we now give the floor to the Department of Agriculture to present their proposed budget.
Thank you very much, Senator Villar, Senator Padilla. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ang presentation po ng aming budget ay gagawin ng aming Assistant Undersecretary Mercy Sumbilia. At this point, I would like to stress that our budget proposal has been well taken care of and properly studied in consonance with the President's view of what the Department of Agriculture should be in the future. And on this basis, I would like to stress that our budget is multiple, I would say, in terms of funding, and I would like to stress that this is because the country is in dire stress. Our economic security is questioned, and on that basis, we prepared a budget that is long overdrawn, which almost 163 billion pesos in particular, and on that basis, we are very fortunate that under your leadership, the budget of the Department of Agriculture will be approved. May I request Senator Sumbilia to present it?
Thank you, Yusek Panganiban. Good morning to the honorable members of the August Committee of Senate. On behalf of His Excellency President Ferdinand Bongbong R. Marcos Jr., who is also the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, allow me to present the DA's Fiscal Year 2023 National Expenditure Program. Can I have the slides, please? Thank you. Okay. The DA has proposed a budget allocation of 163.8 billion pesos, inclusive of the budget of the National Irrigation Administration. This presentation is to inform this committee how
To clarify that, the amount includes the budget of the NIA.
Yes po.
Okay.
Yes.
Which is 30 billion, so net is 130.
133.8.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, madam. This presentation is to inform this committee how DA plans to use the budget as included in the National Expenditure Program. My presentation, next slide please, is structured as shown on the screen. I will first report the performance of the agriculture and fisheries sector, and then discuss the factors and challenges that contribute to the weak and the underdevelopment of the sector, including the economic impacts of such their underdevelopment has made on the economy. I will then present the several programs, activities, and projects that have been continued being implemented by the Department of Agriculture to overcome the challenges that had haunted the sectors for years, both in physical and financial terms. The final portion of this presentation will be on the proposed POPs to be implemented to achieve the department's priority areas prescribed in the newly launched National Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization Industrialization Plan and the corresponding budget that will go into the implementation, that will fund the implementation of this different programs, activities, and projects. Next slide, please. Flashed on the screen is the performance of the agriculture and fisheries sectors for the past 5 years. Bleak, as clearly is noted, with the growth of the sector declining on a declining trend from 4.3% in 2017 to negative 0.3% last year, 2021. The drop in 2018 is attributed to the devastation brought about by multiple disasters, including several super typhoons, Super Typhoon Umpong, Typhoon Agaton, and the eruption of Mayon volcano. It continued to drop in 2020 and 2021 as the country experienced the onslaught of a great storm, the pandemic, which was further made worse by the eruption of the volcano, the widespread of the African swine fever, and again a series of strong typhoons. Under a much favorable environment and enabling policies, however, the agriculture and the fisheries sector could easily rebound. In the latest report of the Philippine Statistics Authority, the ANF sector managed to increase by 0.2% in the first semester of 2022 as compared to the next slide please, as compared to the negative 0.7% growth recorded in the same semester of 2021. This rebound was contributed mainly by poultry, including eggs and seaweed. The AFF continues to contribute, however, the least to the gross domestic product, with only 8.9% contribution during the first semester of 2022 as compared to the 30.6% contributed by the industry sector and 60.5% by the services sector. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, there are several factors that contribute to the underdevelopment and weak performance of the AFS sector. A number of them are old challenges that have lingered for years, but there are indeed emerging challenges. First is the low productivity of the sector caused by several factors: the low adoption of modern and more appropriate technologies, low farm mechanization, and inadequate post-harvest facilities, especially in strategic areas, high cost of agri-inputs, and the small fragmented farm areas that have not enabled the farmers to take advantage of economies of scale. Weak also is the promotion of the crop diversification that should have provided farmers, especially crops of high value into high value commodities, that would have provided farmers more incomes, and that would have enabled the agriculture sector to take advantage of manufacturing and processing services. The delay in infrastructure development like the incomplete development of an efficient farm-to-market road networks, the inadequate establishment of facilities like warehouses and cold storages have affected the agricultural value chain and that has rendered, the weak performance of the agriculture sector. Last but not the least is the limited resources allocated for research and development and extension that has attributed to the low adoption of modern and more appropriate technologies. We need more appropriate technologies to overcome climate change and the emerging challenges brought about by the pandemics and global supply chain disruptions. You can see on the right side of the screen of the slide the impact of all of this that has been contributed by the weak performance of the agriculture sector. Low income, low household income because of low labor productivity, high incidence of poverty among agricultural workers, high malnutrition, rising domestic prices, low levels of agricultural exports, and weak linkage to marketing and the manufacturing sector. Next slide, please. The DA has continued to respond to the challenges and concerns. Some of them has been successful, but we continue striving to overcome the others and to become more resilient on particularly on the impacts of these challenges. We highlight, the next slide highlights the DA's performance in fiscal year 2021 to the first semester of fiscal year 2022. A major portion of DA's POPs during this period was really focused on helping the farmers and fisher folk stand on their toes as they try to, overcome the challenges of the pandemic, not only the COVID-19, but also the animal pandemics, particularly the ASF. As such, a major program was undertaken through the Bantay ASF sa barangay or the Babay ASF that institutionalized biosecurity and disease control measures in numerous areas to prevent the spread of the virus to neighboring areas. As of 1st September of 2022, there are 14 cities, municipalities in 7 provinces in 7 regions affected or now affected by the African swine fever. This is a huge reduction from the high 714 cities and municipalities in 54 provinces and in 14 regions, since its outbreak in July 2019. In support of the Bye Bye ASF program is the Hog Reproduction Program, of which more than 17,000 piglets were distributed to the raisers. 16 multiplier farms were established, and about 50 million pesos cash and 814 million pesos in loans were granted to livestock raisers who have been severely affected by the ASF. In addition to the ASF, eligible farmers and fisher folks, mostly hit by the rising input costs because of the Russian-Ukraine war, was also continued to be given subsidies through the fuel discount for farmers and fisher folk program. Assistance to smallholder farmers and fisher folk affected by the COVID-19 pandemic was continued through the cash and subsidy program for the marginal farmers and fishers program. This was formulated in 2021. The Rice Resiliency Project continued to provide seed and fertilizer assistance to almost 1 million rice farmers. It indeed complemented the DA continued implementation of the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, as well as the Rice Farmers Financial Assistance Program, funded from the excess tariff collection. To help farmers, next slide please, To help farmers in their production expenses, the department, through the Agricultural Credit Policy Council, ACPC, launched several credit facilities such as the expanded Sure Aid and Recovery Project, or Sure COVID-19, Agri-Negosyo or Annual Loan Program, and Capital Access for Young Agripreneurs, or the KAYA program. These programs granted more than 3 billion in loans to more than 77,000 marginalized and small farmers and fisher folk, as well as 219 farmers and fishers organizations as financing for the capital requirements and emergency purposes to assist in the recovery from the adverse impacts of typhoons and other disasters. The Kadiwa ni Ani at Kita program has been one of the flagship programs of the DA since the pandemic. It has served 2.83 million households nationwide by setting up Kadiwa markets, rolling stores, and other marketing-related activities in communities, malls, barangay halls, and government offices, among others. Total of 3.63 billion of sales were generated through this program. Also, 16 agricultural trading centers are operational nationwide and being monitored by the DA Agribusiness and Marketing Assistance Service, or the AMAS. The department also continued to improve and fast-track the provision of logistics measures for more efficient food mobilization. Key accomplishments are those under the Farm to Market Road Development Program and the Fish Ports Development Program. Under the Farm to Market Road Development Program, a total of 401 FMR projects were completed, equivalent to 413 kilometers, and valued at 4.37 billion pesos. In the first half of 2022, the DA, through our regional offices, validated 565 FMR projects for construction and rehabilitation. Once these are completed, the pipeline projects will add a total of 612 kilometers to our FMR network nationwide, and this will be included in the FMR network plan. DA provided and still is providing production support services, extension support and training services, as well as machineries and equipment to farmers and fisher folks to intensify and sustain local food production through the various commodity programs and special projects such as the Philippine Rural Development Project and the AMIA. In terms of fund utilization, from January, next slide please, from January 2021 to December 2021, the department received a total allotment of 70 billion pesos, sourced primarily from the fiscal year 2021 GAA and continuing appropriations. Of this amount, 92.7%, 65 billion, has been obligated. Further, out of the 65 billion pesos obligated, 50.5 billion or 78% has already been disbursed. Similarly, for the first semester, next slide please, for this first semester of the current year, a total of 75.7 billion pesos allotment was received by the Department of Agriculture, 73 billion pesos of which comes from the fiscal year 2022 GAA, and 2.3 billion pesos from the continuing appropriations. Of the total received allotment, 61.3%, 46.5 billion was obligated. Consequently, 42.3% of 19.6 billion pesos of the incurred obligations has already been disbursed. Moving forward, Madam Chair and members of this committee, in calendar year 2023, fiscal year 2023, the tax of the department will really revolve around its recently launched National Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization and Industrial Plan. This covers the period from 2021 to 2023 with a main goal or objective of making the Philippines a food nutrition secure and resilient country with prosperous farmers and fisher folks. Its formulation was has primarily considered strategies expounded in various commodity roadmaps, the country's ambition natin 2040, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In his various pronouncements, next slides, please. Next slide. One more, yeah. In his various pronouncements, the President, who is also DA's secretary, additionally provided guidance to DA's 2023 agenda. And the need, for the department to focus on 5 major priority areas, focusing on boosting local production, reducing input costs, and ensuring availability of safe and nutritious food at all times while raising the income of our farmers and fisher folks. All of which are strategies that are upheld in the NAFMIP. In addition, the President emphasized that it is high time to pursue the modernization of the agriculture and fisheries sector, as this sector is one of the main drivers of economic growth and employment. The fiscal year 2023 budget is formulated to support and implement the programs and projects under these priority areas, which are going to be presented now in the next number of slides. Next slide, please. And boosting local production. This will focus on key agricultural commodities. These major programs, activities, and projects will primarily be aimed to continue to raise yields. This will continue to be done through the banner programs, but they have already incorporated strategies that will promote a commodity-based or integrated farming system rather than the old single systems, commodity systems. The banner programs are the Masagana Rice Program, the Intensified Vegetable Program, Integrated National Swine Production Initiatives for Recovery and Expansion, or the INSPIRE Program, the Livestock and the Poultry subsectors, and the Fisheries Production Program of BIFAR. Shown on your screen on the slide, Madam Chair and members of this committee, are the respective budget for each of these banner programs. Next slide, please. To complement production, wait. Also included to boosting local production is the implementation of the Coconut Industry Development Program to strengthen the coconut industry. There are also various irrigation development programs of the National Irrigation Administration to accelerate and optimize potential water resources that are very much needed in the agriculture sector. The credit programs will continue through the ACPC. 2.75 billion pesos is proposed to grant loans to more than 30,000 small farmers and fisher folks and 130 MSMEs. Next slide, please. To complement production enhancement programs, the DA has programs and projects targeted to help farmers to reduce production cost, especially with the anticipation that prices of inputs will continue to linger, especially in the initial period of 2023. In addition, therefore, to the fertilizer discount vouchers, the distribution of fertilizer discount vouchers, and the fuel assistance program to 300,000 farmers and fisher folks. The department has also included a program and budgeted it the development of the local feed industry, not only for the livestock and poultry sector, but also for the aquaculture. To ensure availability and accessibility, next slide please. To ensure availability and accessibility of safe and nutritious food, the delivery of goods and services have to remain unhampered. In 2023, the DA will strengthen logistics and regulatory measures to be implemented by the regulatory agencies. One of these measures is the conduct of quality control and inspection activities, specifically the issuance of certificates and clearances on inspected and monitored A&F facilities and products. In addition, cold examination facility in agriculture will be established in Subic and Cebu to enable proper and extensive inspection of products to protect consumer health.
May I intercede? I told them they have to establish 4.
That will be shown, Madam Chair, I think in the recasted budget, right? Yeah, in the recasted budget. Kadiwa ni Ani that was successfully implemented during the pandemic will be scaled up towards the establishment of Kadiwa food system. An existing facility will be converted into food system hub, and target areas for this are the FTIs located in Taguig, in Cebu, and in Davao. Construction of farm-to-market roads to connect key production areas to markets will be prioritized as the President instructed the Department of Agriculture to expedite the completion of FMR network plan. Meanwhile, the Philippine Rural Development Program continues the implementation of FMR sub-projects to complement the DA regular FMR development program. DA will also provide under this to our fiscal year 2023 budget logistical support to fishery products such as rehabilitation and expansion of fish ports by the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority and monitoring of community fish landing centers by the Bureau of Fishery and Aquatic Resources. While we put priority on food security of our country, we also put utmost regard to affording greater profitability and welfare of our farmers and fisher folks. The DA, through its various operating units, proposed that aim to raise income of the farmers and fisher folks. The Kadiwa selling activities will continue nationwide that directly link the producer-consumers with the objective of eliminating market layers, through the value chain. Additionally, the enhanced Kadiwa program will be implemented to provide financial grants to farmers and fisher folk cooperatives and associations to be used as trading capital and to support the operations of group beneficiaries. The Final Fisheries Consolidation and Clustering, or the F2C2 program, will be expanded and will target the organized, more organization, mainstreaming 382 clusters to achieve economies of scale and ensure that interventions given by the DA will be efficiently channeled. Either through the PRDP IRIP component, 65 enterprises will be supported with technical assistance, market linkages, provisions of needed facilities, among others. For our fishery products, part of the BIFAR's regular program is the delivery of market development services to aid our fisher folk. The Philippine Carabao Center also proposes enterprise development programs for its dairy farmers. And last but not the least, the National Food Authority, through the local polite through its local polite procurement, targets to buy more than 630,000 metric tons of palay from farmers at 19 pesos per kilogram. Modernizing agriculture. So the success of all these interventions implemented through the PAPs will pave the way to the achievement of the long-term vision of modernizing the sector. And will promote industrialization, resiliency, and competitiveness. The modernization of the sector has been started with the implementation of the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund that promoted an integrated support to the rice farmers. The implementation of its components, the rice, the seed subsidy, the machinery subsidy, the credit and training has all been proven to increase yields, reduce production cost, and provide more livelihood opportunities to farmers. Ensuring more sustainable development includes includes the adoption of climate resilient agricultural programs. The country being vulnerable to these calamities, we need to strengthen and to empower farmers to be more resilient to climate disaster risk and other natural resources. The programs and services provided by the Bureau of Agricultural and Fisheries Engineering will continue to provide and establish infrastructure and machinery support to the whole sector, both the agriculture and the fishery. Further to modernize the agriculture sector, DA has need to gear up for digitalization through the successful completion of its registry systems. A basic one is the registry system for basic sectors in agriculture, or the RSBSA, and the need to establish the Farmers and Fisher Folks Enterprise Development Information to aid the different operating units in planning and decision making, as well as in the implementation of its programs and activities. Further, next slide please. Furthermore, adopting the latest technologies and farming practices is critical towards modernizing the agriculture and fisheries sectors. Relative to this, the DA has proposed allocation to fund the conduct of research and development studies through DA's core research institutions, the BAR, the NFRDI, the PhilMec, and the PhilRice, and training activities and extension services provided to agri-extension workers, farmers, and fisher folks, among others. Lastly, upgrading of laboratories and research facilities in compliance with ISO standards across national and regional offices is also being prioritized by the department. I will now be presenting the overall budget of DA in big summary. The details of which will be presented by our Director of Finance, Director Telma Tolentino. So in broad strokes, next slide please. The 163.8 billion. No. Yes. Next slide please. The 163.8 billion budget of DA as indicated in the fiscal year 2023 National Expenditure Program is
Naka-zoom lang. Okay, okay na. Wala na. Okay na.
will come from 46.5 billion of which, or 40%, is 46 billion or 40% higher than the DA's fiscal year 2022 GAA allocation. Next slide, please. Out of the 163.8 billion budget of the DA in the NEP, 90.2 billion pesos is allocated to the Office of the Secretary, which includes the DA's bureaus and regional field offices, the total allocated budget for the attached agencies of DA is around 12 billion pesos, while the total budget for the attached corporation is 61.6 billion pesos. The next slide shows the breakdown of the office of the budget of the that goes into the office of the secretary by expenditure program or line item. Operations budget amounts to 83.75 billion pesos. It includes provision of technical support services, provision of machinery and equipment and construction.
May I intercede?
Yes, ma'am.
I've read all your budget. I've never seen a figure which summarizes your, what do you call this, PS and overhead. Because that is limited to 55%. I've never seen a figure that separates your PS and overhead. I want to see that.
But
All, all budgets have that. So why are you not summarizing your PS and overhead?
Director Telma? Yeah, Director Telma will be
You
presenting
don't
that.
mix your overhead with the programs.
Yes.
Yan yung problema ng MOOE. Vague yan eh. So I want to see your PS and overhead, and then you separate the programs because I want to know how much you are spending for your PS and overhead.
Okay. Yes, Madam Chair, well taken. I think Director Telma is ready to present those details in our budget. But for now, like I said, the operations budget will cover 83.75 billion pesos that will, fund programs, activities, and projects on technical support services, provision of machinery and equipment, and construction of facilities and infrastructure, as well as providing policy and regulatory assistance. Next slide, please. It also includes allocation for policy and regulatory programs, such as the special programs, such as the special programs and policy special programs, which are both locally and foreign assisted projects, as well as regulatory and policy programs. As I said, attached agencies is allocated almost 12 billion pesos from the 163.8 billion, and the attached corporation 62 billion pesos.
Excuse me. That is 90 and 12 and 62. That is 163. If you add that, 163.
Yes.
The three, who are the attached agencies?
Attached agencies are the Bureau.
How many?
Ilan yung attached?
How many attached agencies and how many attached corporations? How many attached agencies? We're confused sa dami ng agency.
9 attached agencies, Madam Chair, and how many corporations? 8 attached corporations. I end my presentation here, Madam Chair, but I'm requesting Director Thelma to provide you with more details on the DA's budget. Director Thelma, dito ka na?
I-divide nila yan, Iha, ng PS, overhead, regulatory, research, and programs. Doon kami interesado sa program. So I want to know this overhead, this PS and overhead because that is limited to 55%.
Opo.
And then your regulatory research, ilan matitira sa program?
Opo. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Base po sa mga isinabit sa atin ng ating mga operating units, ito po ang ating proposed budget na naka-breakdown po per personal services, overhead, regulatory, research, and programs and projects. So sa propose po natin na personal services, that is 11.5 12.2 po para po sa personal services ng 2023. Ang overhead po natin ay umaabot ng 9.22%. Ang regulatory po natin ay 1.72% ng kabuuan. Ang research po natin ay 1.22% at ang ating pong programs and projects ay umabot po ng 80.36% sa lahat-lahat po. Okay? Ang breakdown po natin, yung regular na. So, yan po yung summary noong breakdown po natin ng ating personal services at overhead. Hindi bale, yung ano na lang. Oo. Oo. Ang bawat agencies naman po ay magsasubmit o magpe-present po nung kanila pong detalye kung paano po siya nakuha. So, going back po, dun sa aming presentation,
Parang mali yan.
alin po?
Mga inilipat mo sa programs yung mga other classification. Wala pa akong nakitang department na ganyan.
Ang alin po?
Yung breakdown mo, parang mali yan. I-explain mo yan sa akin in private ha, kasi
Opo.
wala pa akong nakitang department na ganyan ng itsura. 80% ang programs. I don't think
Opo.
so.
Ipapakita po natin, isasubmit po natin yung matrix na ginawa po
Ipakita mo
natin.
sa akin ng breakdown kasi wala pa akong nakitang department na 80% ang programs. Baka minisclassify nyo yan.
Sige po,
I want to
titignan
see
po
the
natin at
breakdown of
sasubmit
this.
po
There's
natin.
something wrong here.
Opo. Okay, next slide please. Next slide. Asan? Hindi yung nandun sa isang presentation. Hindi, yung kanina, yung ito. Yung ginawa nyo. Ito. Ito nga. Okay, sige. Okay. Based po sa mga pag-uusap, magkakaroon po tayo ng recasted budget, ma'am, out of the 2023 NEP. So, pinakita po natin dito kung ano po yung paggalaw. Kasama na po dito yung
Wala pa akong nakikita
recasted.
department na 80% ang programs.
Pwede ba?
Hindi suddenly nung kinihir ko ang budget nyo noon kay secretary 61 nga ang overhead nyo pinababa ko nga sa 50 tapos ngayon sasabihin mo overhead mo is 20% kasama na ang regulatory at research. That's impossible. There's something wrong. Hindi pwede na noon 60% biglang nawala mga empleyado nyo. Hindi pwede yon. That was in 2013, 2015, 2016. Hindi naman pwedeng nawala mga empleyado nyo. Bakit biglang ang liit-liit ng PSN overhead nyo?
Madam Senator, can we do it by saying that the presentation will be done tomorrow for this particular question?
Merong ang DAR is with you tomorrow, diba? And ano yun, Ania? If we don't do anything, I just want to have a summary of this because every department, they give a summary of this. The PS, the overhead, the regulatory, the research, and the programs. Oo. Para may general idea tayo. And for you also who are managing the department, you have a general idea of what's happening in your department. I know that this is your first time, but it's I cannot understand this because it's very different from the budget presented to me by different administration. Oo, masyadong mataas tong programs na to. Walang department na nakaka 80% sa program. Yung nga 45% hirap na sila eh. 55 for PS and overhead, and then yung 45% hirap na sila. How come your program is 80%? Parang naghimala. Hindi posible to kasi your PS and overhead is parang consistent yan kasi hindi nyo naman pwedeng tanggalin yung mga empleyado nyo bigla, di ba? I mean, it can vary siguro within 10%, pero hindi ganito kataas. Kasi I want to have an idea also. And I want you to have an idea also of what's going on in your department. This is not this is not possible just by seeing it. Yeah.
Madam Chair,
What can we do without touching on that? So that those people who will ask questions, maybe we can do individually and then you summarize to me tomorrow. So, sino ang unang titingnan natin? National Corn Program, ito ba? National Rice Program. Ito, iba din nakalagay dito. National Corn, National Organic.
yes ma'am.
Walang National Rice dito. Okay. Can we go with the National Rice Program? Are you ready?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yeah. With the permission of Yusek Panganiban. Thank you, sir. Can we have the slides for the National Rice Program?
National Rice.
So, parang today is the rice, the livestock,
Opo.
at saka yung banner program,
Opo.
and then BFAR.
Opo.
Yun ang...
Okay.
So, for today, we'll finish the banner programs and then the livestock, which includes the livestock program in details and the other rice program. And then we go on to the banner program and then BFAR. We'll finish that. We'll do the program on rice, on corn, on animal, on high value crop, and then by Bureau of Plant Industry, and then the BFAR, diba? Organic. So you have 5 national program: the national rice, the national corn, the organic, the high value crop, and the livestock, national livestock. You have 5. You will finish that today, and then we'll do the BFAR. Okay. We recognize Senate Minority Floor Leader Coco Pimentel.
Morning, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start with the national rice and all the other rice program. Okay, so we'll finish the rice first, which is very important to Filipinos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll proceed with the discussion of the proposed 2023 plan and budget of the National Rice Program. Can we have the next slide? For the 2023 budget breakdown of the National Rice Program, shown in the slide is the proposed 2023 National Expenditure Program of 30.5 billion pesos with a recasted budget of 30.29 billion. The overhead is about 339 million, corresponding to about 1.12%. The research component, Madam Chair.
Kasi, sir,
Sir, yes.
na-late kasi ako. Can you explain ano yung recasted? Why do you call it a recasted budget?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good Senator. During the budget deliberation at the Congress, Madam Chair, about 250 million pesos of the National Rice Program was requested to be reallocated to other activities in relation to several activities within the department, Madam Chair, which include Kadiwa, Young Farmers Challenge, and other programs, Madam Chair.
So in effect, ang briefing namin na parang latest version na.
Yes, po.
Latest version na ng inyo as amended by the House of Representatives. Ito na ba yung part ba ito ng mga 77 billion na gumalaw?
As requested, Madam Chair.
Ito na yan. Sige.
Yes, po.
So, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you po, Madam Chair. So,
How much was removed? 500 million?
250 million, Madam Chair.
No. 30 million, 546. Ngayon 30 million, 43. So, 503 million ang natanggal.
Sorry, Madam Chair, magkaiba po siguro po yung na...
Yeah?
Yeah.
Bakit?
Updated na. Updated na talaga.
No, but ni-reduce nga nila pero mas malaki dito.
Iba sir.
Oo.
Revise ko ata sinabi yung kanila.
Hindi ko nga napansin na iba. Iba ang printed sa projected. Pati sila ready. Which is wrong? Itong printed o yung projected?
Printed. Mali ang
Apologies po, Madam Chair. The printed one is ano po. Ito na po yung updated version. Sorry po. Our apologies, Madam Chair.
kakama. Sirain mo na kasi baka malito na tayo.
Opo,
Oo.
250 million lang po yung nagalaw.
Oo. So where did it go?
Uh,
Sa Amas
Opo, sa AMAS po, yung Young Farmers Challenge.
Marketing.
Marketing po, Young Farmers Challenge po nila, at saka po yung sa Kadiwa, Madam Chair.
Oh, that's sa Amas, di
Opo,
ba?
AMAS.
Marketing. Okay.
So, to proceed, Madam Chair, for the research, we have allocated 473 million, corresponding to about 1.56%, and the majority of National Rice Program will be going to programs and projects of about 29.48 billion pesos or 97.32%. For the breakdown of this 2023 budget, shown in the next slide, kung saan po siya pupunta, it will be for certified inbred seeds, about 700 million. This is in addition, Madam Chair, to the 3 billion of the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund that is regularly budgeted for field rice. So nagdagdag po tayo ng 700 million sa kanila. For hybrid seeds, this is a regular program under the National Rice Program of about 7.9 billion. Registered seeds, 51 million. Fertilizer assistance of 15.4 billion.
Slowly.
Sorry.
7 hybrid seeds is 7.9 million.
Yes po,
Billion.
yes po, Madam Chair.
And then registered seeds?
Is
Ano ba yun?
51 million.
Ano yung registered seeds aside from certified inbred seeds? Saan galing yon?
Dr. John, can you explain that?
Ngayon ko lang nadinig yan.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
opo, sa PhilRice po, si John po. Ipaliwanag ko lang po, yung
Ano
pong,
difference niya sa certified inbred seeds at saka sa registered seeds?
Yes po.
Ano difference?
yung pong certified seed, ma'am, nanggagaling po siya doon sa registered. Ibig sabihin, pag tinanim yung registered, yung harvest po nun, yun po yung nagiging certified seed po.
Harvest na yon.
Opo, yung certified seed po.
Yung inbred seeds, yun yung pinamimigay niyo.
Yes po. Pareho po yan inbred, ma'am. Pero kaya lang meron kasing purity gradation po. Thank you po.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Director John.
Yeah.
Yes, therefore yung
Unless,
700
okay,
Ma'am,
okay.
yung 700 million spent for certified inbred seeds, what is it for? Itong seeds na to ay nanggaling sa registered seeds? Ganun po ba yan? So what is the 700 million? Why do we incur such an amount? From 51 million pesos incurred for registered seeds.
Baka binibili nila yung registered seeds from the farmers. Do you do that? Yeah. Yun yung registered seed.
Yes po, sir, Madam Chair.
Then you distribute.
Yung dinidistribute po natin yung certified seed.
Yung registered
Yung
seed.
registered po, yun po yung pinoproduce in partnership with seed growers. And then yung pong produce nila, yun mas marami, yung po kasing mapoproduce from registered seed, mas marami po yun. Yun po yung nagiging certified. In this case po, yun po yung pupuntahan ng 700 million na
Pero
certified.
yung 51 million, ano yun?
Yun po yung parent seed po nung certified kasi yun eh.
Parent seed.
Opo.
Na kanino yun?
Normally po sa seed growers po yun.
Yun binibili nyo for the seed growers.
From the seed growers, tapos yung pong nabili from them, yun po yung dinidistribute din natin under this.
Pareho mong dinidistribute yung registered seeds at saka certified inbred seeds.
Opo, in the case lang po nung registered, limited lang po yun kasi mga trained, pareho po silang trained, kaya lang yung pong na-produce from registered, ang magtatanim na po nun, yun yung certified seed, ang magtatanim na po yung farmers. Opo.
Pareho din sila. Hindi namin maintindihan.
Opo, ulit po sir, ma'am, chair. Yung process po kasi ng seed production sa inbred po, nag-umpisa po siya sa may tinatawag na nucleus seed. Usually mga breeders po yon hanggang dun sa breeder seed. Katulad ng PhilRice po. And then, yung from the breeder seed, magpuproduce ka ng foundation seed. Yung pong pagkakaiba nito, yung level ng purity. And then from the foundation seed, limited pa rin po yung nagpuproduce niyan. Maghahanap po tayo ng seed growers para i-produce yung registered seed. And from the registered seed po, doon mapuproduce yung certified seed na pinamimigay na natin sa farmers.
So you will say that the registered seeds you give to the seed growers.
Yes po,
And then yung high quality
certified seed.
certified seed you give to the farmer.
Yes po.
Okay.
Opo.
Hindi kaya nga, yung 700 million na entry natin dito na gastos is for
The farm.
distribution
To the-
or for purchase or payment for the seeds. What is it?
Opo, payment po yun ng seed na ipamimigay sa farmers.
Kasama na yung pag-distribute, cost ng distribution,
Pati yung seeds.
pati seeds. Kaya, so
Opo.
700 million na yan, kasama na.
Opo.
It's the cost of the program to grow the certified inbred seeds and to distribute the said seeds.
Opo.
700 million. Sige, tita. Thank you pa. Thank you.
Kaya nalito lang ako doon sa registered seeds. Yung registered seeds daw, dinidistribute lang doon sa magpo-produce ng certified inbred seeds. So, mas level yan, mas ano. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tama po yun. Yung 700 million will be the amount na ibibigay na po sa farmers na itatanim na po nila as certified inbred seeds. We have allocated as well 15.4 billion pesos for fertilizer assistance for next year.
15.4. Dati yan, magkano yan?
For this year, Madam Chair, it's about 3.3 billion po.
Are you sure? Yeah, 4.4, then you gave the 1 billion to the composting facilities.
That's
Kaya
correct.
naging 3.4.
Yes, ma'am.
Today, it's 15.4
Yes, ma'am.
billion. Now, how much will be you give to the composting?
Originally, ma'am, under the National Expenditure Program, 19 billion po ito. Nag-allocate po tayo ng 1 billion for the composting facility as earlier agreed po with your team. Yes, ma'am. And then we have also allocated 1 billion for the rice processing complex for the top 20 producing provinces po natin ng rice.
Yung rice mill?
Combination po, may rice mill, may dryers po, at saka po yung
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, kasi naging 15.4 from 19 eh. Ano pa yung nabawas? 15 eh. Di parang nabawas 4 billion, di ba? Sabi mo 1 billion sa composting, 1 billion sa rice processing, ano pa?
Ipakita po namin, ma'am, yung detail po nung saan pa po napunta yung iba. Can you show?
Sabihin mo na lang. 4 billion lang yun eh.
4 billion. Saan pa napunta yung iba?
1 billion composting from the
Saan yung yung 700 million, ma'am, kanina na inbred ay dinala rin po dito. Nagbigay din po tayo sa field rice ng 130 million na kanila pong rice-related studies. Direct release din po ito sa kanila. And then sa Bureau and Regional Offices po ng 342 million. Yung nabanggit ko po kanina na 1 billion for the rice processing centers ng top 20 rice producing provinces. 1 billion and 350,000 for the composting facility for biodegradable waste in rice producing municipalities.
Ano to yung binigay mo sa field rice na 342? Yung sinabi mo kanina?
Ito po yung ma'am, sa Bureau po at Regional Field Offices, regional rice-related studies po.
Ano yun?
Research din po ito, ma'am.
Ano yung research na yun? Ibig mo sabihin ng field offices magre-research?
Yes po.
Ano gagawin nilang research?
Ito ma'am po yung mga activities na adaptation na ma'am ng mga nagawa for field trials na po sa mga regional offices, ma'am.
Parang hindi naman ang mga field offices ang nagre-research, di ba? It's always kung rice, field rice. Ano itong adaptation na to? I cannot understand this.
Mostly technology verification po ito, ma'am, ng mga regional offices natin. We have research division
So,
within the regional
342 divided by how many?
15 regions po.
So, 20 million each?
Yes, ma'am.
Ano gagawin nila sa 20 million?
As mentioned,
Explain to me kasi we're not rice producer. I just want to know. Kasi 342 million.
would you help? Would you want help?
Ano gagawin ng regional offices?
Si Director Sai po, yung atin po sa Region 12 will cite some examples po, ma'am.
Good morning, Madam, and the rest. Sa research and development po, marami tayong stages, and part of that stages ay yung technology verification sa regions, whether it fits across the regions. So meron pong mga validation, meron pong pag na-validate na po ito, meron pong mga upscaling na tinatawag para ma-sure natin na yung technology ay adapted talaga doon sa locality.
Kanino nyo i-feedback yan para next year that can be applied? Sino ang saan nyo ibabalik yung observation nyo on technology? Para, kasi sasabihin nyo, padadalang kayo ng mga projects, tapos sabi nyo, aaralan nyo if it fits the region kasi merong region na iba-iba ang ano. Kaninyo if feedback yan para it can be used in the future.
Yeah, that can be feedback for the national. Usually nire-report sa DA, sa planning, doon sa operations, and that can be adapted. Which of these technology ay nag-fit doon sa region. Admittedly, not all technologies produced ay suitable for all regions. Example po, typical example is variety. Developing variety, iba-ibang location, iba-ibang regions, meron pong iba-ibang varieties na pinuproduce. Kasi hindi po nag-fit sa lahat. So, pag na-verify na po na mas high yielding siya,
So ibig mo sabihin to give the feedback you have to spend 20 million per region. To give the feedback if what they're doing in the region is correct. I'm just asking you if that's the assumption. We spend 20 million each for each region just for them to give the feedback if their project is suited to the region. Reasonable ba yun? 20 million?
may I add more?
I understand.
Yeah.
You're just telling me that you want to know if the things, if the programs given to you is adapted to your region. I'm just asking you that every region has to spend 20 million each kasi this is 342 million, more than 20 million each just to feedback the national government that what they send to the region is applicable to the region. That expensive, that we have to spend 20 million for each region just to give. More than 20, kasi 342 divided by 15, that's 22 million, 23 million. So I'm just asking you if that is reasonable. That we have to spend that much to feedback.
Pwede ko dagdagan ng ano?
Yeah, thank you.
With the permission of our chairwoman, dagdagan natin yung confusion. Ha? Ito ba yung, pinag-usapan natin yung 342 million, conduct of Bureau and Regional Rice-related studies. Tama, sir? That's what we're talking about, di ba? Yasek, in the mesa, you're the team leader yata, or your operations. Ano naman ang ano ba ito? Overlap ba ito sa ginagawa rin ng PhilRice, which has 650 million naman na budget. So kasi na kalahati ito, more than half ito ng budget ni PhilRice eh. So baka yung resources natin ay we're spreading it too thinly na better spent if you give it to the experts. Kasi ako, I'm assuming PhilRice is developing expertise in, guess, rice. that's my guess from the name of the agency itself. Yes, Azek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good Senator. Tama po yun. However, these studies being conducted in the region are also being coordinated po with PhilRice. Yung mga activities po nito na research, dahil alam po natin nga po na PhilRice is the lead agency for rice-related studies. So, as mentioned, yung technology verification po natin, including varieties and other related studies po, are also being coordinated with the PhilRice, Madam Chair.
So you're on top of this.
So, ang tapon ng study, dalawa. Sinabi lang ni Director kanina, operations and planning na within the DA eh. So tapon din niya yung findings niya to PhilRice. Gano'n kayo ka-efficient ha? Dalawang feedback mechanism yun ha?
Yes, Madam Chair, dahil meron din po tayong research division nga po, bawat regional field offices, whose mandate also is to conduct technology verification at the ground level, especially at the municipality level, which the PhilRice has limited coverage. Kasi yung PhilRice po, mga stations lang. So, dito po sa RFOs, up to the municipal level, they can coordinate po.
Can I pursue the topic? General question lang to Phil Rice. I think Phil Rice is present. Okay. Narinig niyo yung what the details of the activity is, di ba? Are you also doing the same thing?
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, apo. Yun pong sa question, ganito po kasi. So PhilRice is a national research agency. Pagdating, i-simplify po natin sa variety para siguro mas maintindihan natin. Isa po sa area na nire-research ng PhilRice na in coordination din po with the regional offices ng DA, yung pong variety development. Nabanggit po kanina, patuloy po yung pag-develop natin ng variety. In fact, to be honest, later po in our report, ito po mga varieties na to, siya po ang ginagamit din natin doon sa RCEP. So ang mangyayari po, yung variety testing natin in partnership with the Bureau of Plant Industry, yung National Seed Industry Council, nagte-testing po tayo limited areas lang. I think now for inbred, totally about 20 locations nationwide. So magre-release po tayo ng variety, sasabihin natin, for national cultivation or for regional cultivation. Ngayon po, assuming national siya, itetest po yan ng bawat region. Yun po yung nagiging role ng ating mga DA. Na dahil na-test siya, for example, sa Agusan, PhilRice Agusan lang po siguro. Tapos, but the whole Agusan is not just represented by the testing site. Kaya po pagdating ngayon sa region doon ng DA, nagagawa sila ng adaptation trial. Na ito bang variety na pinasa as national variety, nag-fit talaga in many places ng Agusan. So ngayon po yung information na yon, yung binabanggit lang, na i-feedback sa national program kasi ito yung isi-seed multiply dahil nag-fit sa maraming lugar. At the same time, kung hindi po siya maganda doon, then na-feedback din even sa amin sa PhilRice na in a wider scale, hindi maganda yung variety na yon. So sa ganun pong example, sir, nagkakaroon ng tulungan. But wala po kaming enough resource to resource that at saka manpower, kaya po yun yung nangyayari. Actually din sir, if I may add, isa din pong feedback ito sa LGU. Na sa kanila naman, kung meron silang support din for their farmers, ito yung mga variety na maganda, na meron din pong program dyan in partnership with the regions. Yung tinatawag na Farmer Participatory Selection.
Gives the feedback to the LGU? PhilRice or the DA through the regional directors nila who conduct the Bureau and regional rice-related studies?
In the case po ng feedback, yung DA po mainly, but we also get that information dahil ang PhilRice po ay may mga regional offices din but not in all. Tawag po namin mga branch stations. We also have yung area of responsibility. Pag mayroon na pong ganong result, we also share. So sinishare ng DA, sinishare din po namin.
Okay, so since ang nasa mind ko, well-coordinated ang efforts ninyo, I'm sure sa mata dapat ng LGU, hindi confusing feedback yung binibigyan ninyo. You speak with one voice dapat yun, one finding. Ganun pa ba yun? Is this confirmed, Executive Director?
Yan po sir, yung aming ginagawa.
So, wala pa naman akong tinatanong na LGU, pero I do not want to get a feedback na gano'n na iba yung advice ng DA through this program and iba naman ang advice galing sa PhilRice because explain mo yung coordination ninyo eh.
Yes po, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator. Pagdating po kasi dun sa local implementation ng research, nai-involve din po dyan yung mga municipal agriculturists natin, provincial agriculturists. Yun po.
Do you have any question?
Magandang umaga po, mahal na tagapangulo, Ma'am Senadora Cynthia Villar, ang aming nanay dito sa Senado. At ang amin pong minority leader, ang isa po sa chairman ng aking partido, magandang umaga po. At sa ating pong Senador Ronald De La Rosa, at sa lahat po ng ating panauhin, magandang umaga po. Nandun na po tayo sa pagpipresenta ng National Rice Program. Apo, Madam Chairman, makikinig muna po ako hanggang matapos po itong Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, National Program, National Livestock Program, National Fisheries Program, National High Value Crops Development Program, National Agriculture, Aquatic, Natural Resources, Irrigation Services, Fisheries Infrastructure Development, Crop Insurance Program, Agri-Industry Modernization and Credit Financing Program, Market Development Service Buffer Stocking Program, Special Area for Agricultural Development Project, Fertilizer Discount Voucher, Local Feed Development, Fuel Assistant, Aquaculture Feed Mill. Ang dami pa po nun, Madam Chairman. Makikinig muna po ako.
Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat, Senator Padilla. Alam nyo, talagang mahirap tong agriculture. Katama-dami ng agency. Kaya we'll do this in 2 days. 2 days.
Opo.
Oo.
Na, ano lang po kasi, Madam Chairman, kahapon po, nung nandun po kami sa DEOST, pareho po ng sagot ni Boss. Ni Boss Bilian, ganun din, puro research, walang output pa. Opo, ganun din po sinabi doon sa DEOST.
Ang film RISE kasi, it's a research agency for researching on the variety of rice which will be produced in the Philippines to be distributed to the rice farmer, and at the same time to teach rice farmers to produce the seeds in the future, as against the hybrid seeds which are imported. So dalawa po yung national prize program natin. Merong inbred seedlings na made in the Philippines and cheaper and produced by the co-op of seed growers. And then the hybrid seedlings which are imported. And dalawa yan. Kaya yung field rice, sila yung nagagawa ng seed varieties that is made in the Philippines and distributed to farmers.
Field rice has been in existence for how long, ED?
1995.
Ilang years na?
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, ano po, 37th year po na.
Oh, yun na nga. So, kaya nga, just like with Senator
37.
Padilla,
Ayun, ano,
1985 po, ma'am.
Ano?
1985.
85 daw eh, tama.
1995 ka ba? Akala ko 1995 ka.
Hindi po, ma'am.
Ang Filmec,
44 years po ang film. Madam Senator.
1986.
Actually, 1979 po, Madam Chair, nung constitution.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, so 37 years in existence, focus on rice seedling research on what is best for the Philippines at the regional level, not only at the national level. That's how we understand it. So, we have empirical data naman siguro na. So, siguro after 37 years, we should already have conclusions. Subject to kunti testing, periodic testing pa rin, but we must have conclusions na. So, meron na kayo, we can ask, kunyari, I will ask it today but not require the answer today. Kunyari, tanungin po tayo, as of this date, what seeds have been proven to be most, scientific term, appropriate to the soil of Region 1, 2, or province level pa. Kaya sagutin ng field rice po yan?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, yes po. Ang isa pong evidence dito, yung pong ipipresent namin later, yung RCEP, sa dinami-dami po ng varieties na napuproduce, meron po tayong 18 na varieties na dinidistribute sa farmers. Ito po ay 18 dahil iba-iba po yung sitwasyon bawat region. Pero kung tutusin po, mas marami pa yung tinatanim ng farmers. Pero ito po yung major varieties na we want them to adapt because meron pong sufficient data to show that these are really the good varieties. Pero in reality, hindi naman po lahat kayang bigyan ng RCEP, even yung National Rice Program. Meron pa rin pong mga farmers, they continue to plant their own seeds. Ito po yung gusto natin ding i-improve because the farmer save seed, mas mababa po yung productivity nun eh. Yun po yung pinakagustong gawin ng RCEP. If we can shift them to the certified seed, high quality seed, para po yung ating productivity ay nandun.
the farmers who continue to use the seeds na sinasabi mong lower yielding seeds, they still do not know the information that you have. And they are not convinced in any way. So, kasi sa dami ng programa, meron pa tayong distribution. So, let's say, alam lang niya yung findings ninyo, siya pusa na lang na magsabi, switch ako ng seeds.
Ngayon po ang because of the RCEP na expedite po natin yung adoption ng high quality seed. It used to be below 50%. Ngayon po papunta na tayo sa more than 70% na yung nag-a-add. Meron pa rin po, may mga packets pa rin po na we can say sometimes po yung access din talaga or yung limitation sa kanilang farming environment. So ito po yung kaya po patuloy yung kung sa variety lang patuloy po tayong nagsasaliksik ng ano ba yung suitable na variety given different situations sa field. Gusto ko lang pong linawin, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, yung pong sa field rice, hindi lang variety, pati sa agronomy, pati sa eating quality, grain quality, sa resistance sa sakit at saka peste, sa engineering po, nandun din po kami. Even sa crop diversification, nandun din po yung research na ginagawa namin.
I think, are you, ang ibig mong sabihin, kasi ang rice is only 4 months. 2 cropping season of 4 months. So 8 months. So may bakanting 4 months. Iyon ang sinasabi mong crop diversification. Yung bakanting 4 months para lumaki ang kita ng farmer. Ano ang ini-advise mo sa crop diversification within yung 4 months na yon na bumabakante ang mga rice farmer?
Iba-iba po, ma'am, yung pwedeng itanim doon. Kasi, for example, dito po sa may Pampanga, to fit yung kanilang high value crop, usually, for example, some vegetables or melon, para mag-fit sa ating calendar, pinipili po nila yung shorter duration variety. Shorter duration variety po, 105 days, pwede mo nang harvestin. Normally po, 120, 115 days. Para po maisingit nila yung high value crop, tapos magtatanim na naman sila ng palay. So ito po yung isang setup. Another way po, Madam Chair.
Kasi Senator Coco, nung time na walang RCEP, sila talaga research lang, di ba? You were not given a chance to go outside and help the farmers. Nung magka-RCEP, I encourage them to promote the inbred seedlings sa mga farmers natin. Kasi ang maganda doon sa inbred, it's made in the Philippines, it's cheaper, and konti ang inputs na kailangan para mag-produce. Kasi yung hybrid, dati puro sila hybrid seeds, but now nagbibigay na rin sila ng inbred seeds. Kasi kailangan din hindi makaya ng Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund kasi maliit lang 3 billion. Dinagdagan na ng National Rice Program ng 750 million, di ba? Okay. So thank you very much.
Ganun po yun, in a nutshell, ang amount na dapat tinitignan natin is 3 billion plus 750 million.
That's
For
correct,
the
Mr.
inbred.
That's correct, Madam. For the inbred po, that's correct.
For the hybrid, it's 7.9 billion for the hybrid.
Okay, for the inbred. But then sa presentation natin, the inbred, ang pinasok natin na amount is 700 million. Saan natin makikita ngayon yung sa RCEF na 3B? On which budget presentation yon makikita?
Discuss ng RCEP.
Sa
RCEP.
field rice
Oo, field rice din. Pero that's a different program. The National Rice Program is different from the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. The National Rice Program is in the budget of the Department of Agriculture. The Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund came from the tariff on imported rice together with the financial assistance for farmers owning 2 hectares and below. So yun ang pinagpuntahan nung proceeds ng rice tarification law. So this is the National Rice Program sa budget. Pero yung Rice Competitiveness and Enhancement Fund at financial assistance to rice farmers, galing yon sa tariff on imported rice. Okay? So it's not part of the budget. Okay. So
No, but it will be seen in the budget of the attached corporation. Yes, so yun na, so which is scheduled today or tomorrow? Today din siya.
Today.
So we will see it para makita natin kasi
di ba next na lahat ng rice
Today.
natin today. O, lahat ng banner program ngayon today. Tomorrow yung iba. Okay?
sige.
Okay.
Yes.
Madam Chair, tanong ko lang po yung sinabi po kanina ni Sir De Leon na 70% ng magsasaka ang nakinabang na po dun sa research. Yun po ba sa buong Pilipinas po yun?
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, yes po, sir. Opo. Yun po yung, sa seeds lang po yung sinasabi ko, sir. Kaya patuloy po talagang kailangan, sa variety po kasi, sir, for example, mag-a-adapt siya sa lugar na ito, pero hindi dito. So dito naman ngayon, kailangan din nating mag-develop ng variety that can adapt for them. Otherwise, kaya po tuloy-tuloy yung research. Yun lang po yung gusto kong sabihin. At least sa variety development.
Meron tayo, Senator, na hybrid seeds. Hindi lahat sila eh. May nag-i-import tayo ng hybrid seeds under the National Rice Program. 7.9 billion. Okay?
There are many more questions but hindi pa ma-phrase, Madam Chairperson.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To proceed with the presentation of the rice program. So, we finished discussing the fertilizer assistance of 15.34 billion. We are also providing soil ameliorants of about 46 million. And then seed reserve of about 535 million. The seed reserve is being procured, Madam Chair, Mr. Senators, in time for calamities. We are distributing this. Yung pong ating,
Imported ba to o local?
mostly, Madam Chair, these are certified inbred po.
So local?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sige.
Similarly, we are also producing botanical pesticides procured as reserves, also being used in times of calamities and being distributed to affected farmers during
This
calamities.
pesticide is chemical or organic?
Both, Madam Chair. And lastly, Madam Chair, we will be providing 184 million in support to our regional field office production facilities.
What are their production facilities?
Some of our
Hilig nyo nito, galing nyo na to. Bumili na lang kayo sa farmer. Ba't nyo pinagpo-produce ang field office nyo? I don't know. Pinagpo-produce mo ba ng rice or seeds?
Field rice po, ma'am, seeds. Seeds po.
Seeds. Sino nagpo-produce? Oh, sino nagpo-produce nitong production facilities mo sa regional field office? Sino?
Ma'am, sa DA po ito, pero yung pong sa field rice, meron po tayong branch station kung sa Isabela.
Pero ito, we want to know this. Kasi ang daming ako nakikitang ganyan. Mahirap yung ganyan. Bakit hindi na lang pag-produce nyo yung marunong mag-produce at bilhin nyo? Ba't kayo magpo-produce? Ha? Ano to?
Kasi sa field rice.
Ay, ba't hindi mo nalang idagdag dun sa certified hybrids? Yung binibigay mo na lang certified inbred seeds at pagawa mo na lang doon sa mga co-op ng farmers. Ba't kayo magpo-produce nito? Ha? Hindi naman kayo, alam mo, yung magninegosyo gobyerno, lugi, magulo. Hindi nilang ibigay doon. 'Di ba? Kaysa, ano ba to? Production facilities. What production facilities? I don't understand this. Pinatitigil ko na yung mga laki-laki ginagastan nyo sa model farm. Para yan, meron ng model farm ang field rice. Bakit kailangan pa to? Hindi naman to kailangan ng field rice for research. Di idagdag na lang natin dito sa certified high inbred seeds distribution para makinabang pa yung mga tao. Di ba? Malaki din, 150, 184 eh.
We will consider po, Madam Chair.
Hindi reconsider, do it.
Yes, ma'am.
So, 884 na ang inbred seeds distribution. Tanggalin mo na to. Bakit kayo magpo-produce? Producein mo yung mga co-op. Bilhin nyo sa co-op. Matutuwa pa co-op. Tapos, ibigay nyo sa mga small farmers. Diba? Di tinulungan pa natin yung mga co-op ng farmers who are producing inbred seeds. Diba? Kesa kayo magpo-produce. Nako, hindi totoo yung magpo-produce kayo. Hindi nyo type yon, mahirap yon. Okay? So we go ahead. Tapos na ang rice program.
Ma'am,
Okay.
thank you. Fertilizer assistance. Malaking halaga kasi ito. It really catches our attention. 15.4 billion. How does this work?
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, this is being distributed through, the current scheme now is through fertilizer discount voucher. We're providing now po about 6,600 pesos per hectare for our rice farmers. Priority will be given to those rice farmers owning 2 hectares and below.
Madam Chair? Sige po.
Yes, so voucher system. Meaning to say, the beneficiary receives a piece of paper. With piece of paper? A coupon?
Yeah.
A card? What is it?
A voucher with QR code, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
Okay, so the beneficiary who is a rice farmer, cultivating, not necessarily owning, cultivating. Because not necessarily owning, cultivating 2 hectares or less of rice land. Yan ang beneficiaries natin. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator. Priority po, pag nabigyan po sila lahat, then we will be giving the excess to those more than 2 hectares po.
Wala nang upper limit. The excess beneficiaries, no more upper limit.
Yes,
Yeah,
Madam.
okay.
Yes, Madam.
At the rate of 6,600 pesos per hectare. Okay, so kung 2 hectares or less ka, hindi ka lalampas ng mga 13.2 in voucher form. And then, so, when the farmer receives the voucher, what happens now? In the purchase of the farmer of his needed fertilizer, which is more than 6,600, for example, lagay natin sa, what is a realistic price na bibilhin itong farmer beneficiary in terms of fertilizer?
For urea, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, the current price of urea now is, as per FPA, is 2,500 pesos per bag.
Per bag,
Divided by 50
Yes, Madam Chair.
per kilo.
50 din. 2,500 per bag divided. 50 kilo bag. Yes,
2,500 per kilo bag po yan.
50 kilo bags na po yan.
For 50 kilo bag. is
Yeah, so
2,500.
that is 50 pesos per kilo.
50 pesos. Yes, ma'am.
Kilo, tama. 50 pesos per kilo. Okay, so pero needs the farmer more than that, di ba?
Yes, po.
Let's say assume, di ba 3 klaseng fertilizer pa yan, di ba?
Mostly po, binibigay po natin na urea, 4600 complete, triple 14, and then meron din po tayong MOP, muriate of potash, and other po na
So
kailangan from-
the voucher is fertilizer specific urea.
For ngayon po, nag-start po tayo ay wala pong classification but dahil ngayon pong dry season, dahil malaki po, based sa study rin ng PhilRice, malaki po yung tinaas ng presyo ng urea. For dry season, this year we focus on urea. So depende po sa season, nag-a-adjust po tayo depending on the needs of our farmers.
Oh nga, basta okay. Basta is a voucher the beneficiary receives. Okay. When he now purchases the fertilizer from, saan ba binibili yan? From
We have around, right now po, 837 accredited merchants nationwide. Accredited po jointly by FPA and our regional field offices. Train po sila sa proseso nito pong ating fertilizer discount voucher. And then yung farmer po, once he receive the voucher, he will go to the nearest merchant at ipagpapalit po niya yung voucher together with a bag of fertilizer or bags of fertilizer.
yeah, okay. So does this voucher answer all the costs of his fertilizer needs?
Definitely no, Madam Chair.
So may cash out din siya, no? Okay.
Yes po, kaya po discount voucher po ito.
Correct. So tulong actually ito sa farmer. Tulong sa farmer, but actually it's also an endorsement of the business of the fertilizer importer, ano yan, distributor. Fertilizers are imported.
Yes, Madam Chair. All fertilizer po na inorganic ay imported po natin.
How about the organic?
Sa organic po, may mga imported din po pero marami na po ngayon because of the program of the good Senator Villar. Marami na po nag-organic ngayon.
Percentage-wise, sa consumption of organic fertilizer, in a percentage of domestic produce and imported versus imported.
Will provide that information. Pero dito po sa fertilizer discount voucher, pinag-aralan din po namin yung preference ng farmers because meron pong na-issue dati na admin order that inorganic, organic, biofertilizer, and other fertilizers can be used by the farmer in exchange of the voucher. About 85% are inorganic. About 10% are organic and the rest ay yung pong other types of fertilizer like biostimulants, biofertilizer, and foliar and other types of fertilizer. Only for the 2021 fertilizer discount voucher, Madam Chair.
Yun yung resulta ng study ninyo.
Yes po.
Basta ang general principle is or fact is if it's inorganic, it is imported.
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair. Mr.
So
Senator.
85% of the fertilizer usage are inorganic, therefore imported. So,
I want
yes,
to
ma'am.
make a manifestation there. There is someone now, yung Ranucci, from Leyte. They have a plant in Batangas. They want to supply organic fertilizer made in the Philippines, which is 1/3 of the cost of the imported fertilizer. And we are influencing the to buy this because that will lower the cost. Because they said they are 1/3 of the cost of the imported. Oo.
Yeah.
So that will be good for us. With the same money, we will be able to give more. And I want to know how many percentage ang sinasubsidize nyo sa isang farmer? Kasi binibigyan nyo ng voucher. Sabi mo, hindi lahat yon enough for his fertilizer use. How many percent is that? Yung voucher mo relative to the use of the farmer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yung ating pong voucher value of 6,600 at 2 hectares, kung makabili po siya ng 6,600 at 2,500, practically about 3 bags po yun. Normally po for urea, 4 to 5 bags ang ginagamit po niya per hectare. So malaki.
May shortage pa na 2 bags or
Yes, po.
100 kilos. So if you will buy this one from the Philippines, award-winning eh. So, provide mo na yung 6 bags with the same amount. 5 to 6 bags with the same amount kasi it's 1/3 ako.
What is important, Madam Chair, is the mechanics of how to join the program as the supplier of fertilizer should be clear. And should be clear, anong tawag mo doon? Yung walang pinapanigan ba? Gano'n.
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator. Nakikipag-usap po kami sa FIAP, yung Fertilizer Industry Association of the Philippines, about this program, and they're all aware po. Actually, they're all participating in this program since the inception po nito.
Kung sabi mo 85% imported, di lahat importer yon. Yun ang kakausapin mo. Eh di, hindi na nila bibigyan ng chance yung mga local. Diba?
Ano lang dapat yan? Parang consultation lang yon kasi private sector yun. But the mechanics are drafted by the department, di ba?
So, yung sa implementing guidelines po. And then, if, for example po, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, we will be allowing po halimbawa yung being suggested by the RENUCIs upon the compliance po ng protocols. I have talked to them last night, Madam Chair, at very promising po talaga yung kanilang product. And we will coordinate po with PhilRice and other concerned offices like FPA para ma-ensure lang po sa protocols.
Counter the cost of imported, may malaking bagay sa Pilipinas, tapos made in the Philippines pa. Makakatulong sa Pilipinas, di ba? So, and nakalagay sa award-winning sila. Award-winning. So,
pero yun na nga, naintindihan ko because may science involved kasi rito, dapat the test of the pudding is in the eating. I don't know, the test of the fertilizer is in the yield. Ganun ba? So who is, what department, what division in the DA tests the fertilizers that we have been endorsing to our farmers, subsidizing through this voucher program, for their claimed effectivity or effectiveness? Which one? Parang kung si PhilRice sa research sa rice na yield, sa fertilizer, sino po ang nagtitest nito mga to?
It's the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
As to its safe use?
Sila po yung mandated office po natin who are doing the testing.
Testing as to?
Yung
Whether it's safe to use for humans and for animals, di ba?
yes po, lahat po yun, including kung tama po, kunwari 4600, lalabas po ay 4600. At meron din pong kinokonduct bago po i-accredit. Nandito ba yung FPA? Before po sila mag-accredit, yung product certification ang tawag po, ay meron pong testing na ginagawa rin po ang FPA bago po nila ito ma-certify.
Basic na basic. Kaya nga ako nagtataka, why are we so reliant with on fertilizers na eh. Bakit ba? What are fertilizers expected to do? To perform? What?
Marami naman pong expert dito sa fertilizer, but on the operation sides, basic po requirements ng halaman for them to grow and produce. Yung pong halimbawa po sa rice, yung rice seeds na atin pong kakainin later, ay kailangan po ng enough nutrients for them to flower and to produce the seeds. So, kung hindi po enough yung soil nutrients na meron yung current present soil condition, hindi po siya lalaki. Parang human din po, pag hindi po tayo nakakakain ng maayos, hindi tayo nakakainom ng vitamins and other nutrients na kailangan natin, hindi po tayo lalaki ng maayos.
So the fertilizer producer, importer, and trader claim some things, di ba? That they will add these nutrients na sinasabi mo, needed by Philippine soil. Do we test the validity of their claims? And how do we test the validity of their claims?
Yes po, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator. Lahat po ito ay kinokonduct po ng ating Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority during product certification. At meron din po silang, I believe na nag-random check din po sila.
Hindi ako sa, na ako nakatingin sa, the validity of the claim. Kasi that is the claim. Eh. So, I hope we are looking into that kasi napakalaking halagang binubuhos natin po, 15. And sana kung nakabigay sana kayo ng over the years, paano ba to? ganito ba ang chart niyan? Paakyat ba yan? Itong 15.4 billion,
Ang ginagawa po ng FPA ay yung pong efficacy trials.
an efficacy trial.
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
So that goes beyond safety. That is now measured against the claim. Okay, so klaro, the efficacy trial ang tawag dyan, against the claims. Kasi with the 15.4 billion, we are supporting the business actually. The Republic of the Philippines is supporting that business. Okay, bubuhayin ang business na yan to the tune of 15.4 next year. I do not know for this year, magkano sila binuhay yung business for the 2022 budget of the DA.
For the 2022, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, it's about 3.3 billion.
3.3 billion.
Yes,
Okay, so nakita natin na nag-times 4 pala tayo. Okay, for 2020...
Because, Madam Chair, sorry po, bigla pong tumaas yung presyo po.
That's the explanation. For 2021, magkano ang budget? Umalala nyo pa po. For this one, for
3.3 billion po. 2021.
So yung
It's about, 4 billion po.
so naglalaro siya over the years, historical data, 3 to 4 billion is what the Republic of the Philippines spends for our fertilizer assistance. Yeah.
Actually 4 billion, but I asked them to transfer 1 billion for the composting facility so that our farmer can produce their own fertilizer. So on the average is I think 4.4 billion.
And then what explains now the ano bang pag times 4 mo basta-basta 4 times for the 4 times increase is the increase in the per kilo cost of fertilizer. It follows it
3 times lang ang increase ng fertilizer.
Nag-start po tayo 800 to 900 ang urea. Pumalo po yan ng almost 3,000 pesos. Ngayon po ay 2.5 yung average price po natin. Yes.
pero baka the coverage naman. The number of people, beneficiaries, in-increase nyo rin.
Yes po. Ang coverage po natin normally po for seeds at siya rin po binibigyan natin ng fertilizer, it's about 75 to 80%.
Sabi dito sa information yung 1.89 million beneficiaries, recasted beneficiaries ninyo. Tama ba yan? Is this the correct way to understand the table? You originally targeted 2.4 million beneficiaries in the fertilizer assistance, tama?
That's correct.
And then because bumaba by more close to 4 billion ng original, so bababa din yung beneficiaries sa 1.89 million. But for this year, for example, under the more normal prices of fertilizer, ano ba yung level of beneficiaries ninyo? Historical data.
Actually, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, for this year under the 3.3 billion, dahil baba lang po yung ating allocation, we only provided 1,121 peso per hectare for inbred and 2,262 peso per hectare for hybrid seed farmers.
Mechanics, nagbago-bago rin pa. Okay, so
ngayon po, dahil mas malaki na po yung allocation, we have also increased the allocation per unit hectare. Regardless po kung inbred o hybrid, 6,600 na po.
kung tatanungin kayo, ano ang projected number of beneficiaries for calendar year 2022 under the fertilizer assistance program of your national rice program?
1.8 yun, sir.
1.8 million rice farmers dahil nga po, gusto pa rin po natin mabigyan lahat po eh. So ang nag-a-adjust po yung price per unit hectare. Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
So up to the end of the year, you will limit the fertilizer assistance for year 2022 at 1,121
peso per hectare for inbred and 2,262 per hectare for hybrid seed farmers.
Okay. The same din for ang primary beneficiary 2 hectares and below. Ganun yan.
Yes, po, Madam Chair.
So ganun nga ang nangyari. So meaning to say tumaas ang presyo ng fertilizer, we have retained the target number of beneficiaries. Therefore, no choice ka nga to increase the voucher value. Yeah, okay. Retaining the 2 hectares and below as the priority beneficiaries.
That's correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
In short, we are summarizing this 15.4 billion pesos fertilizer assistance will be spent.
Yes.
And just para to be really clarified, this is just for rice farmers. We also have this. Do we have the same fertilizer assistance project or component for other programs of the DA?
That's correct, Madam Chair. For corn, we have also fertilizer component and also for our high-value commercial crops.
Sige. And then there is if you are asked the total amount of fertilizer assistance in the budget of the DA, kaya natin ibigay yon ng ganun lang? The snap of fingers? Kaya, Secretary? Yusek? Ang Secretary mo, walang sasagot dito. Kunyari lang, the question is, under the budget of the Department of Agriculture for 2023, how much are we going to spend for fertilizer assistance for all the crops and other items in your jurisdiction? Malalaman ba natin?
We have allocated the funds for that purpose, and the allocation for rice is being distributed to regional and provincial offices. There is also an allocation for corn in terms of the fertilizer requirements. Now we have been distributing this also to our regional directors and provincial offices. We have also allocation for high-value crops, which are being distributed again to our regional offices and provincial offices as well. These are all set for 2023. We shall not alter in the distribution aspect of this fertilizer program, because this is the program that the President intended for small farmers.
He wants to know the total amount.
Around 30 billion. 20 billion.
Okay, around 20 billion. So makita natin the bulk is sa rice program.
15.
Ganun lang, para lang
It will be distributed.
Yes, yes.
20 billion.
20 billion lang daw, ma'am.
So, ilan sa corn?
1.1 billion.
And then, ilan sa high value?
900, 800.
Walang 20. Tatlo lang naman yan eh. Rice, corn, high value.
High value. Oh.
Walang 20, only 17.
Last question na lang kay ED De Leon of the Phil Rice. Siyempre, 37 years in existence na po. You have all the data na. Kumusta ang soil natin? Are the Philippine soil in the different regions that lacking in nutrients to yield nutritious rice?
Madam Chair, Honorable Senator, siguro po I can contextualize yung sagot ganito. Ang PhilRice po, meron kaming tinatawag na long-term fertility experiment. Nag-umpisa po to 1968. Wala pa po ang PhilRice. Ang PhilRice po, naitayo siya sa facility ng Bureau of Plant Industry and then naging PhilRice. So kaya possible po yung experiment na yon. Sa experiment po na yon, meron kaming plot na totally walang fertilizer from 1968 until now. We continued that experiment. Sa lupa po na tinatawag na Maligaya clay, iba-iba po ang lupa sa Philippines. Mas magaling po yung Bureau of Soils na mag-explain. Pero sa sitwasyon po, dun po sa atin po, dun sa Maligaya, sa headquarters ng PhilRice, sa 38 years po, kaming nilalagay na fertilizer dun sa zero fertilizer plot. Ang yield lang po, 3 tons per hectare. So, kung 3 tons per hectare po, wala tayong gagawin sa lupa, definitely po, hindi tayo magkakaroon ng enough rice for all. Ngayon po, in the same experiment, iba't ibang level ng fertilizer. Meron pong halimbawa kung doon na lang sa nitrogen, lalagyan mo ng 90, lalagyan mo ng 120, lalagyan mo ng 150. Ang idea po, every 20 kilos of nitrogen, plus minus, it will give you 1 ton. So dito po nakikita namin very clearly when we add fertilizer in different combinations, including yung organic in combination, tumataas po ang yield. Opo. So ngayon, dun po sa question, ngayon po ang ating national average is nasa 4.07, meron pong time na 4.15. Ito po lahat na ng Pilipinas. So from there po, masasabi pa rin natin, kung wala kang fertilizer, 3 tons, pero pag national average is 1 ton plus, then maybe we can deduce na there's still a lot of things that we can do sa lupa po natin. Maganda po yung program din na merong organic kasi it helps rejuvenate the soil. Pero kung yield po ang pag-uusapan, yung pong combination, kaya po yung sinasabi natin, napahaba po yung sagot, pero yung pong balanced fertilization na binabanggit, hindi po siya bagong concept. Pero dahil marami din pong research, kayo po ang nagsabi din kanina, yung mga fertilizer, these are products of research din. Iba't ibang nutrition po yung kailangang ibalik sa lupa. Meron yung macro, ito yung NPK, meron pa yung mga micro na minsan hindi natin nalalaman. Ito po minsan yung nadadala ng organic. Kaya pag matagal mong ginagamit na babalik yung health ng soil, then it will come a time na ma-realize mo, you don't need to put, for example, this time I am placing 90 kilos, 100 kilos. Over time, dahil bumabawi yung lupa, nagiging healthy siya, may microorganisms sa lupa na nag-ooperate, then you can expect, you can start reducing then. Opo. Yun lang po sir, siguro po.
Sana isa pa pa. Yes. Para lang po klaro, ano? So, 15.4 billion pesos we will spend for fertilizer assistance, okay, through a voucher system given to farmers, which they can now use for the 837 merchants, accredited merchants, where they can buy this accredited by itong fertilizer, cleared fertilizers. So yun po yun. It's not that DA is buying fertilizers doon nakuha. Basta through merchants ito, 837. Klaro, ASEC? Klaro po, tama po yun?
That's correct, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
So the merchants now will accumulate the vouchers and then claim with
They will claim the payment from our partner GFI, the Development Bank of the Philippines po. So all payment will be coursed through DBP, hindi po sa amin.
Yes, the farmers can get from any of the 837, di ba? Kasi yan yung purpose ng accreditation, right?
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr.
Pagka
Senator.
accredited, trusted na yun. I mean, cleared ng produkto noon sa Fertilizer Pesticide Authority, cleared na yun. And then, registered na siya sa programa, di ba? The vouchers, then okay. So DBP, okay, wala naman tayong, instances na meron tayong mga unauthorized fake vouchers na discover.
As of to date, wala naman po dahil secured naman po yung voucher natin. May pangalan po kasi dalawa po yung ating security. One is kailangan po registered sa RSBSA, yung ating farmer. So may unique number po yung farmer natin. And then the voucher also has a QR code. So we have two verification process. Very seldom po, wala po kami nare-receive na fake po yung voucher na nagagamit. Thank you po.
Wala naman tayong nare-receive na reklamo na bakit hindi sila covered and they are a rice farmer cultivating less than 2 hectares. Wala naman tayong gano'n na yung inclusiveness or comprehensiveness of the program.
Definitely, Madam Chair, hindi po natin maiwasan na some of the farmers po na hindi nakakatanggap at dahil alam naman po nila natin na limited ang resources ng government, and we also have to prioritize those who are in need. Madam.
Nalimutan ko ngayon. Ilan bang universe ang pinag-uusapan natin? How many rice farmers are we talking about?
We have registered po sa ating RSBSA is about 2.5 million rice farmers.
Okay, when we now say cultivating 2 hectares and below, ilan na yon from the 2.5?
From the 2.5, that's about, sa ngayon po ay almost 2 million. Dati po nag-start tayo 1.6.
0.6 iho kasi yun ang nakalagay na figure na binibigyan mo ng 5,000, 2 hectares and below. Ba't naging 2 million?
Yes, ma'am. Tama po yan. We started at 1.6 pero dahil po dahil nakaka-receive na po ngayon ng 5,000, ma'am,
Registered.
din po sa RFFA natin, marami pong nadagdag na mga 2 hectares and below, Madam Chair.
Okay, so the universe now of our primary beneficiaries, di naman sila ang totality of beneficiaries, is around 2 million, the 2 hectares and below. Okay? Tama. Ang problema natin, sa recasted beneficiaries natin, number of beneficiaries, 1.89. So, does that mean na aminado tayo from the very start from the very start in implementing the program of fertilizer assistance, mga 100,000, hindi na natin mako-cover?
Actually, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, ang binibigyan po natin ay yung nagtatanim po talaga. Hindi naman po lahat ng rice farmers po eventually will, excuse me po, ay magtatanim. So we're looking po yung nagtanim at nabigyan po natin ng seeds na mabigyan din po natin ng fertilizer.
Kaya nga ako nagtanong ng universe ng ating programa. Sige, balik tayo.
May mga farmers po na
Sa ating programa na National Rice Program. Siyempre, may beneficiaries yan eh. Kaya na-program yun eh, National Rice Program. Okay. Na ang component ay fertilizer assistance na may halaga na 15.4 billion na gagastusin natin next year. Sa pag-compute po ng 15.4 billion na yon, ilan po ang nasa isip ng departamento na beneficiaries noon?
Ang target po natin is 1.8 million rice farmers.
Correct. Lahat po yun, 1.8 na yun ay cultivating 2 hectares and below.
Majority po ay 2 hectares and below.
Okay, paano nangyari yun? Okay, so that means ilan ang sa universe natin, ilan ang rice farmers na paano ba dinistinguish kanina? Cultivating and versus ano yun? Pero tuloy ko nalito na merong farmer connected with 2 hectares and below but not cultivating. What is it? What is it?
Madam Chair, binibigyan po natin ng seeds kasi as mentioned earlier, we're providing inbred and hybrid seeds. So it
must the beneficiaries of fertilizer assistance receives seeds from the DA, maybe kahit anong klaseng seed, basta it receives seeds, no? And then cultivating 2 hectares and below. Ito yung ating priority.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And 1.89 million yung mga yan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so covered sila lahat. Kasi if you are not receiving, you are cultivating 2 hectares and below but not receiving seeds from the department, you should not expect to be part of the fertilizer assistance.
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, pero every season po kasi, depende po dun sa planting intention ng farmer, kung ano po yung ready niya. So, pwede po na tama po kayo, magtanim siya. May instances na limited yung kanyang resources, hindi siya magtatanim. So what we're looking po, every cropping season ay yung pong area, planting intention po ng bawat farmer. So sinecheck po natin yung lahat at sila rin po yung mabibigyan natin ng seeds and fertilizer. Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
Okay, but hindi pa rin klaro, but there is a parang listahan. You have
Yes.
register.
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, we have the RSBSA registered farmers.
Ano sir, RS?
Registry System, Basic Sector in Agriculture. RSBSA.
Okay, sige, RSBSA. Sige, so kasi siguro naman yung 2 hectares and below na naka-register na siya noon, the following calendar year, ano, expectation ba natin ay gagraduate siya ron? Lumaki bigla ang kanyang landholding? Basically, stable siguro tong the number of registrants stable. Kung may mamatay man, I think siguro an heir will take over and be registered. So more or less the number should be stable, right? Tama ba, Asek?
Yes po, nakita lang po namin, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, because of the advent of the RFFA, nagkakaroon po ng paghahati-hati just for the sake po na makareceive. Kasi malaki po yung nare-receive nila. It's about 5,000 pesos on top of the seeds and fertilizer cash assistance from our RCEF po.
In the meantime, Madam Chair, I will yield to the others para may chance sila makatanong po. Thank you to the DA family for responding to my questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Minority Floor Leader Pimentel. I just want to acknowledge the physical presence of Senator J.V. Ejercito and the online presence of Senator Amy Marcos. I just want to ask question, sabi mo, ilan na nakaka-receive ng hybrid seedlings? And ilan na nakaka-receive ng inbred? Considering nagbibigay din ng Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. I just want to know.
Yes, Madam Chair. In terms po natin sa area for hybrid, ma'am, we are covering po 1 million hectares, 1,016,732.
Ilang farmer yan?
Normally po kasi, Madam Chair, 1 hectare, 1 farmer po yung ating...
Siguro.
Yes po.
Sabi mo, okay, ilang farmer yan? So, 1.6 million farmers?
1 million po for hybrid, and for inbred po, 1,718,582.
So, 1 million for hybrid and 1.7 million for inbred.
For inbred.
Oo. So, you're spending so much for hybrid and yet it benefits only 1 million farmer. Whereas you spend less for inbred, it benefits 1.7 million farmers. Tama ba yun? Sobra. I just want to clarify that. So, mas malaki ginagasta natin sa hybrid. I just want to point this out to Yusek Domingo Panganiban, that policy of the government that we spend 7.9 billion for hybrid benefiting less farmer and we spend 3.7 million for inbred benefiting more farmers. So, doble yung hybrid. So, why is this policy na gustong-gusto natin ang hybrid?
Doble.
Madam Chair, ang magano po talaga dito yung productivity level po ng hybrid because we're expecting po na mataas yung...
Depende kasi the more farmer that will benefit, the better. Yung productivity ng hybrid, pag hindi mo na ibigay ang inputs niyan, hindi rin magpo-produce as ano. So, yung mahihirap na farmer, they cannot provide the inputs to make it productive. So, pareho din yan na inbred. Kasi mahal yan eh. So, parang ako, mas mayayaman yung mga binibigyan nyo ng hybrid. Ba't natin binibigyan yun eh? Mayayaman na yun. Kasi hindi kaya ng poor farmer yung inputs ng hybrid. And without those inputs, hindi naman sila makakaproduce as projected. Tas mas mahal pa yan. Ang inbred is 30 pesos per kilo, yung hybrid is 250 pesos per kilo. Kino-question ko tong policy ng government sa National Rice Program. Ba't nila gustong-gusto yung hybrid? Hindi ba tinutulungan natin yung mahihirap na farmer? Kung mayayaman naman farmer, hindi naman natin dapat tulungan yung mahihirap. Yung mahihirap cannot afford the inputs of hybrid seeds. Malaki ang requirement niyan sa inputs. So I just want to question that policy of the government na ang laki-laki ng binibigay natin sa hybrid tapos maliit, kalahati 7.9 versus 3.7, di ba? Almost mas mahal. Oh. But I'm questioning, it's always in my mind that policy of the government why they like hybrid. Oo, ito naman tulong to sa mahihirap na farmer. Hindi naman kaya ng mahihirap na farmer maglagay ng malaking inputs. Oo. Ba't natin naman tutulungan yung mayayaman na farmers? They can take care of themselves. I just want to question that policy.
Well, Madam Chair, there are instances in the past that farmers are to select what varieties they want to plant. And most often, they select the variety that are high yielding.
There are only 15 provinces na binibigyan nyo ng hybrid and there are how many provinces na binibigyan?
15 provinces.
15 provinces lang yun eh. And then the rest are
We shall increase it. We shall increase it to 25 to 30, open for hybrid and inbred.
I'm just questioning that policy. I cannot understand that.
Yeah, but there are farmers.
You will give me an explanation for that because I cannot understand that. Kasi ang tinutulungan natin, mahihirap na farmer. Yung mahihirap na farmer cannot spend for the inputs that are required in hybrid. Ba't ka magha-hybrid? Di mas bagay sa kanila inbred.
Well, that's true. That's a fact that is happening in the field level.
Can we study that policy and explain to me the logic behind that policy? Because it's in the years that I have been chairman of the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Food, that is what is bothering me always. That policy that you give hybrid instead of inbred seeds. Hybrid seeds are imported, inbred seeds are made in the Philippines. If it's made in the Philippines, then the Filipinos will benefit from the production of inbred seeds. If it's made abroad, they will benefit. Sinasabi nyo productivity, but I doubt it if these small farmers can provide the input for hybrid seeds. Siguro makaka-provide niyan yung mas mayayaman. And another question is your policy on using of chemical fertilizer. Kasi sabi nila 38% of the soil of the Philippines are degraded because of chemical fertilizer. After several years of using chemical, na diminish ang fertility of the soil. Whereas, I asked the UNFAO, how do you solve the degradation of the soil? They said, compost all your waste and bring them back to the soil. That's organic. And that can be done by our farmers. That's why I'm always encouraging you to distribute composting facility to all the towns in the Philippines para dadating ang time that our farmers can produce their own fertilizer and we will not rely on imported chemical fertilizer. So that is another policy question for you. And palagi kami nag-aaway dyan na bakit ayaw nyo na turuan ng mga farmer to produce your own fertilizer? Bakit gusto nyo yung imported fertilizer? Gusto nyo yung imported seeds? Ano ba yan? Meron bang lobby dito sa imported fertilizer at imported seeds? That's always bothering me. And as you are the policy-making body of DA, I hope you will explain to me why that policy has remained for so long. That has been bothering me for years. Ngayon ko na lang sinasabi kasi hindi ko na matiis talaga. Oh. So please explain to me and I hope you will review that policy. Kasi bakit tayo import ng import? Ano ba maganda sa tawag na tuloy sa Department of Importation eh. Oo.
But
Tawag sa
Yusek, can
Department
I?
of Importation. Mahilig tayo mag-import. Ba't ayaw turuan yung ating mga kababayan na maging self-sufficient, na tayo gumawa? Kayang-kaya Kayang-kaya eh. Magta-transition lang tayo eh.
Yusek,
Mag-transition
can I?
tayo. Like for example, 15 billion ang fertilizer, binigay nyo sa amin na magdi-distribute ng composting 1 billion. Parang ang layo naman nun. Sinuma ko na
Madam-
sa inyo, nabigyan nyo ng
Yusek, can I?
composting, magpo-produce 1 ton a month, 12 tons a year, bawi na yung composting for the year eh. 1 ton a month, 12 tons a year, times 1,000 yun, di 12,000 kilos, 120,000 kilos times, ngayon sabi mo 50, di 500 plus. Bawi na yung composting for the year. Walang mawawala sa inyo. Pero binigyan nyo ng 15 billion yung importation, tapos yung pagbibigay sa composting, 1 billion. 1 billion na yun, no? Ang budget nyo 4.4. 1 billion pa rin, ginawa ng 15 billion ang budget nyo.
Madam Chair?
May bias towards helping, or may bias sa inbred seeds, may bias sa organic fertilizer that can be produced in the Philippines. Why that bias?
Madam Chair, can I?
Yes.
Yeah. On your questions with regards to the hybrid rice, kaya po kukunti pa ang mga provinces na nabibigyan natin ng private rice because it's so selective talaga. You cannot grow hybrid rice in all areas. Meron talagang conducive environment by which the hybrid rice can really, grow, produce high yields. And that is the reason why we are selecting all those provinces. But if they do produce that yield, it is really 50% to 100% more than the inbred. Meron na pong mga areas na ganon with all the proper. Yes, meron pong mga studies ng field rice.
Natin poor farmers. Hindi naman natin tinutulungan yung mayayamang farmers. But poor farmers cannot afford the inputs that is required in hybrid rice.
Yeah, so
Kasi
ma'am,
hindi rin yan mapoproduce yung kanyang production kung hindi malaki ang inputs. Which the farmer, sabi nga niya, pag nagbigay siya ng a percentage lang ng fertilizer pa lang yon, hindi nga niya na ibibigay lahat. Paano ipoproduce?
pero kung makukuha po natin talaga yung potential yield ng
give me the
hybrid,
study.
meron po,
Give me
meron ng mga studies, but it's very
But
selected
it's always
areas.
bothering me. You submit the study kasi
Yes po.
yeah. Kasi parang palaging bias
Yes, we will.
sa
Yes po.
chemical fertilizer na imported, bias sa hybrid seedlings na imported. Why may bias sa imported? Bakit hindi na lang ibigay sa local? Katulad nung wala kayong masasabi sa akin na na yung composting is not a good practice. Walang makaka-denounce noon. Even sabi nga ng field rice, may additives lang doon sa composting, pwede na rin sa rice. Bakit
Yes,
tayo bibili ng
true.
organic
No,
fertilizer?
totoo po yan.
Mga chemical fertilizer. Ba't tayo mag-i-import ng chemical? Di pag-producein natin sila ng organic fertilizer sa Pilipinas.
Ma'am, yeah, totoo po yun. That's why we are also encouraging that composting is going to be widespread.
But
we
15
can still
billion
not-
ang sa chemical, 1 billion sa organic. Nung 4.4 billion ang budget nyo, binigyan nyo kaming 1 billion doon sa composting. Ngayong 15 billion ang budget nyo, 1 billion din na ibinigay. Di ba bias yun?
Yeah, yung performance kasi po ng inorganic fertilizer cannot still be masusupplant ng compost
No,
organic.
I don't think so. Sa France, they don't use, nagpunta ako sa France They use, tawag dito? natural farming. Tinanong ko sila, why are you not using chemical fertilizers? Sabi nila kasi tataas, yung lahat daw napapagbilhan nila na gulay sa export, gagastahin lang nila kasi yung river nila, pag tinutuluan ng chemical, they have to clean their river. So, bakit pa nila mag-export sila ng katakot-takot tapos yung pera, tama-tama lang to clean the river. So, nag-natural farming na lang sila. May mga anong ganun study na ganun So, hindi ko to theory Nag-i-interview ako Oo. So, may disadvantage din ng chemical Oo. So, wag nyo sasabihin na productivity. Sabi sa akin ng PhilRice, kayang-kaya nilang mag-additives lang, pwede yung compost Meron silang findings na pwede. Ako naman, hindi ko naman kayo pinagbabawalang mag-import. Pero sana may transition tayo na i-encourage din natin yung local versus import. Hindi naman yung bias tayo sa import. May mga disadvantages din yan sa Kaya sinabi sa akin ng UN FAO, I asked them, how do you solve the degradation of the soil? And they answered, you compost all your waste and bring them back to the soil. That is the solution to the degradation of the soil. I mean, hindi siguro nila sinabi yun sa akin for nothing, di ba? So, I hope we will review our policy. Kasi hindi naman yan sobra laki ng import versus yung ability natin to produce yung local.
Yes, definitely.
Ako naman, I'm not a farmer. I'm just, this is common sense. I'm watching them because that is not my business, but I want to increase the income of our farmers and fisher folks. That's why I'm questioning this policy because I want them to be middle class or at least lower middle class. Kasi ang income nila, 1,005 ang coconut, 4,500 ang rice farmer. Hindi sila magtatagal sa farming ng ganyan ang income. At least we should bring it to 15,000 man lang ang kanilang income para sila man minimum wage earner man lang, di ba? Yun lang naman ang intention ko So I hope you will review your policy with regards to fertilizer, to imported chemical fertilizer and imported hybrid seedlings. Thank you very much.
Noted, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, in line with the questioning of our chairperson, doon tungkol sa soil, anybody can answer from the DA. I think yung soil testing is very important, to make sure that compatible yung fertilizer, be it organic or chemical. Yun ang concern nga ni Madam Chair, yung nutrients ng natin because of too much chemical fertilizer, medyo naubos na yung nutrients ng ating soil. So siguro anybody can answer. Kamusta po yung ating mga soil testing, yung Bureau of Soils, our laboratories still functioning? Gaano ka-productive po sila? Because from what I know, Madam Chair, sa Thailand po and Vietnam, which learned from us before, ngayon, they are more productive, in terms of agri. Sa kanila po, very essential. Talagang very important ang soil testing sa kanila. Siguro, anybody can answer kung kamusta po yung ating Bureau of Soils, yung ating soil laboratories. Are they still being used?
Madam Chair, thank you very much, sir, for that question. From Bureau of Soils and Water Management po, Dr. China Nilo. So we are pleased to mention, sir, that all our DA regional soil laboratories have upgraded their facilities and equipment through the National Soil Health Program. And through the implementation of PD 1435, we ensure that all our laboratories are doing harmonized test methods and with these harmonized test methods, the data can now be comparable across locations and even globally. At FAO, we have placed our flag there. We are the lead authors in almost of the parameters for soil fertility. Then at the Bureau of Soils and Water Management and all regional soil laboratories, we are sustaining our ISO 17025 accreditation for the past 10 years now. And we are doing the same to all regional soil laboratories, preparing them for accreditation. Now they have upgraded equipment, sir. Thank you po.
That's good to hear. So bago lang po itong pagka-upgrade ng equipment. Newly upgraded po.
Yes, sir. Through the
Because, Madam Chair, from what I gathered, yung information I gathered, lalo na pag nakikita ko yung mga soil laboratories in Thailand and Vietnam, modern na sila eh. Yung sa atin daw, medyo pag meron daw pinadalang soil samples, it would take a while kasi nga medyo antiquated na yung equipment natin. So, I'm glad to know that we have upgraded. So, but it is very essential, I think, no? In choosing which fertilizer to be used for whatever breed of rice, be it hybrid or organic. So, isipin ano pang kailangan nyo? Kasi, Madam Chair, malaking factor po yun sa productivity para ma-increase natin yung production. Hindi lang 2-3 ani siguro kung compatible. Sige, Doc, sige po. Kamusta po yung how many regions are have upgraded soil laboratories?
Thank you, sir. All regions of the DA regional soil laboratories have upgraded their labs. Then there are 43 member soil laboratories in the country. We have established the Philippine National Soil Laboratory Network. We have 43 members. So under PD 1435, the Bureau of Soils and Water Management is mandated to supervise, regulate and control the operation of all soil laboratories. And therefore, we do annual audit of all these laboratories in the country.
Kailan po na-upgrade to, ma'am? Bago lang ba? Recently?
Yes, sir. Through the late release fund for the National Soil Health Program, we were given 500 million for this purpose. Actually po, the approved budget is 1.5 billion for 3 years. But at the moment, we have received the 500 million fund and we're positive, looking forward that the next release will be given us. Thank
So
you
does
po.
this mean yung mga concern po ni Senator Villa, our chairperson, no? Yung at least we can already tell farmers whatever soil, siguro yung composting, yung mga organic fertilizers probably can be used to increase the nutrients.
Yes, exactly, sir, because we did that for the purpose of the regular monitoring of our soil health. So, we are the National Reference Laboratory of FAO. Actually po, I serve as the chairperson of the Asian Soil Partnership as well as the Asian Regional Laboratory Network. And our laboratories are respected by FAO. So, we are leading in the website there. We provided leadership in terms of the methods and even in the establishment of the Philippine National Soil Laboratory Network. Unique po yun, tayo pa lang ang meron yan all over the world. Kaya natuwa sila because the intention is to harmonize test methods. Dapat po iisa yung method na ginagamit such that the data is comparable across location, locally and globally. So with that upgrading of all our laboratories, all our regional soil laboratories are partners. Kung saan po kinuha yung ating soil sample, iisa po, standardized po ang ating with quality assurance and quality control. Thank you po.
But that's good to hear. That's why the reason why we're asking probably if there is a need also to augment the budget, because I know for a fact that the soil testing is very essential, not to increase the productivity. Dapat compatible lang fertilizer, compatible lang seedlings. So, ilang taon pala. So, kasi alam ko, antiquated daw yung dating equipment natin. I'm very happy to hear.
Yes.
That's a welcome development. And hopefully, yung mga concern si Senator Villar na yung productivity natin will improve because of this upgrade of equipment. But if needed, kung talaga kailangan pa, kung 1.5 billion and 500 million was only, that's why we want to find out because we want to improve to make sure that tama yung ginagawa natin. Baka mamaya buhos lang tayo ng buhos, import ng chemical fertilizer, yung pala hindi compatible, nauubos pa nutrients ng natin, di ba? So for so many years pala, halos bulag tayo dahil ang soil testing natin was antiquated for so many years. So ngayon, hopefully, talagang makatulong yan in the productivity. We can expect better productivity this time.
Yes, thank you very much po. What we have distributed is the state-of-the-art equipment. It is called ICP OES, as well as the carbon hydrogen analyzer. So it can analyze about 60 to 100 samples within 10 minutes. in one run. And actually po, starting this week, we are sending our regional soil laboratory staff as well as the laboratory staff of the Bureau of Soils and Water Management for their training abroad with regards to the use of the equipment. Thank you, sir, for that support.
And likewise, this will be applicable for all crops, no? For rice and also sugar. Di ba
Yes,
kailangan
po.
yan compatible pareho?
Yes, sir.
So, ibig sabihin, Dr. Gina Nilo, for several years, hula-hula lang dahil nga because of the antiquated equipment we have.
Not hula-hula naman, sir, but
Di
maybe
man.
just slow.
Very
Because
slow.
during that time, we are also using atomic absorption spectrometer. That was the latest at that time. But this time, of course, there are new technologies and we keep pace with the new technology. It's still very useful po. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's why I know that this will be a factor. That's why we ask, so we can supplement and even augment so that our farmers will also be briefed or dapat ma-educated kung ano yung babagay doon sa kanilang lupa, ano yung babagay sa kanilang type of seedlings. So thank you, Madam Chair. I just
Maraming
interjected
salamat.
because of yung concerns po ni Senator Villar na ating chairperson.
Madam Chairperson, I'll take advantage of the presence of Dr. Nilo. So one question lang, ma'am. So what is the state of our soils?
Okay, thank you very much po for that question. So we have evaluated the soil fertility for our rice area. 83% of our rice lands. So this is about about 900,000 hectares are moderately low in fertility because this is due to acidity. And this is also the Yes, ma'am. Acidity because the overuse of chemical fertilizer can cause acidity in the soil. And this is the same target areas po for balanced fertilization strategy. Thank you po.
Explain yung balance.
Ang bilis sumagot kasi ni Dr. Nilo sa basta 900,000 hectares
Yes, sir.
of rice land.
Yes, sir. To be
Moderately low in fertility
Yes po.
due to acidity.
Yes po.
Okay. So, tapos matrace.
Ang acidity caused by chemical?
Yes, it's a temporary low infertility because majority of our rice areas are applied with chemical fertilizer before. But that can be corrected. Acidity po can be corrected.
Correct it.
Okay. So for yung mga extreme acidity po, of course, we do liming. But that is not the level of acidity that I am talking about. So, of course, we minimize the use of chemical fertilizer. For the same reason, we are promoting the balanced fertilization strategy. So we are implementing together with Fisheries, ATI, the scaling up of the implementation of balanced fertilization strategy, including our advocacy campaign. So lahat po ng ating mga regional soils partners, regional field offices, we are already making a campaign for the different formula. Meron po kaming tinatawag na combo formula. Combo 2, if your target yield is 3 to 4 tons per hectare. We have combo 3 formula if the target is 5 to 6 tons per hectare. Yes, ma'am. And combo 3 if you want to target 7 to 8 tons per hectare. So in all of this combo, ang estimate po natin, if your target is about 5 to 6 tons per hectare, the same amount of rice straw, 5 to 6 tons can also be generated. And that is the organic fertilizer that we try to compost. Then we add also, of course, organic manure and also biofertilizer that can facilitate the availability, the composition of this organic fertilizer, making available the nutrients that is contained in the agricultural waste. Thank you po.
Hindi ba fill rice ang target natin 5 to 6, 'di ba? Oo, 5 to 6. We're more than 4 now. We're targeting 5 to 6 in the next years, 'di ba? So, and you told me that there is a kind of organic fertilizer, yung sinasabi niya, that can replace the chemical fertilizer. 'Di ba? Yung sinasabi mong yung
Bali-
straw with chicken
Okay.
manure, animal manure and so forth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of the organic fertilizer is to feed the soil. So this means po, when we say we want to feed the soil, pagka-continuous po kasi ang gamit ng chemical fertilizer, parang butas na bulsa, yung nutrient na inilagay mo sa lupa is not stored. The role of the organic fertilizer is to increase the storehouse for nutrient and water. Kaya hindi po nasasayang. When you apply the organic fertilizer, merong storehouse yon. And at the same time, organic fertilizer improves the physical properties of the soil, texture, moisture content, and the chemical properties. But as I said, it is meant to feed the soil. But when we try to feed the plant, the requirement po kasi for nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium is higher. So therefore po, we need addition of inorganic or chemical fertilizer. So, yes ma'am.
Since may additives ka
So
lang,
that's
hindi pure chemical.
Yes, hindi po pure chemical. Kasi po talagang dapat balance, a combination of organic and inorganic. And when we try to feed the plant, yun po ang dahilan kung ba't gumagamit pa tayo ng inorganic fertilizer, because the requirement of the plant is high for NP and K. So yun po, kaya sabay yun. Pero hindi po nasasayang yung inilalagay natin nga yung inorganic fertilizer. Kapag may organic fertilizer, it does not leach down to the groundwater or loss in the water bodies, katulad ng nasabi ni ma'am sa case sa France, or it does not get lost in the air. Kasi po nai-store siya. Kaya yung continuous use po ng combination ng organic and balance inorganic fertilizer, over time, doon po tayo makakatipid. Pabawas ng pabawas po ngayon yung ilalagay nating inorganic fertilizer kasi po may residual effect for the next cropping na i-store. Hindi po siya yung parang isang lagay, tapon. But if you have the organic fertilizer, the storage for water and nutrient is preserved. That's why it is also our adaptation and mitigation initiatives for climate change. Thank you po.
Just to complete the picture, Madam Chair, Dr. Nilo, you mentioned 900,000 hectares. Yan na sinabi mo, moderate.
Moderate low infertility.
Moderately low infertility.
83% of our rice land.
83?
83% of our rice land.
That's all I wanted to know. Pero yung 17, how will you classify the 17% na rice lands?
Thank you.
Higher or lower?
Meron naman po tayong high. Ano po, high fertility areas about, sabi natin mga 7%.
Okay.
Opo, all others, hindi naman po low na low. Basta nakagitna lang po. So that's why yung ating pong mga recommendation is intended for the 83%. Hindi na po tayo sasala nun. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you classified 83% of our soil devoted used as rice lands as moderately low in fertility.
Yes.
7% high.
Yes, sir.
And the 10 would be lower than the moderately low. Tama?
Yes.
Kasi wala na silang paglalagyan eh. It's either
Kasi
above or below eh. So,
meron po kasi tayong high, moderately high, moderately low fertility, and low.
So low. Low na yung
Yes.
10%. Okay,
Yes,
sige, low
sir.
na. Okay,
Thank you
huwag na
po.
tayong mag-ano ng words natin. Okay, sige.
Thank you.
That completes the picture for me.
Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you, Dr. Nila. So, I will just took advantage of your presence. Nandiyan ka na pala. Okay na po, Madam Chairperson. Si Senator Padilla siguro.
I just want to recognize the online presence of Senator Tulfo. Thank you. Okay.
Maraming salamat.
The National Rice Program and go on with the other program. Senator Padilla.
Opo.
Okay.
Ano lang po ako, Madam Chairman. Gusto ko lamang pong sundan yung doon sa fertilizer kanina. Boss, nawala. Si Mesa. Si Sir Arnel de Mesa, si Sir. Sa operations. Ang ganda po, operations eh. Kasi po kami sa Nueva Ecija, bagamat ako po ay taga Bicol din, pero may mga Ang nanay ko po magsasaka. Ang mga kapatid ko po yung magsasaka. Kami po binuhay ng aming lolo sa pagsasaka. Ang naobserbahan ko lang po, nung bata ako, mas progresibo po yung mga magsasaka. Ngayon po kasi, ang nangyari, malungkot po na ang mga magsasaka sa Nueva Ecija, nasa kanila na po lahat ng kalungkutan. Ang mga biging progresibo lang po, yung mga masasabi natin ang kooperatiba nila ay mayayaman. Pero pagdating po dun sa mga kooperatiba na maliliit, hindi po sila talaga masakit man po sabihin, unang-una, pagdating po ng fertilizer, huli na. Minsan, nakabili na po ng fertilizer yung mga magsasaka. Saka dadating yung fertilizer na ibibigay ng gobyerno. Nakabili na po sila. Yung nabili nila, may patong na. Alam niyo naman po yan, na mga magsasaka natin, nang hiram din lang naman ang puhunan yan. Nakabili na. Dadating yung fertilizer, kulang pa. Minsan, pero tingnan din po ninyo, minsan ang local government nakikialam. Nakakalungkot po, sir, kasi ayoko pong kasi napakahalaga po ninyong ahensya dahil pagkain kayo. Pero ako po kasi talaga witness dahil magsasaka po ang aming pinagmulan. Ito po ang nararanasan ng ating mga magsasaka. Bukod po sa pahirapan, sa pagkuha ng mga fertilizer na yan, dadaan pa sa LGU. Hindi po namin maintindihan. Ano bang panelam ng LGU? Pag mahina ka doon sa LGU at hindi ka kapartido nila, huli ka sa bilang. Ano po ba ang pwede po natin gawin dyan? Kasi 50 billion po ang napakaganda pong basahin, napakaganda pong pakinggan ng inyo pong sinasabi. Pero pagdating po sa ground, yun po ang malungkot. Ang Nueva Ecija po ilan lang? How many kilometers away from Metro Manila? English yun, boss. Ito mo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator. Actually, marami pong na-address na concern yung fertilizer discount voucher natin. Kasi po previously, as you mentioned, Sir Senator, na procurement po tayo ng fertilizer. At nagkakaroon po talaga tayo ng problema in the delays, in the procurement, because of the provisions of 9184 and yung distribution pa po. So dahil voucher na po tayo ngayon, the farmer can get the fertilizer kung kailan niya po yung kailangan. At dahil po ngayon, as discussed earlier po, pre-identified na po natin yung mga farmers na nangangailangan. But we are still coordinating with the local governments because DA, as a devolved agency, does not have any manpower directly at the local government. So we are in constant coordination po with our provinces and our municipalities. Pero dahil po,
sir, nabanggit mo kasi yung LGU, sila po ang problema eh. Baka po pwede, nasa kooperatiba na po kayo dinirekta kasi yung mga kooperatiba, mas may sense po silang kausap. Yung LGU po, masyadong politika, boss. Maniwala po kayo sa akin. Dahil hindi po ako politiko. Ako napunta lang dito dahil pinilit ako. At wala na po akong narinig dito sa Kongreso at sa Senado kung hindi utang, dagdag ng budget, ganun po. Wala po. Ako po yung dito para maging tagapagsalita ng magsasaka. Katunayan po yan, sir. Kulang po talaga ang suporta ninyo sa kooperatiba.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator. Actually, nung dumating po si Yusuf Panganiban, isa po sa inintroduce niya na pagbabago po din sa guidelines ng distribution namin ng fertilizer ay ito na pong ibaan through the cooperatives para po mas mapabili. So, your suggestion, sir, Madam Chair, was already incorporated in our dry season distribution po ng fertilizer discount voucher.
Yun lang po ang gusto kong madinig, sir. Invest my case.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're ending our discussion of the National Rice Program. I hope you will transfer that to inbred seed, that yung part of the budget mo na kayo magpo-produce indeed. So we'll go to the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Your Honors, if you will allow Phil Rice to present. Ma'am, dalawa po yung presentation. Yun po yung naging instruction kasi yung sa agency, meron po yata kaming... Yan po yung nabigay. Hindi, meron kami, Ma'am Concon, meron kaming parang iba yata itong... po yung Madam Chair, with your indulgence po, i-present ko lang po ng mabilis yung Phil Rice para po maintindihan din ng kaunti pa. Next slide po. Opo, medyo maliit yata, no? Pero ang Phil Rice po bilang isang, na-create po kami by the virtue of Executive Order 1061 na nilagdan po ni former President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Ang amin pong pinakamandato ay really to do rice research and development. Dito po medyo maliit pero doon po sa kaliwang side, nandun po yung iba't ibang research divisions namin and then nandun po yung mga research programs din namin. Dito naman po sa right side, nandito po yung mga branch stations natin na yung pong output from the research, yung initial na scaling na tinatawag, tinetesting po natin sa mga branch stations natin through their AORs. Gusto pong banggitin ito para pag diniscuss natin yung RCEP, maiko-connect nyo din po na paano yung R&D ng PhilRice ay nakapag-input din sa RCEP. Ngayon po, gusto ko rin banggitin doon sa dinidiscuss ni Ma'am Gina kanina, yung pong aming agronomy soils division, meron po yung laboratory. Kasama po siya sa network doing the fertilizer, yung pong soil health testing natin. Next slide po. Dito po gusto ko lang ipakita na marami pong areas na nakaka-contribute ang ating research. Yung pong varietal development, mas makikita po ninyo yan later sa RCEP. Tayo po ay nagko-conserve din ng germplasm. Mahalaga po yung mga traditional varieties natin na mai-sinop. Yan po ay nasa mga gene banks natin. Dahil meron pong mga pagkakataon, meron po tayong mga communities that they want to go back to their traditional varieties dahil doon po angkop yung kanilang mga pananim na ito. So nandun lang po sa atin sa gene bank natin. Ang PhilRice po ay meron ding research on farm machinery development, pero sa rice lang po. Yung sa PhilMec kasi ay practically other crops except rice. And then yung sa crop management, ito po, dito din po kami nakaka-contribute dun sa sinasabi ni Doc Gina on yung for example dun sa balanced fertilization. Next slide po. Ito po yung sa development naman, of course, yung learning materials. We, as PhilRice Agency, dito namin pinapalaganap yung mga bagong kaalaman. And then, ito pong Rice Biz Program, dito po yung ginagawa natin dito since 2017. Nagka-cluster po tayo ng 50 to 100 hectares na farms. Dito po ina-encourage natin yung farmer to become entrepreneurial. Dito natin dinadala yung mga outputs din ng R&D para in a wider scale masubukan po ng farmers. Next slide po. Yun po yung Philrice bilang R&D. Ngayon po, dahil po sa magandang batas po na, of course, thank you very much po kay Senator Villar, naging bahagi po ngayon ng Philrice dito sa Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Gusto ko lang pong i-update kayo na as of to date, mahigit na pong 10 million bags na 20 kilos per bag ang na-distribute natin to about 1 million rice farmers po na and then meron din po tayong techno-demo dito. Ito po ay part din ng research. Pero ito po ang pinapakita natin dito, yung mga varieties na pinamimigay natin sa farmers, how they really perform. Kasama din po dito yung ibang components din ng RCEP. Kasi sa techno-demo, nandun yung variety na pinamimigay, na i-introduce din po yun yung mechanization at kung may mga bagong kaalaman sa fertilizer, pwede din po doon ilagay. Bahagi din po dito dahil sa original na budget po ng RCEP, walang fertilizer. Pero dahil po dito sa mga techno-demo, meron po yung tinatawag na -1 element. Kung wala kang maibibigay na fertilizer sa farmer, at least malaman niya through that technique yung ano ba yung kulang sa kanyang lupa. And therefore, kung limited yung resources niya, pwede niyang ituon. Pag alam niya, ito pala yung kulang sa lupa niya, and therefore, dun siya magfo-focus. That can mitigate yung deficiency ng kanyang production na po maging higher pa rin yung productivity niya. Dito po yung increase in certified seed use. Nag-umpisa po tayo noong 2020 dry season, 85%. Ito po yung gumagamit at tinatanim talaga. And then ngayon po ay nasa 97% na po tayo. And then yung pong paggamit ng seed, nag-umpisa po parang halos 93 kilos per hectare. Ngayon po ay nandun na po tayo sa 61. Ma-imagine po natin yung significance nito, yung reduction ng seeding rate. Dahil kung less na yung ginagamit ng farmer na seeds, pwede nang maging bigas yung iba doon. So nakaka-contribute po siya. At yung productivity po, ngayon from the baseline sa dry season, alam po natin dalawa yung season natin. Pagka tag-araw, nag-baseline tayo nung 2019 dry season, 3.63. Ngayon po ay nasa 4.27 metric tons per hectare. Pagka naman tag-ulan, 2019 wet season baseline data, 3.69 po. Ngayon po ay nasa 4.03 metric tons per hectare. Next slide po. Ito naman po yung sa extension. Of course po, yung mga hindi natin kasi kayang gawin tayo-tayo lang. So we need to, kumbaga, i-multiply natin yung mga specialist. At dito po yung mga accomplishments natin to date. Meron na po tayong 470 rice specialist na pag-graduate. Meron din pong mahigit 1,500 na trainers. And pati po yung mga farmers that we directly trained. And we have reached through our briefing materials, ang estimate po natin, more than 5.5 million. Yung pong distribution ng learning materials, normally po pag nagdi-distribute tayo ng seeds in partnership with LGUs and also with the regional field offices po ng ating DA, sumasabay po sila kaya naipapamigay po yan ng tuloy-tuloy. Next slide po. Ito po yung gusto naming i-highlight. Sana po mas malaki siya, no? Pero pansinin po natin, ito related din siguro dun sa pinag-usapan ng condition ng mga lupa. Pansinin po natin dun sa left side ng yield map. Ito po, based ito sa data ng RCEP. Kaya yung mga puti, yan po yung hindi kasama sa RCEP muna. Yung pong kulay na orange, yun po yung pinaka nasa taas, yung legend. Ito po yung mga lugar na ang ani po less than 3 tons per hectare. And then yung yellow, mas mataas ng konti, between 3 to 4 tons. Yung green, mas mataas pa din ng konti, 4.1 to 5 tons per hectare. At yung kulay blue, 5 tons or more. Nung nag-umpisa po yung RCEP, ito po yung nandun sa left side. Sana po ma-appreciate din ninyo, after 4 seasons, mapapansin po ninyo, mas marami na yung yellow, mas marami na yung green, mas marami yung blue. Yan po yung sa pagtutulungan po ng lahat. Yan po yung nagawa din natin. Of course, ito po yung sa provinces na nasakop ng RCEP. Next slide po. Yung pong kanina ay sa dry season, ngayon naman po sa wet season, ang pattern po ay ganun pa din. Nag-umpisa tayo, mas marami yung mabababa ang production, less than 3 tons per hectare. Pero ngayon po, pagpapansinin natin sa latest na implementation, 2021 wet, yung kanan, kaunti na po yung orange. Meron pa rin pong yung orange na natiling orange. Ito po siguro hindi lang papalit ng seed ang pwedeng solusyon baka mas malalim pa. Pero sa pangkalahatan po, I think visually, I hope you can appreciate yung pong nagawa din ng program. Next slide po. Ito po yung sa budget naman, yung sa field rice at saka po yung sa RCEP, makikita po ninyo yung sa RCEP ay 3.1, yung sa seeds po ay 3 billion every year, 100 million po yung sa extension. Isa po kami sa agencies na kasama doon. Next slide po. Opo, ito po yung, wala po kaming na-recast, gusto lang po naming i-share dito. And I think may slide pa po ba? Opo. Yan. Next slide po. Next slide po. Opo. So, yun po yung I think kabuuan nung, meron pa ba? Next slide po. Opo. Thank you po.
Okay, we recognize Senator Tulfo to ask the question. Ba't mahina? Audio, there's no audio. Sa kanya?
Ano po mga ginagawa nila para masiguro na itong mga ito ay may kalalagyan? Does anybody know from the DA what is people? Kapag hindi po nila kilala to, ako po magsasabi sa kanila kung sino mga to.
Hindi na dinig yung una. Senator Tulfo, can you repeat it? We didn't hear the first part of your manifestation.
Okay, Madam Chair, dalawa lang po ang aking issue rito. Dalawang katanungan as a matter of fact. Ang una kong katanungan po is kung kakilala po or kilala po ng mga taga-DA itong mga pangalang babanggitin ko. Michael Yang, Andrew Chang, Lea Cruz, at Manuel Tan.
Okay. O, sino sasagot po sa inyo? 4 na names.
Opo.
Kilala nyo yan. Sagutin nyo. Who will answer? Alam ko, Lea Cruz is connected with onion and garlic. What are the other names? Manuel?
Michael Yang po. Itong pinaka...
ano pangalan?
Pagdating po sa smuggling.
Michael Yang?
Michael Yang, Andrew Chang, Manuel Tan.
Manuel Tan, Andrew Chan.
Po ating mga taga-DA nandyan, Madam Chair. Mukhang all of a sudden, nagkaroon sila ng amnesia o dili kaya nagkaroon sila ng dementia.
O ano? May sasagot ba? O can you explain to them the names? Kasi mukhang nag-amnesia na nga.
Opo. Si Manuel Tan po ay smuggler po ng gulay na naka-base po yung kanyang base ay Subic and Cagayan de Oro and Batangas. Si Lea Cruz po, MICP and Cagayan de Oro. Si Andrew Chang, MICP. Si Michael Yang, all over the Philippines. Lahat po ng puerto or port sa Pilipinas, meron pong ipinapasok na smuggled na gulay itong si Michael Yang. At ang nakakarating po sa akin, kaya hindi po nakakapagsalita, yung mga taga-DA, mukhang karamihan sa kanila ay friendship po. Friendship itong mga taong nabanggit ko. Kaya siguro po, wala sila maisabi.
Si Lea Cruz.
Lea Cruz po sa MICP po to at Cagayan de Oro. Ito pong si Manuel Tan, Subic, Cagayan de Oro, and Batangas. Ito pong si Andrew Chang, MICP. Ito pong si Michael Yang, sa lahat po ng port sa Pilipinas, meron po itong inismagel. MICP, POM, Batangas, Cagayan de Oro, Subic, lahat po. Ito atang pinaka-kingpin pagdating po sa smuggling ng gulay. Itong si Michael Michael Yang, excuse me. At itong si Michael Yang, mahilig daw ho itong maging kaibigan ng mga taga-DA. Hindi naman po lahat, pero halos lahat po ata mga taga-DA dyan, lalo na sa enforcement o sa inspection, monitoring, mukhang kaibigan niya po ata. Kaya nga po, yung mga taga-DA ngayon, wala pong gusto magsalita.
Puro vegetable ba ho ito, Senator Tulfo?
Opo, madam. Opo, madam Chair.
So, sino ba yung nagbibigay ng permit sa vegetable importation? So, we acknowledge Mr. Glenn Panganiban to answer, to manifest what he can say about these people.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Senator Tulfo. Sir, personally, I do not know the people that you have mentioned, but regarding po sa ating efforts on, kung nabanggit niyo po, sir, ay nag-i-smuggle po sila. Kami po sa DA, in coordination po with the DA Intelligence and Enforcement Unit, at ang ating pong AMAS ay simula po nung tayo po ay na-designate sa BPI 2 months ago, ay tuloy-tuloy po ang ating efforts, sir, sa pakikipagtulungan sa kanila upang ma-prevent po itong smuggling. Actually, sir, meron din po kaming mga reports nga dito na dala. And also, sir, we have coordinated with the Bureau of Customs para po maiparating sa kanila na ito nga po, meron pong mga reports ng smuggling. That's why I think early this month po, ay sila po ay nag-issue ng Customs Memorandum Circular, sir.
Okay,
For,
sabi niyo po,
to prevent,
tuloy-tuloy po
yes,
ang
sir.
ginagawa niyong monitoring. On the other hand, tuloy-tuloy po ang pag-smuggle ng gulay nitong 4 na mga tao na aking pong nabanggit. Now, kung talagang tuloy-tuloy po ang ginagawa niyong monitoring, sana po marami na ho kayong nahuli. Kasama po yung Bureau of Customs. Sana po nakabasa na ho tayo ng mga press releases tungkol po dun sa mga gulay na naharang nyo. Kasi po, bare months, alam naman po natin siguro lahat, lalo po kayo, bare months dito po malakas yung importation ng lahat ng klaseng mga kargamento, lahat ng klaseng produkto. Pero dito po lumalakas din po yung importation ng mga gulay at karamihan po ay mga smuggled. So ito pong si Michael Yang, pag-alagala lang po ito sa MICP, ito pong si Manuel Tan, ito pong si Andrew Chang, alam po ito ng mga taga Bureau of Customs at alam ko po, alam niyo mga ito, kilala niyo mga ito. Hindi niyo kilala personally siguro, pero kilala niyo po na smuggler ito na pwede niyo naman pong bantayan ang kanilang mga kargamento, pwede niyo naman po i-monitor ang kanilang mga shipment. Alam niyo naman po yung kanilang mga consignee, di po ba? Although marami mga consignee ito, gumagamit ng paiba-ibang consignee, pero there is a way to monitor who are the consignees being used by these people. Alam niyo na po yan. Matagal na po kayo sa DA siguro. At siyempre, pwede naman ho kayo makipag-usap sa mga taga-CIIS, sa mga taga-Bureau of Customs para masiguro na ginagawa niyo po talagang trabaho niyo. Kasi sa ngayon, sir, sorry ang tingin ko, moro-moro lang po yung mga pinagsasabi nyo ngayon dyan when it comes to smuggling that you're doing something. Well, maybe you're doing something but you're not doing enough. That's what I'm trying to say, sir. Kasi, sir,
Madam Chairman,
we have to protect the farmers.
Yes po. May I answer?
Let me continue, sir. Let me continue. Listen to me. Listen carefully and listen good. Nagkakaroon ng snowball, sir, pag nagkakaroon ng smuggling. Okay. Naapektuhan po yung kalusugan ng ating mga consumer. Why? Tell you. Ngayon, bubuelta ako dito sa tinatawag natin sa safety and handling ng mga gulay. I'm talking about sa Benguet po. Okay. Ito pong mga farmers natin, they cannot compete dito po sa mga ipinapasok na smuggling na gulay dahil mura nga po. Therefore, nabubulok po karamihan sa mga gulay nila, nasasayang. And there are instances naman, nag-spray po sila ng mga insecticide. Okay? They spray the insecticide sa kanilang mga gulay and then pag dumating yung time na nakita nila hindi pa pumapasok yung mga smuggled goods, ay yung mga smuggled na gulay, makinig kayo sir habang yung mga smuggled na mga gulay ay paparating pa lang ng bansa. Right? And then itong mga farmers, nakita nila na tumaas yung presyo dahil wala pa yung mga smuggled na gulay, tumaas yung presyo kahit na hindi pa po dapat i-harvest yan kasi 2 or 3 days pa lamang ka-spray ng insecticide, harvestin na po nila yan. at ibebenta po sa merkado, sino pong tatamaan dyan? Yung mga consumer po, magkakasakit ng kung anong klaseng sakit, lung cancer, kidney, failure, lahat na po klase ng sakit na dulot po ng pagkonsumo ng insecticide na hindi po nalinis sa gulay dahil premature ang harvest because the farmers ay hinahabol po nila yung pag-harvest ng gulay sapagkat mataas ang presyo. At lahat po ito gawa po ng mga smuggler. Nag-guess niyo po, sir? And dapat po kayo dyan sa DA, kayo rin po, meron dapat kayo monitoring team para tinitingnan lahat po nag-spray ng insecticide kung kailan na expiration na mawala na yung residue na insecticide na pwede nang harvest. Part of your job yan na monitoring. And in fact, I was informed na wala ko kayong ginagawa monitoring. Sir.
May I answer, Madam Chairman? Yes, pa. Yes, pa. Senator Tulfo, thank you po for the information that you gave, and of course, we will take it to heart. Yun nga po, nabanggit ko po una, yung aming pong coordination with the Bureau of Customs, it resulted in, kasi po dati sir, yung sa x-ray po nila, ay tayo po ay kumbaga nakakasilip po lamang, but because of our coordination with the Bureau of Customs Commissioner, kami po ay pinayagan na yung ating mga tao natin na maglagay na talaga ng physical presence doon sa x-ray, so masusuyod na po nating mabuti. Also, sir, we are also monitoring yung sa safety ng ating mga gulay. Meron po tayong Plant Product Safety Services Division, ang Bureau of Plant Industry, kung saan po tayo, sir, ay from the production practices pa lang po, yung good agricultural practices pa lang po, sir, ay atin na pong ini-encourage yung tamang pag-grow at tamang pag-manage ng ating mga gulay. Of course, sir, yung sa smuggled, sir, we take it to heart na talaga pong bantayan itong mga ito. But of course, we would also need, sir, the support of other government agencies, kaya po kami ay nakikipag-collaborate sa mga law enforcement entities po natin, sir. Thank you po.
Okay, sige po. So, I trust na ito po ang pag-uusap natin, hindi po ito moro-moro lang, hindi po ito ningas-kugon. So by next year po siguro or by December, even before December, meron na po siguro tayong dapat nahuli ng mga smuggler ng mga gulay. Kasi dito po nagpapaspasan po ito mga smuggler ng gulay pagdating ng bare months. Alam niyo po ito, di ba? So meron po tayong November and December na tutodo ito mga smuggler ng gulay. So bantayan niyo po ito mga taong na binanggit ko sa inyo, bantayan niyo po yung kanilang mga consignee. Napakadali lang po manghuli kung gusto niyo po. Alam na po ng mga taga Bureau of Customs yan. In fact, I'll tell you what, karamihan po sa mga taga Bureau of Customs yan, yung mga district director, hindi naman lahat, alam na alam po nila kung sino-sino po yung mga smuggler na yan. Of course, syempre, kailangan meron silang kaibigan sa DA para yung pagpasok nito mga smuggler na gulay, mapapacilitate na maayos dahil makakapag-produce ng mga kung ano pang mga papers na palalabasin na itong mga smuggled gulays ay legal. Nag-gets niyo po, sir?
Madam Chair, may I? James Laig, ma'am.
Recognize.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair, Senator Tulfo, sir, I would like to give you some inputs on our efforts with regards to the curbing out agricultural smuggling. I was appointed just last month and was given the directive by the Secretary, our Secretary, President Bongbong Marcos, to ensure that we'll be able to curb out agricultural smuggling. So sir, ang first effort nga natin dito to the directive of our Senior Undersecretary Panganiban is to be serious dun sa implement ng anti-agricultural smuggling law. So, ang unang ginawa natin dito is yung BOC, sir, binigyan natin ng strict directive na no permits smuggled yon dapat huliin without SPSIC coming from the Bureau from the Department of Agriculture, outright smuggling agad siya. So, wala nang ifs and buts. So, I believe, sir, ang first border is the mandate of BOC together with us. So, ang nangyayari, yung tatawid sa kanila, yun, sir, ang hinahabol namin ng follow-up operations, especially pagka nasa market na. and warehouses. And we are also coordinating with the NICA in order to harmonize efforts of on economic intelligence, sir, so that all other intelligence units, we can utilize them in order for us to really cut down on the smuggling of agricultural products. Yun po ang effort natin ngayon, sir. And the Department of Agriculture is will already creating the Office of Regulations and Enforcement. Ngayon pa lang, sir, i-create. So with that, sir, hopefully we'll be able to address yung concerns niyo, concerns ng ating mga kababayan. Yun lang po, sir.
Sounds good. Okay, ito na lang po. Sir, kung totoo yung sinasabi ninyo, mukhang maganda yan at yan po siguro ang sagot para mabawasan po itong agricultural smuggling. Now, ang tanong ko naman, sir, follow-up question. Sa ngayon po, habang wala pa yung inflation sistema na bagit nyo na hopefully soon, gumagawa ba kayo ng random checking ng mga container na papasok sa mga pier na suspected na maaring meron pong smuggled na gulay dyan? Kasi karamihan po sa mga smuggled na gulay ito ay misdeclared. Are you doing random checking? And if you do that, then may I know kung anong mga araw kayo gumagawa ng random checking at sino-sino po yung mga involved sa random checking at sino-sino po mga kasama mga agencies. I need a record of those para masiguro na hindi po tayo naggumagawa-gawa ng istorya na nagmoro-moro lang po itong pinag-uusapan natin.
Yes, sir. We'll submit the activities already done in the past few weeks already when we started coordinating with BOC. Pero ang mas malakas na effort natin ngayon, sir, is pag tumawid na, sir, sa merkado. Yun ang hinahabol namin.
No, do not wait hanggang sa tumawid sa merkado dahil kapag yan po yung nakalabas na sa gate ng customs, believe me, believe you, mahirap na pahabulin yan. Come on. Dapat, sir, bago lumabas ng customs area, bago lumabas ng pier, naharang na po ninyo. Kaya nga po yung sasabi ko, gumagawa po sana kayo ng random checking bago lumabas ng gate. Hold nyo po muna itong mga container ba na nakapila. Sandali, random checking lamang. Titingnan namin kung ano bang laman ito. Buksan natin. Pasukin natin itong container.
Yes,
Tingnan natin baka may nakasingit na gulay. Ganun pong ibig sabihin. Huwag nyo na po hintayin makapunta ng merkado. Para po yan, pag hintayin nyo pang makapunta ng merkado, talaga mahirapan kayo matrace na yan.
Yes, Mr. Chair. What I'm saying is yung ano na, sir, yung follow-up operations yan. But we are already coordinating BOC doing the random checks. I think Director Panganiban can give further details po.
Sir, makasingit lang, sir. It hurts me. Para bang niloloko niyo po ang taong bayan. Naglulukohan po tayo. Kayo at saka taga Bureau of Customs, parang ginagago niyo lang po kami na wag ko nga mag-alala. Pagdating po, paglabas po ng merkado, hanapin po namin yan. Parang something to that effect yung ibig mo sabihin. Come on, dapat bago lumabas ng customs area, na-check nyo na at naharang nyo na. Bakit pa natin hintayin na makalabas? At sa kanyo habulin, mahirap nang hanapin po yan.
Yes, Mr. Senator, if I may po, si Glenn po ulit. Sir, sa part po ng Bureau of Plant Industry and other DA agencies, sir, tama po kayo. Magkakasama po kami doon sa port of entry pa lang sa ports natin with the DA agencies, with the Bureau of Customs, and yung po yung mga CIIS nga po. So before po ilabas ng mga ports ay naando naman po tayo, nagche-check po tayo. So kinaklasify naman po yung mga agricultural goods as yun nga po, dapat talagang inspeksyonin. Meron po silang mga classification yan. Of course, sir, this is before pa naman dito, nagbibigay po tayo ng mga sanitary and phytosanitary import clearances para po, sir, masigurado nga yun, yung integrity, kung saan siya galing, kung sino po ang nag-i-import. So, sir, yun nga po, salamat po sa information, sir, at lalo po namin tututukan ito, sir.
Okay.
Senator Tulfo, I just want to manifest something. I'm asking the AMAS, that's the head of, rather the BAI, who is in charge of the first border facility. I'm asking them to build this year because binigyan sila ng budget previous year, hindi rin nila binild yung first border facility. I asked them to build in Subic, in Batangas, in Davao City, and Cebu City. Oo, pinababago ko yung budget nila na yun ang i-focus nila, yung ating first border facility para dito sa 4 na port na to. At siguro, agri-importation, dito lahat dadaan. Hindi pwede dumaan kung saan-saan. Dito lang sa 4 na to. 1 in Mindanao, 1 in Visayas, 2 in Luzon. Subic for Central, Northern and Car, and Batangas for Southern and Bicol. So I hope this will help solve this problem of smuggling and at the same time prevent diseases from coming to the Philippines. Yun lang po ang binago namin sa budget ngayon ng BAI. BAI ba ang in charge nito? Di ba? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hindi pa ho nasasagot, Madam Chair, yung tanong ko kanina sa mga taga-DA na bigyan ho tayo, Madam Chair, ng record ng kanilang ginawang monitoring, yung kanilang po mga binuksan ng mga container van at ano po yung nakita nila doon sa mga binuksan nilang container van, anong pangalan po ng mga consignee, and ilan na po yung nahuli nila. Kapag nahuli nila, anong ginagawa nila doon sa huli and things like that. So kung talagang gumagawa po sila monitoring, nagtatrabaho sila, and then I need those dates na sila gumawa ng monitoring and how many container vans randomly na binuksan nila at ano po naging resulta noon. Kasi nga po, madali naman magsalita, Madam Chair, na sabihin, pumunta kami doon, nagmo-monitor kami, continuous yung monitoring namin, wala naman sila napipakitang dokumento pertaining to that except laway. Hindi po pwede sa akin yung lip service.
Yes, sir. Mr. Senator. Sorry.
Go ahead po, sir.
Yeah.
The Philippines. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. We'll comply accordingly.
Madam Chairman, if I may just add. Opo. Actually, sir, sa amin pong pag-inspection at paghuli, kami po yung nakahuli, sir, ng 58 million worth of drugs. Actually.
So drugs ang nahuli mo.
Napadaan po sa agricultural po. Yes, sir.
Good yan. Good yan.
Opo.
Good yan.
Yes,
So,
sir.
ang gusto
We
ko,
will
sir,
report this to you po, sir. Lahat po. Salamat po, sir.
Thank you po. Pero sir, salamat po, nakahuli kayo ng drugs. Pero how about agriculture products, sir? Okay, thank you po, sir. Sasaluduhan
Yes, sir. Meron din po. Meron din po, sir. Ano po namin sa inyo, sir. I-report po namin sa inyo yung nationwide efforts po namin, sir. Hindi lang po ito nasa merkado na, kundi na andun pa lang sa port, sir. And we will report, sir, yung proseso.
of those effort ninyo na kayo po'y nag-open randomly, nag-check, nagmo-monitor na mga container suspected of having smuggled gulay sa container van na yon. Yun po yung ibig sabihin. Give me a record para malaman ko po kung
Yes po, sir.
trabaho kayo. Dahil kapag wala ko kayo may provide sa akin ng record, so ibig sabihin ito si Michael Yang, Andrew Chang, Lea Cruz at Manuel Tan ay palaging happy.
Yes, sir. We will submit, sir.
Gusto ko po sila maging malungkot.
Complete report, sir.
Sir, makinig ka. Kapag malungkot itong 4 na to, masaya yung mga farmers natin. Pag masaya yung mga farmers natin, masaya yung mga Pilipino. Di po ba? Tama? Ayoko naman sila maging masaya lang mga smuggler, mga taga-DIET, mga taga-Bureau of Customs. Pangit po yun.
Yes, sir. We will submit the complete report. Yes, sir.
Thank you po, sir. At last na lamang po, sir. Madam Chair, last na lamang. Meron ho ba tayo na po provide na medical assistance para sa mga farmers natin bukod sa PhilHealth?
Ang alam ko po, provision niya ng coconut levy, Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Fund. Nagbigay po tayo ng 500 million para sa financial assistance to coconut farmers. I don't know, kasi yun po ay bagong ginawang batas natin last year. Wala po yata tayong ibang sector ng agrikultura na binigyan ng financial assistance except the coconut farmers. Kaya po yan galing sa kanilang Coco Levy Fund na entitlement nila sa nakinolekta ng gobyerno sa kanila. Maybe we can ask the others from the USEC Panganiban if there are others wala daw po except yung sa coconut farmers.
Okay. So, wala po. Siguro yan po isang dapat pagtuunan ng pansin ng ating mga taga-DA na mabigyan po ng benefits po special health benefits itong ating mga farmers. Now, isa na lamang po, Madam Chair, sa mga taga-DA, balik po tayo doon sa proper handling, safety and proper handling pagdating sa harvest. Marami na po ako
Hindi, we can ask you sa panganiban yung inyong medyo doubtful na mga ngayon, maglagay kayo ng konti for the other farmers kasi meron naman tayong makikita sa budget natin and then you will make one next year. But this year, maybe for 2023, you can find something na hindi masyado importante do sa budget nyo and transfer it para Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Isa na lamang po, Madam Chair. Hindi masyado nasagot. Di ako happy and satisfied doon sa sagot ng ating mga taga-DA. Yung pong sa pag nag-harvest ng mga gulay, ang ating mga farmers, napipilitan po silang mag-harvest dahil habulin po yung mataas na presyo and therefore, mapangalan po yun, especially ka-spray lang po nila ng insecticides. Kapag nag-spray ho kasi ng insecticide, there is a number of days that they have to observe bago nila ma-harvest yun. Okay? Ang nangyari kasi, spray lang about 3 days or 4 days pa lamang and then tumaas yung presyo ng gulay, harvestin na agad nila yon para maibenta sa merkado, para mahabol bago dumating yung mga smuggling na gulay. So dapat merong monitoring team, ang DA, to make sure na tama yung pag-harvest, malinis na yung gulay na in-harvest from the residues of the insecticides. Meron ho bang monitoring ganon, mga taga-DA?
Yes.
Answer the food
Madam.
safety.
Madam, if I may. Yes po. Under WF Plant Industry din po, Senator Tulfo, we have Plant Product Safety Services Division. We do have monitoring, sir, and we have testing sa mga laboratories natin ng pesticide residue. Yun nga lang, sir, talaga pong limited ang ating kakayahan pa. Kaya sir, kung kung inyo po kami masusuportahan, ay tatanawin po namin talagang napakalaking utang loob sa inyo. Safety, apo sir.
I will support 1,000,000%. Kung ang pinag-usapan natin dito ay ang health ng mamamayang Pilipino. Kasi nga po, kapag hinarvest yan na 3 days after makapag-spray ng insecticide, at yan po, kahit nahugas-hugasan ng maraming beses yan, nakain po ng consumer yan, there's a big chance na in the long run, magkakasakit po ng cancer yung mga nakakain yan. So,
yes sir, tama po. So sir, yun nga po, before pa lang niya i-harvest, yung pong sinasabi ko po kanina, yung good agricultural practices, yun po ang ating ini-encourage at yun po ang ating ini-implement. Meron po tayong mga pa-training sa ating mga farmers. Just last month sir, nagpa-field gap summit po tayo sa Region 2 at inattendan po ito ng almost 300 farmers po and cooperatives para po ating ma-encourage nga yung pag-produce ng safe na pagkain. Yes, sir.
So ngayon, are you saying dahil kulang po kayo sa budget siguro, kulang sa manpower, so pasensya na lang, pag meron diyang farmer na kailangan niya ng pera at medyo pasaway din, kahit na hindi pa dapat i-harvest, kaya spell niya ng pesticide o insecticide at binenta sa merkado, pasensya na lang, bato-bato sa langit. Ang tamaan dyan ng pesticide na makakain, huwag magalit.
Sir, wag naman po sana na dumating doon sa ganun. Kaya nga po, yun nga po, ina-encourage natin, sir. Opo, realidad, sir. Pero yan po yung sa field gap nga natin, sir. Yung good agricultural practice. Yun po yung itinuturo natin sa ating mga producers, sir.
I believe you, sir. But what I'm saying is, it really happens. And it's happening. And that, meron pong panganib. Sir, don't laugh. Don't smile, sir. Wag ho kayong tumawa, sir. Seryoso tong question ko, sir. Buhay ng mga tao ang nakasalalay dito. Wag ho kayo nakangisi dyan, sir. Meron kayong binubulungan sa bandang kanan nyo at nakangisi kayo, sir. Don't do that, sir, please. We're being serious here. Okay? Buhay po ng mga tao ang nakasalalay dito. Yung bang mga gulay at prutas na hindi pa dapat i-harvest dahil contaminated pa po ng mga pesticide, hindi pa dumating doon sa time na kailangan sila ma-harvest dahil hindi pa natanggal yung residue, and then hinarvest, pinilit ng farmer for whatever reason, and then nakain po ng tao. At kapag nakain po ng tao yan, then malaki pong posibilidad na magkakasakit po, tatamaan po ng maraming sakit at isa na dyan, cancer. Nag-guess niyo po, sir?
Yes, sir. Sir, pasensya na po kasi po ang sabi lang po sa akin kanina ay bigyan po ng suporta yung sa food safety kaya po okay napangiti kaya dahil po susuportahan na po, sir. Salamat po.
Po yan. So for the meantime, sir, you have to tell the people. Siguro, sir, ito na po, sir, advice ko sa iyo. Dapat po, impormahan nyo rin po yung mga farmers to educate them, tell them na huwag gawin yan. And then siguro po, para magkaroon ng tinatawag ng mga concerned citizen, so meron po yung mga concerned citizen na makakita na yung farmer nag-harvest kahit spray lang niya ng insecticide, pesticide, dahil kulang pala kayo sa manpower, then yun po yung magsusumbong sa inyo. At dapat po magkaroon kayo ng hotline para kapag nakarating sa inyong sumbong yung kahit nakulang kayo sa tao, then pwede nyo po itap yung PNP, pwede nyo po itap ang barangay, pwede nyo po itap yung Bureau of Plant Industry, etc. etc. Di po ba?
Sir, tama po. Sir, kasama po yun sa good agriculture practice, yung information dissemination, hanggang sa training, sir, hanggang yun nga po sa monitoring and evaluation. So, thank you po, sir, sa inyong payo, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you po, sir. Madam Chair, maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Yun lang po yung questions ko po, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Tulfo. We go on now to our presentation. We'll go to the Philippine Center for Post-Harvest and Mechanization, or PhilMech, which is with regards to rice also.
Thank you very much,
The
Madam
rice.
Chair.
Okay.
I'm going to present the fiscal year 2023 National Expenditure Program plus RCEP plus Coconut Fund. It's being lodged at the Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization. So, Madam Chair, we have a total budget of 5.977 billion, and our personal services is of the budget is 2.51%. We have 0.86% overhead. We have 1.2% for our research, and for the program is 95.43%. Next slide, please. Now, for the regular fund, for the personal services, we have a percentage share of almost 40%. Our overhead is 51,223,000, about 13.57%. For research, we allocated, or we have 72 million, or about 19.08%. And for the program, 104 million, or 27.61%, with a total budget of 377,412,000. Now, next slide, please. For the regular fund, our researchers focus on in support for the RCEP and the location. Yes, ma'am. Yes po, sa RCEP and the other regular programs that we have is also in support to our rice. So for the in support to rice program, we have 6 researches on rice, including research in support to RCEP. And yes, ma'am. My apologies po. I will just focus on rice. So next slide, please. Yes, for the rice, so our budget for the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, mechanization component is 5 billion. So I will disregard here the Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Fund for 500 million. And support for the training and extension component of RCEP is 100 million. So all in all, for the RCEP, we have 5.1 billion for RCEP. Next slide, please. For the programs and projects in support, again, for RCEP, we have 52 million or 51%. For the regular extension in support to RCEP also is 36 million. So, yeah, my apologies, Madam Chair, because the facilities program is incorporated in our budget also. Next slide, please. For the 2023 intervention, so we have the physical target, programs and projects conducted, extension, support, and the RCEP mechanization component, and the program conducted shared, that's coconut. So all in all, for the rice program of PhilMec, we have 5.1 billion. Next slide, please.
You have a regular budget for PhilMec in addition to the provision of RCEP, which is 5.1 billion. Where is your regular budget of PhilMec? The regular one, it's different. The RCEP is different from your regular budget.
Yes, Madam Chair.
The DA will give you a regular budget, but you have an additional budget for PhilMec, for RCEP. So I don't see.
It was plus in the second slide, Madam Chair.
How much is the regular budget of PhilMec?
377 million.
Where does it go?
It goes to the projects in support to RCEP mechanization, like for example the rice mill component.
You give away rice mill?
No, Madam Chair. We are having research, for example, the brown rice mill, the compact rice mill, and we have also a project on the fluidized bed
You don't have
dryer.
a separate presentation on your regular budget?
So we have, Madam Chair.
Because you have to separate. Iba yung RCEP, iba yung COCO levy fund, iba yung regular budget mo. Diba?
Yes, my apologies on that.
I'm confused. I'm confused. Can you make don't mix them up. Yeah. Commingled na yun eh. Hindi na natin makita. Iba yung RCEP, iba yung mechanization ng COCO levy, iba yung mechanization ng RCEP, iba yung regular budget mo. We want to see all of those. Since no one is asking naman, can you give me that na lang? We will stop the presentation and give me that different yung iyong regular budget from DA, iba yung RCEP, iba yung COCO levy fund.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Meron ka pa bang ibang budget na binibigay sa iyo aside from that?
Wala na po, yun lang.
Bigyan mo na lang ako, pag hiwalay mo, naku-confuse ako dyan eh.
Yes, we will do that, Madam Chair.
And I just want to ask this question because yung previous I want to inform Yusek Panganiban, yung previous head ng bumili na sila ng machinery for PhilMec. Yung previous head ng PhilMec hindi binabayaran. Na-deliver na yung machine. So, pag hindi yun nabayaran, wala na silang ability na mag-bid ulit pag tayo namili ng machine ngayon. Kung hindi natin babayaran. Kinwestiyon nila, ba't ganon? Pero na-explain naman ng ayos. So, gusto ko sana, allow mo nang bayaran yon para tapos na yon kasi na-deliver na yon at na-deliver na yon at na-explain naman na mali yung assumption nyo kaya nagmahal yon, may dinagdag kayo na additional dun sa machine na nagpamahal dun sa machine. So sana bayaran nyo na para this year pag kayo uli, maka-participate yung mga supplier na yon kasi para yung bidding ngayon this year for the machine, makasama sila. Kasi pag hindi nyo binayaran yun, hindi na sila makakasama sa bidding at wala na silang pera. Oo. Ano yun mahigit sa, ano ba yun? Ilang bilyon yun? 1.7 billion na na-deliver na nila, na-accept na nagkakagulo kayo. Kayo din ang gumulo sa pagbabayad doon. Tapusin nyo na to kasi ang gulo naman ito. Kasi kaya natin gusto na maging efficient tayo sa PhilMec because ikaw ang pinakamalaking budget sa Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Paguguluhin mo yon, masisira yung Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund na na implementation. Ayusin nyo yun, Diyos mio. In-explain na Kaya nagmahal ng konti. May dinagdag kayo Si Secretary Dar din ang nagdagdag nun Kaya tumaas ng konti yung pagbayad by 100,000, di ba? Tapos because of that, kinwestiyon nyo, ayaw nyo pabayaran. Na-deliver na ng mga tao sa mga farmer Hindi nyo babayaran 1.7 billion. Ayusin nyo yon kasi mali yun.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may.
Ikaw nang gulo dun Ayusin mo yon.
Yes, Madam Chair, actually,
Tinuturo, kinakausap ko COA dun Sabi niya, ikaw daw ang nag-question nun, kaya nagkaroon ng question dun
I did not question it, Madam Chair.
Yun ang
Ang ano lang po kasi dyan, I cannot pay it because there is no legal basis to pay it.
No.
Because the 8 PMB approved by the DBM was 1.2 million per unit.
Dinagdagan nyo ng requirement. Tapos nagmahal because dinagdagan nyo na requirement. Ginugulo nyo Huwag mong guluhin.
Nakalagay na po yun.
Competitiveness Enhancement Fund kasi gusto nyo huwag mag-participate sa bidding, sa susunod na bidding yung mga taong nag-supply noon. Pag hindi yung nag-participate, meron kayong sariling pagpa-participate sa bidding. Alam nyo, common sense naman yan Ako, talaga namang hindi dapat pinakialaman ni Secretary Dar yung PhilMec. Kasi yan, the spirit of the law. Kaya binigay yan sa PhilMec, huwag makikialam ang iba. That's the spirit of the law. We discussed that extensively in the Senate na lahat ng senator nag-agree that it will be given to PhilMec and there will be no interference from any person from DA. Para kung magluko siya, alam namin kung sino hahabulin. Kasi pag dumaan sa DA, hindi na namin malaman kung sino ang responsible. Kaya nilagay yan, di ba, yung inbred rice seed sa PhilRice, tapos yung mechanization sa PhilMec, para wala ng gulo. At kung siya magluko, demanda namin siya. Pinakialaman ni Secretary Dar, nagkagulo-gulo Tapos inalis niya yun, pinalit ka. So, tapusin nyo na yan.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ayaw niya daw bayaran.
Hindi ang bayad na, di ba?
Huwag mong hindi babayaran.
Hindi pa po
Bakit?
bayad, Mr. Yusek, kasi yung pong
Demanda. Usapin mo ang COA, walang problema daw yon. Ikaw ang may problema.
Ano? We shall attend to that.
Can I explain more further, Madam Chair?
Basa ko na yan lahat. Nakita ko na yan lahat. Kaya tumaas, dinagdagan nyo ng requirement. Tumaas ng 100,000 per machine. Anong requirement yun? Hydraulic?
Tractor.
Sa tractor. Dagdagan. Tapos ngayon, ayaw mo pabayaran because of yung dinagdag mo. O hindi nyo dinagdagan yun, di ganun lang yun. O ano problema? Tapos ngayon, ayaw mong bayaran dahil may gusto kang ibang supplier?
That's not true, Madam Chair.
Ipabankrupt mo yung mga supplier?
Babayaran po ng PhilMec yan. Actually, naka-prepare na lahat ng vouchers. Ang iniintay na lang po natin is the authority from the Department of Budget and Management for us to pay yung APMB. Pero the last APMB, issued by DBM na denied po yung request dated October 10, 2022.
Sabi niya,
Oh,
denied daw ng DPM.
hininay.
Opo.
Eh, ba't sabi ko,
O yun na nga. Kaya ayaw niya, ma'am. Sinabi niya yan kanina.
Madam Chair, can I explain further? Magkaiba naman po kasi yung COA. Yung po kasi sa COA, sinasabi nga po ng Opo.
ako nagulat ng batas kaya ayoko nang magulo.
Opo, I can explain to you.
Well, Madam, we shall look into it and ask DBM.
Nagmamatigas siya, ay paset.
Madam Chair, if I have my legal basis, I'll pay it anytime because all the documents are now prepared. And we're just waiting for the go signal to pay it.
Wanted to I am parang ino-oversight ko yung Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund because ako yung nag-defend yan sa floor. Kaya alam ko yung mga provision yan. Matagal na namin pinag-aawayan na wag nang pakialaman yung PhilMec. Total, ang National Rice Program is during that time 15.7 billion. Sila yon ang may control noon, DA. Ito, merong provisional law. Ino-oversight lang namin. 10 billion lang to eh. Oo. Bakit pinag-iinitan tong PhilMec? Ba't hindi i-implement na maganda yung National Rice Program? Ba't ito ang pinag-iinitan? Oh. So, doon ako, ilang years na kami na ganyan eh. Ilang years na kami na nag-a-argue dyan na huwag mong pakialaman yung PhilMec kasi may provision naman ng law on how it will be implemented. Ayaw niya makinig sa akin to the point na tinanggal niya yung head ng PhilMec. So, Ako, it's not you, it's the process. Kasi very disappointing. Ano lang naman yan 10 billion. Yung inyong National Rice Program, 15.7 billion. Hindi naman kami nakikialam do sa National Rice Program because it is a DA project. Except this one, I wrote the law. I know the spirit of the law. So, I'm telling him that never interfere kasi yan talagang spirit of the law. We really discussed that in the Senate. But ayaw niya makinig Okay, we'll just go. You just submit to me your budget from DA and then your budget from the national rather the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund at your budget for the coconut industry, farmers and industry development fund. I really like to center mechanization to PhilMec kasi supposed to be sila ang best agency that can really handle mechanization. That's why even in the coconut in the Farmers and Industry Development Fund, I gave the mechanization to PhilMec. And in the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, I gave the mechanization part to PhilMec. Because the first version of the Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Fund, we passed. But it was vetoed by President Duterte. At ang reason niya, I asked him why he vetoed. Sabi niya, ang laki daw ng budget, ibibigay sa PCA, hindi daw kayang implement ng PCA. So when we rewrote the law, which we passed, and he signed, yung mga iba-ibang, just like the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, dinistribute namin sa mga government agency na may specialization na ganon, yung pag-implement. Like for example, we gave the seedlings to PCA, we gave the intercropping to the National High Value Crop Program, we gave the mechanization processing to PhilMec because they know how to do it. Then we gave the health to sa PCA. We gave the scholarship to CHED, the college scholarship. We gave the training of farmers to TESDA because that is vocational. And then we gave the loans to Land Bank and DBP. And then we gave the insurance to Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation. We gave it to 10 agencies specializing para hindi na sabihin ni President na PCA cannot do this. So he approved the law. He did not veto anymore the second version. So we passed the Coco Levy Fund. So we spent time to think about what we're going to do so we can effectively improve our agriculture in the process. Sana wag nang guguluhin kasi ang hirap-hirap ng ginugulo pa. So I guess you have to talk it among yourselves and pay the supplier. Wala namang kasalanan ng supplier, sila nagbago ng nadagdagan lang ng 100,000 kasi pinadagdagan nila na tingin ko, pinadagdag nila yon para guluhin Kasi pwede namang hindi na isinama yun Sila nagpadagdag nun, tapos ngayon yun ang basis nila for non-payment. Kawawa supplier sa inyo. Sabihin na lang natin sa supplier, tanggalin yon and then we resume the, yung dati. Grabe. Okay, we'll go to the next budget. The PhilRice Agricultural Training Institute ba? ATI.
Magandang hapon po, Madam Chair.
I'll be presenting the Agricultural Training Institute 2023 budget. Can I have the slide, please? From the NEP, we have a total of 1.6 billion pesos. And based on the recasted with additional fund coming from the National Rice Program and the National Livestock Program, with an additional amount of 87,255,000. Based on the recasted, the share for personnel services is 19%, while the overhead cost is 7%, while the programs and projects amounting to 1.2 billion pesos is 74%. Next slide. For the regular budget of the Agricultural Training Institute, other extension support, education, and training services, we have a total of 76.6 million pesos with activities ranging from training of agricultural extension workers to farmer leader groups to e-learning courses, reproduction and distribution of IEC materials, likewise scholarship, as well as certification and enhancement of learning sites for agriculture, and establishment of community school and public offices garden. From said regular fund, it's the training activities which has a total of 103 million pesos. Next slide. For the banner program or National Rice Program, we have a total of 327.4 million pesos from the NEP, with the addition of the recasted budget coming from the National Rice Program of 50.255 million pesos, totaling to 377.655. The additional budget coming from the NRP will be for the conduct of inbred rice production training. Likewise, there will be establishment for learning sites. Right now, our SEP has a total of 257 learning sites for agriculture, and we would like to add 55 learning sites for 2023. Next slide. For the National Livestock Program, there is also an additional amount of 37 million coming from the National Livestock Program, which are intended for the livestock and poultry training activities for our livestock and poultry industry player. And this assets for the National Livestock Program, it likewise ranges from activities such as training, development and enhancement of learning sites for agriculture, as well as establishment of swine multiplier farms and AI sa barangay, for a total to include the recasted budget of 352.5 million pesos. Next slide, please. For the National High Value Crops Development Program, we don't have an additional amount from the National High Value Crops. Our total for HBCDP is 67 million pesos. The same activities from the other previous banner programs. And it includes also urban agriculture gardens across the National Capital Region. For National Corn Program, we have 59.5 million pesos. Then for halal, only 1.2 million. Next slide. For organic agriculture, we have a total of 79 million pesos with scholarship grants for BS Agriculture, majoring in organic agriculture and other undergraduate programs
with specialization on organic agriculture. The guidelines will still be crafted together with the National Organic Agriculture Program with regards to the scholarships for these agriculture students or youth, out of school youth, to be involved in the organic agriculture. We have a target of about 200 students regarding this program under the organic agriculture. Next slide. National Urban and Peri-Urban Agriculture Program. We don't have additional fund. Our NEP is also, we have almost 40 million pesos with the following activities. Capacity building also for the prospect recipients, starter kits, and nursery establishments along the urban areas. For RCEP, of course, ETI is provided with 100 million pesos. And we have three activities on this budget, ranging from trainers training on production of high-quality inbred rice seeds, of course, for the seed growers, and other support services for the rice industry stakeholders. And then we have also the development of farm schools. I mentioned this earlier that we target 55 for 2023. There are still 8 provinces that has yet to establish the farm school, which I mentioned during our meeting at Bacoor, Madam Senator, Ma'am. And then, of course, strategic communication, which provides information across the stakeholders of the rice industry, ranging from school on the air, information, caravan, and IEC materials development and distribution. For a comparative budget, next slide, summary of the Agricultural Training Institute. We have an increase of 5.61% from the NEP, with an additional fund coming from National Rice Program and National Livestock Program of about 87.255 million pesos. And we are hoping to capacitate about 106,000 agriculture extension workers, farmers, and fisher folks. This is all, Madam Chair, for the ATI's 2023 budget. Madamo gid nga, salamat.
Thank you very much. If there are no questions, then we go to the next agency or the banner program, the National Corn Program.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll be presenting the National Corn Program. Can we have the slides for the National Corn Program? Madam Chair, for the National Corn Program, we have a total budget for 2023 recasted of 5,021,728,000, of which 30 million will go to overhead, 123 million will go to research, and 4.8 billion, or equivalent to almost 97%, will go to the different projects and programs of the National Corn Program. Next slide, please. For the different projects and programs, we have the corn seeds assistance of about 1.95 billion pesos, and the fertilizer assistance of 1.1 billion pesos. And then we have the cassava cuttings distribution of 7.5 million, soybean seed assistance of 1.1 million, corn seed reserve to be given for calamity-affected areas during typhoons and other calamities, as well as agricultural chemicals reserve also for pests and diseases for affected areas of about 19.9 million pesos, Madam Chair. We also have the extension support, education, and training support services for Technodemo of about 17.5 million. Model farm for clustered areas in different areas of about 89.2 million. Trainings for farmers and extension workers of 70.9 million. And incentives for our agricultural extension workers of 97 million pesos, Madam Chair. We also have a budget intended for IEC or information, education, and communication activities as detailed here. For research and development, this is to be conducted through Bureau of Agricultural Research of about 60 million, and R&D to be conducted together with Bureau of Plant Industry, BSWM, and the RFOs of 63.3 million. For the agricultural machinery and equipment, we'll be providing 426.5 million. And for post-harvest related machinery and equipment, that's about 280.6 million. And for post-harvest facilities, which the corn program is now focusing for dryers, is about 427 million. And as discussed with you, Madam Chair, during the earlier briefings, we also provided additional budget for our irrigation of about 201 million from the previous NEP of 88.7 million. We have also allocated, Madam Chair, composting facilities for the national corn program to be given for our corn farmers of about 43 units. So, next slide. Ito po yung nabago, Madam Chair. Again, for seed assistance, 293 million. Can we go to the next slide? Ito po yung summary, Madam Chair, ng ating pong production support services, assets, R&D, agricultural machinery and equipment, and irrigation network support services. Thank you po and good afternoon.
You give agricultural machineries and equipment? Where?
Yung total po natin na agricultural machineries and equipment,
Where? I cannot find.
ito po, 400, for 2023, it's about 1.13 billion, Madam Chair.
Ito.
Yes po.
No, it's... ito, different equipment, farm production, machinery, 78, post-harvest machinery, post-harvest. Modifications.
For 2023, Madam Chair, we are now focusing po sa post-harvest.
Nasaan ang total?
Ang total po ay nadon po sa...
Agricultural machinery and equipment, 78, 23, 329, 113. How much is the total?
Total po ay 1.13 billion.
Parang hindi.
278.
78.
426 po yung farm production related machinery and equipment. 280 million po yung post-harvest related machinery.
426.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then 427 po yung facilities.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
We
Chair.
move to to the National Organic and Agricultural Program, and to follow is the National High Value Crop Program, and after that we go to Livestock. Okay. National Organic.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. So, for the next slide, please. Madam Chair, for the National Organic Agriculture Program, with the support of the Senator in crafting the new law, we now have 900 million. Previously, we were on the level of 500 million. So, with the 900 million, we have 2% for overhead, 5% for research, and 92.5% for programs. So next slide. Upon discussion with the Office of the Chair, NOAP has requested 328 million to livelihood as per discussion with your team, Madam Chair. So the breakdown of the livelihood is next slide. The breakdown of the programs, we have 8 programs. One is livelihood, composting facility, small-scale composting facility, support to PGS and organic agriculture certification, capability building on CFBW and the small-scale composting facility, the youth scholarship program on organic agriculture, technical assistance to local seed centers. This is also in the law that the LGU should have local seed centers. And also support to small-scale irrigation for organic farmers for a total of 831 million. So for the next slide, Madam Chair, for the livelihood, we are adopting the business integration model so that we can scale up the production of the organic agriculture farmers, and we will also consolidate their produce with the livelihood assistance that we will be providing through the program. The next slide. Madam Chair, part of the livelihood programs, apart from the livelihood assistance at approximately 5 million each, hopefully for 50 provinces. But as manifested also by Senator Padilla a while ago, we will also be considering the organic farmer cooperatives and association as recipients for this. However, Madam Chair, due to the uniqueness of the organic agriculture, wherein the inputs have to be certified also, at the moment, Madam Chair, our main source of organic certified inputs are our DA stations. So we would like to appeal, Madam Chair, that we continue to support DA stations for production of certified organic inputs as part of the production continuum. So we are allocating about 150 million for that. And then we have the promotion of organic agriculture as part also in the law, wherein we conduct our national congress and our regional congresses. And technical assistance on business proposal preparation. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good afternoon po. May I request for the presentation? Yes, Madam, while waiting, in general, our total budget is 2.03456 billion for 2023. And 5% of this is for research, and the rest will be for the programs and projects implementation. Interventions for the high value crops comprise of distribution of seeds and distribution of seeds for buffer stocking, distribution of planting materials, distribution of farm inputs, biocontrol agents, support to gulayan projects, distribution of other irrigation paraphernalia, establishment of production facilities in DA stations, and maintenance of production facilities in DA stations. Also, this comprises of upgrading of production facilities and distribution of production-related machinery and equipment in DA stations, establishment of production facilities, support to ensure the production of quality planting materials, support to pest profiling and management of mango, seaweed fly, and fusarium wilt. Also, a major program is extension support, education and training services sub-program, which consists of the conduct of training and training-related events, establishment of techno-demo, and the rehabilitation of old trees, establishment of learning sites for urban agriculture, and support to agricultural extension. We also give support for Achievers Award, IEC materials dissemination, and IEC's production. On the research and development sub-program, we have applied research and continuing researches, technology commercialization, and research and development activities. Another program is agricultural machinery, equipment, and facility support services program, wherein we will distribute farm production-related machinery and equipment, production facilities, distribution of post-harvest processing equipment and machinery, establishment of post-harvest facilities, and community-based processing facilities. Lastly, on our sub-programs is irrigation network services, which consists of the construction and installation of small-scale irrigation projects or SSIPs. Next, for the proposed amendments or the recasted budget, we sourced the PAPs from the PSS or Production Support Services sub-programs, the assets, and PAF as suggested and guided by the good Senator's office. So we will shift it to PSS on production support services on the distribution of lowland seeds, highland seeds, garlic seeds, yellow onion seeds, red onion seeds, bamboo seedlings, calamansi, potato seedlings, yam seedlings, vanilla, fertilizers, flower inducers, and other farm supplies. Of course, these commodities are guided by the recent demand and market information that we get, of course, from our partners, from AMAS also, and from our regional field offices. For the irrigation network services, we will provide provision for SPIS and provision for spring development. A big part of the program or the budget that was amended was in support for the regulatory sub-program. Madam Chairman, this is worth 100 million as per instruction from your good office. And we will support the first border inspection, second border inspection, and the analysis of samples development of guidelines, food safety, and SPS-related guidelines, collection of samples for quarantine, and also we focus on VM and molecular-based approaches for detection at the ports of entry. The next one is the recasted budget per commodity. Maybe we can skip that one. The next one, please. So, in general, for the production support services, it almost remained the same. The assets is the one that was decreased by almost 7%. Research and development remained the same. The agricultural machineries, equipment, and facilities sub-program increased by at least 12% estimate or 13%. And the irrigation network services sub-program by more than 20%. So that's all, Madam Chairman. We are open for your suggestions and comments. Thank you.
You your extension support and services is 84 plus 23 plus 82 plus 114. This is almost 200, 300 million for your extension services. That's too high. Sobrang dami niyan. Usually,
Yes, ma'am.
training is just 10% of the budget, di ba?
Yeah.
Your budget is how much?
2.03546 billion, Madam Chair.
2 billion.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yan training, dapat ano lang yan, at most 10% of the budget.
Okay.
So, this is too big.
Madam,
This is 300 million.
Madam,
I
actually,
find it almost related to each other.
yeah.
So, I'd rather that you bring this to, yung what you will give the farmers. Katulad
Madam,
nitong, pare-pareho lang yan eh. You better bring this down to 10% of your budget and give the to others.
Yes, ma'am, will do. Just to also clarify, Madam, this budget is also lodged at the Agricultural Training Institute.
It's too big.
Yeah.
Too
Yes, ma'am.
big for your agency.
Yes, ma'am.
This is too big. This is 300 million for a budget of 2 billion. I'd rather you give it to
Yes, ma'am. Well noted po.
to irrigation or projects, this production support services,
Yes, ma'am.
because this is too big for training.
Will do po,
Okay,
Madam
I hope
Chairman.
you will
Thank
do
you po. Will do, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Ayusin nyo na lang yan. Mag-usap kayo dyan. Okay, we'll go to the national, tapos na. High value, then organic, tapos na tayo. We'll go to livestock na. National Livestock Program and all the livestock in, livestock agency. So we have the Bureau of Animal Industry and the National Meat Inspection Service and the National Livestock Program. Okay. So we will first we will go to the National Livestock Program, who's presenting.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, good morning po.
Saan? Okay.
Ruth po.
Okay.
May I have the presentation, please? Good morning po ulit, Madam Chair. So for the National Livestock Program, as per our previous meetings, I'd like to present to you the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023. So our original, under the National Expenditures Program, the original budget of the NLP is 5.2 billion, broken down as follows. Overhead po, it's 299.3 million, and then for the research, we have 60 million. Sa regulatory po, wala. And then for the programs and projects, we have 4.8 billion for a total of 5.2. And then the respective share, Madam Chair, nandyan din po, 5.75 sa overhead, 1.15 sa research, and 93% for our programs and projects. Now, we also have a recasted budget, Madam Chair, particularly po, kinuha natin sa programs and projects. So, kaya po from 4.8 billion, ang ating pong budget for the programs and projects, the recasted budget is now 4.1 billion. So, for a total of, sa recasted budget po, we now have 4.5 billion for the National Livestock Program. Now, for the details, Madam Chair, we have 10 major programs and activities, particularly po yung sa distribution ng animals, iba-iba pong commodity siya. Meron po tayo, nandyan din po yung ating mga native animals. And then, ang isa pa pong activity ng National Livestock Program is the Feed and Feed-Based Development Program, which specifically concerns the distribution po ng mga forage seeds natin at saka planting materials. Now, sa National Livestock po, ang ating mga beneficiaries usually are the FCAs. Kakaunti lang po, Madam Chair, yung sa individual. Pero meron pa pong pakonti-konti kasi po yung mga walk-in kung minsan hindi maiwasan ng ating mga regional field offices. So for the Feed and Feed-Based Development Program, Madam Chair, ang budget po natin is 21.2 million. Now, for our United National Artificial Insemination Program, ito naman po ay nakafocus sa ating mga ruminants, particularly yung pong ating dairy, yung ating beef, at saka po mga goats. Ang mga sub-activities po dito, yung pag-distribute ng mga processed semen, at saka po yung ating mga tinatawag na nitrogen filled tanks. Ang budget po natin dito is 58.3 million. Now, Madam Chair, again po, sabi ko nga kanina, ang ating mga beneficiaries would be, mas marami po ang FCAs. And then another major activity would be the animal health services, which also involves the distribution of drugs and biologics, kasama din po yung mga bakuna, for a total budget of 80.021 million. Now, this is being implemented po, Madam Chair, by our Bureau of Animal Industry. Now, also, number 4, activity po natin, of course, yung pong ating under assets, yung mga National Livestock and Poultry Trainings, which is being undertaken by our Agricultural Training Institute. Now, sa original budget po natin, Madam Chair, meron po tayong 88.5 million. And then, as per your suggestion, we remove po yung ating mga program advocacy. Nilagay po natin siya sa trainings din po. Kaya po sa recasted budget, ang total budget po natin sa assets or trainings and other activities would be 127.1 million. Now, for the incentives naman po ng ating mga AEWs, may budget po tayong 176.4 million. And then, dito naman po sa ating project na Livestock Economic and Enterprise Development Program. So again, Madam Chair, this involves Distribution also ng animals by module po sila, kasama po yung kanilang pabahay at saka modern equipment. Ang ating pong beneficiaries dito, mga FCAs, at ang total budget po natin for the various commodities is 188.1 million. Wala po tayong recasted budget under this project.
Iha,
Now,
ano to? 2475.
Now, yung pong number 9, Madam Chair, ito po yung ating patungkol naman sa ating rehabilitation and recovery program sa ating swine industry. Ito po yung INSPIRE program natin. And under the Department of Agriculture, meron po tayong dalawang component na ini-implement. Una po yung calibrated repopulation, which involves the distribution ng piglets sa ating mga farmers for the implementation ng Sentinel protocol. Meron po tayong, now this involves mga 3 to 5 piglets po, kasama ang pakain for 2 months, kasama din po yung mga test kits at saka mga drugs and biologics. Ang total budget po natin dito sa distribution ng piglets is 513.4 million under NEP. Pero under recasted budget, nabawasan po siya ng 200 million, Madam Chair. Kaya po 313.4 million na po ang budget natin for this one. Now, pagkatapos po nating ma-release yung ating mga areas, pink zone na po sila, we will start the actual calibrated repopulation through the community-based swine production and expansion through clustering and consolidation. Again po, ang ating beneficiaries would be the FCAs. Ang ating pong total budget is 2.4 billion pesos. Now, another very important component na tinitingnan po natin na very, very important sa ating repopulation program is component number 2, which is the recovery of breeder-based population. Now, tatlo po ang subcomponents nito. Una po yung production farms, particularly sa ating pong Region 3 and Region 4A. Kasi po, we are saying na dahil malapit sila sa NCR, dapat ma-recover natin agad yung mga inahin doon na nagpuproduce ng mga finishers para hindi masyadong nagmamahal yung karne ng baboy, lalo na sa NCR. Now, FCA po ang ating mga beneficiaries dito with a budget of 500 million. Now also, meron din po tayong multiplier farms. Yung multiplier farms, sila po yung magpuproduce ng mga PS or F1 na siya naman pong pupunta doon sa ating mga production farms. Now, ang ating pong budget dito is 187.5 million. And then, ang panghuli po dito sa recovery ng ating breeder-based population is yung AI sa barangay. Ito po yung suporta natin sa ating mga production farms at saka multiplier farms para may gagamitin po silang magagandang lahi ng mga lalaking baboy para makapag-produce ng magandang inahin at saka mga patabaing baboy. Ang budget po natin dito ay 38 million. And then, ang huli po, yung research, which na medyo mali po ang ating budget dito, pero for 2023, naka-focus po ang ating research sa biotechnology, particularly yung pong development ng mga test kits for economically important diseases, katulad po ng ASF at saka AI.
Ilan yung first order?
Babanggitin ko, ma'am. Opo. So, sa research po, 60 million ang ating budget, Madam Chair. Now, yung pong next slide, Madam Chair, yung pong ating proposed amendment for the fiscal year 2023. Now, katulad po ng napag-usapan natin, Madam Chair, yun pong ating budget supposedly for data-driven disease diagnosis, which is 500 million, ilalagay po natin siya for the establishment ng First Border Control Facility or CEFA sa Batangas po, Madam Chair. Now, this is worth 500 million. So under po ng National Livestock Program. Yung galing sa National Livestock Program, attorney. Yes. Tsaka BPI, BFAR. Yes po, attorney. Para maging 4. But as far as NLP po, the 500 million, we already allotted it for CEFA. And then also sa ating proposed amendment, sabi ko nga po kanina, nabawasan din yung ating sa production support services pa natin na 200 million and it was brought to our RSBSA project. So in total po, Madam Chair, yan po ang sa ano natin, 700 million. Now meron pa pong tayong amendment, yung sabi nga nyo nga po, yung ating sa program advocacy, inalis po natin siya at nilagay po natin siya more on sa extension, sa trainings, which is also, we believe, is badly needed by our beneficiaries ng INSPIRE program. So in summary, Madam Chair, last slide please. Ang atin pong recasted budget, ang atin pong net budget is 5.2 billion, and for our 2023 recasted budget, meron po tayong, bumaba po ito sa 4.5 billion or 13% decrease in our budget. So, yun po, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Madam Chair, okay lang? Pagtanong ako sa livestock.
Okay, sige.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, on the National Livestock Program, di ba, Dr. Sonaco, that's what you presented on.
Yes po, Sir Sen.
In the context of the program, ano pong ibig sabihin itong production support services which is now stands at 751 million pesos? Is this, ang ibig sabihin nito sa aking understanding, propagation of livestock?
Good morning po, Mr. Senator. Yes po, as any of our banner programs, under production support services po, it's basically concerning provision po ng mga inputs of production. So sa livestock po, yung pong mga animals, distribution ng animals, and then we also give yung pong mga biologics, drugs and biologics, and then yung pong AI services, kasama din po siya dyan, at saka po yung sa ruminants naman po, yung mga forage seeds at saka planting materials. Kasama din po, Mr. Senator, sa ating PSS, yung training, yung pong ating extension support.
Training precisely to increase production.
Yes po, technical trainings at saka, meron din po tayong capacity building kasi po magaling ang ATI natin doon sa development po, organizational development, particularly po ng ating mga cooperatives and associations in cooperation po with CDA.
Paano, how will you distinguish production support services from extension support services? Na malaki din yung halaga, 529 million din po. Kasi importante naman to, livestock program ito eh.
Opo, thank you po.
Livestock, the definition of terms muna tayo. Livestock would mean what?
On the context of the Department of Agriculture po, kasama po doon lahat ng kinakain nating hayop, yung pong baka, kambing, kalabaw, goats, sheep, hindi tao.
Baboy.
Baboy po, chicken.
Chicken, sama.
At saka po bees, Mr. Senator, isinasama rabbits po.
May rabbits na kasama.
Meron din po.
Okay, so kaya nga, so ang inisip ko kasi, yung production support services, dito tayo titingin na kasi ang panawagan ko sana ngayon is food production Food production. So dito tayo titingin sa expense na ito as our direct expense to answer the call for increased food production. Am I correct, Dr. Sonaco?
Yes po, Mr.
So, kung matotal ko lahat yung mga PSS, that's how much we are spending for yung directly talaga related to food production. Kaya, the next question ko, yung extension support, how far is that? How distance is that from actual production? Tapos ang sa ko pang itatanong, yung agricultural equipment and facility support services, more than 4 times the amount we're spending to help actual food production, increase in food production as far as the national livestock is concerned. Yes, Doctor.
Thank you po, Mr. Senator. Yung pong production support services, actually kasama po dyan yung under po, kung ika-classify po kasi ng Department of Agriculture, kasama din po under ng production support services yung pong ating extension support service. Kaya po direct po ito pumupunta sa ating mga farmers. Sila po yung ating beneficiaries. Now yun naman pong agricultural equipment and facility support services, actually po, Madam Senator, ito po yung mga project type na activity ng National Livestock Program. Kasama po dito yung ating Livestock Economic Enterprise Development Program na patungkol din po sa ating mga FCAs. Isa po siyang proyekto, module ng various commodities. Binibigyan po natin sila ng hindi po isa, hindi po dalawang ulo ng mga ng animals. Pero isa pong pang business talaga. And then suportado po siya ng biosecure, climate resilient design ng facility. And then kasama din po dyan yung konting tulong para sa feeds para po sa isang cycle nila. And then we assume po pag tapos ng isang cycle na yon, they have enough income for another cycle. And then Mr. Senator, kaya din po malaki ito kung makikita natin po sa detalye. Nandito din po kasi pumasok yung ating program for the recovery and rehabilitation ng ating swine industry. Ano mo binibigay? Ano ang binibigay? Oo, so ayun po, medyo i-detalye ko daw po, sabi ni attorney. Yun pong Livestock Economic and Enterprise Development, Mr. Senator, sabi ko nga po kanina per module po siya. So halimbawa po, yung ating chicken enterprise module, binibigyan po natin sila ng 200 heads. Isang module po yun na Mr. Senator, kasi po pang enterprise level siya talaga. Yun naman pong sa rabbit, meron din po tayo, 100 heads naman po per module din. And then yung goat, 42 heads, kasama po yung lalaki. Yung sheep, ganun din po. And then sa beef cattle naman, so patabaing cattle po, binibigay natin, meron po tayong 30 heads na ibinibigay per module sa ating mga FCA. Now, yung pa pong isang malaking component, ito pong ating agricultural fisheries and sa PAF po natin na tinatawag, yung pong sinasabi ko nga kanina, yung pong sa swine industry rehabilitation and repopulation program natin. Now again, isang package din po siya uli, Mr. Senator, wherein kasama po yung breeder animals kung multiplier farms o production farm. And then kung grow out naman po, kasama doon yung pambili din po ng mga animals na 300 heads bawat module. And then sa breeder animals naman po, Mr. Senator, yung production farm po, 150 heads po yon ang binibigay natin. Sa mga multiplier farms naman po, dahil ito po yung medyo para din pong sa seeds kanina na dinidescribe ni ng ating PhilRice Executive Director, meron din po kasing parang nucleus farm, multiplier farms, and then production
Levels,
farms.
may levels.
Yes po. So,
Level, tapos meron kayong package for every level.
yes po, sir.
Meron
Mr.
siguro
Sir.
kayong number of beneficiaries
Yes po,
or
yes, sir.
recipients for every level.
Meron po, Mr.
Na-present
Senator.
nyo ba kanina? Hindi. Hindi, kaya pala.
Pwede po namin ibigay,
Sige
Mr.
po.
Senator, yung detalye.
Are you trying to tell us, Dr. Sonaco, that itong 3.1 billion natin sa agricultural equipment and facility support services natin is a relatively high amount compared to historical data or past years entry under AEFSS under the National Livestock Program?
Yes po, Mr.
And it's because of the ASF.
Yes po, Mr. Senator.
Pre-ASF, what was the figure for AEFSS under the National Livestock Program?
Pre-ASF po, the total budget of the National Livestock Program, Mr. Senator, only ranges from 980 million to 1.2 million. Now,
Billion, 1.2
billion po, sorry po. Now, for 2022, Mr. Senator, yung nga po, nadagdagan tayo ng 4.1 billion specifically for the recovery and rehabilitation of our swine industry due to ASF.
Nadagdagan ng 4.1 billion, pero yung 4.1 billion na amount na yun is parang distributed. So, National Livestock ang magkano doon sa 4.1? Ang pumunta sa livestock po.
Lahat po yun nasa National Livestock Program, Mr. Senator.
Saan makikita po? Is it the 4.1 of the 4.5?
And for 2023 po kasi ito,
Okay.
Mr. Senator.
Sinabi mo, okay. How much is the 2022?
Noong pong 2022, 5.2 billion po tayo. Almost pareho po ng nasa
Okay, 5.2 billion, 4.1 billion as a reaction to the ASF.
Yes po, Mr. Senator.
Intindihan ko na. So kung walang ASF, what would have been the normal level for the National Livestock Program for year 2022?
Ano po, yung nga po, yung binanggit ko kanina, mga 980 million to 1.2 billion. Yun po ang regular na budget ng National Livestock Program.
That means our 2023 budget of 4.5 is also still responding to ASF.
Yes po. Ang program po natin na Inspire, Mr. Senator, naka-program po siya for 3 years. Sana po, dapat po sinimulan natin siya noong 2021. Unfortunately, medyo marami po tayong problema noon aside from ASF. Kaya po, hindi talaga tayo nakapag-start in 2021. Ngayong 2022 lang po talaga tayo may budget for our Inspire program. Kaya po 2023, itutuloy po natin siya sa 2024. Now, doon po sa 2024 natin, as per the instruction din po ng ating planning, mag-focus na po tayo really more on modernization, mga additional modern equipment para po sa ating mga binigyang beneficiaries or other interested FCAs na mga magbababoy din po. So, yun po ang ating for 2024. Yes po.
So this Inspire program na nabanggit ko rin nung kanina, narinig ko rin kanina, is our program to responding to ASF, and it has a horizon of time period of 3 years.
Yung pong ating repopulation program, Mr. Senator. 3 years po, yes po. Pero po yung yung effect, sabi nga po natin, ine-extend po natin siya ng 5 years kasi po yung ating mga multiplier farms, yung po ating mga production farms, May lag period po sila na 1 year, Mr. Senator, kasi po manganganak pa po sila after 1 year na ma-acquire natin sila. Nevertheless,
Yes, ma'am. Ang hog repopulation program natin is what we call INSPIRE. Tama?
yes po, Mr.
Okay. So, andito
Senator.
nga sa ano nyo.
Opo.
Okay, it's INSPIRE. Okay. Andito. So, okay. So INSPIRE is found in the funding for INSPIRE is found in the AEFSS item for livestock program.
Yes po, Mr.
Okay,
The bulk
sige.
po, Mr.
The bulk.
Senator, nandun po
Kaya
siya.
pag i-minus natin yung amount na yon, nawala kasi sayang, nawala yung table, ano ba yung 3.1 billion yun. So kung i-minus natin dun yung INSPIRE, which is hog repopulation,
Opo.
ano pong balance natin?
Kung ile-less po natin siya, ang sa akin po kasi dito for the whole INSPIRE, it's 4.2 billion. Kaya po kung ibabawas natin siya,
Sige, that's for hog repopulation. So, bakit ganun? Paano nangyari yun?
sa recasted budget, 4 billion po siya sa ating recasted budget, sir.
Hindi ko na masundan, pero sige.
Nasa, ano po siya, nasa slide number,
Ito, ha?
ano ba, 5 po yata. Nandun po yung budget ng INSPIRE.
Ito, ma. Ito, ma'am.
Dyan po, sorry po.
This is the, sige, ano ba yan? INSPIRE would be recast 4 billion. Round off na natin.
Apo, 4 billion po siya.
Oo nga, but how much of that 4 billion is found in the 3.1 billion ninyo na AEFSS of the National Livestock Program? Or is my question even a valid question, or
Di po, tama po siya, Mr. Senator. Yung pong specific program na nandito sa ating Agricultural Equipment and Facility Support Services, Mr. Senator, ito po yung ano natin, 9.1.2,
Okay,
which is
tama.
community-based swine production
yes.
and expansion through clustering and consolidation.
Okay, so
Yan po siya, Mr. Senator.
4.
Opo.
So kung i-minus natin yan, you have around 700 million for the other
Yes,
packages na binanggit nyo, like heads of chicken,
Opo,
heads of rabbit, ano pa ba yan?
halos lahat po ng commodity natin, cat, duck, chicken.
Ngayon ako narinig, may rabbit pala na ano tayo. So how is it? How successful is that rabbit propagation program natin?
Nag-start pa lang po tayo.
And why?
Yes po.
Okay,
Kasi po nung nagka-ASF, actually, Mr. Senator, marami po sa ating mga magbababoy, aside from shifting into chicken layer production, nag-shift din po sila sa rabbit production. Kaya po sa Bulacan, Bulacan, Pampanga, Tarlac, marami po tayong makikita doon na rabbitero, tawag po nila sa sarili nila. So, isang option po, ano po siya, alternative protein source. Pero ako po personally hindi ko
And Filipinos are consuming the rabbit meat? Are these for export ba ito or for domestic consumption? Kumusta ang pagtanggap ng domestic market sa rabbit meat?
For the, Mr. Senator, for the time being, for domestic pa lang muna po siya, yung ating mga pinuproduce. Kasi hindi pa naman po siya ganun kadami, Mr. Senator. And ang sabi naman po ng ating mga nung ating mga rabbitero, malaki naman daw po ang demand nila. So kaya po marami rin talaga po
The market absorbs the production.
po nila.
Okay, so
Pero nag-i-import po sila talaga ng mga
hindi
breeders
naman
nila.
katakataka yan. Sa Russia, ano yan eh.
Opo.
Sa Russia, rabbit meat.
Kain daw po ng
Ano sa rabbit?
Madam
Ano to sa rabbit?
Ang dami po nilang recipe, Madam Chair. Lechon,
Rabbit stew.
niluluto po nila sisig, adobo, halos lahat po ng recipe natin, ginagawa din nila sa rabbit.
Yung mga dinidistribute ba natin na livestock under the many programs that you mentioned, at least 700 million worth. Kasi tinanggalan natin si hog repopulation. imported to mga to?
Hindi po, locally sourced po siya, Mr. Senator. Nanggagaling po siya sa ating mga government farms. At saka po, syempre po, yung ating lead program na tinatawag, yung pong sinasabi ko kaninang enterprise level, binibili po yun actually sa ating mga multiplier farms din na tinatawag. Sa mga commercial farms din po.
Okay, sige, maybe the original the grandmother or the grandparent stock were imported siguro nga.
Yes po, sir. Apo. Merong hindi merong imported Madam Attorney, pero kaunti lang po siya. Pero meron pong konting imported tayo kasi po ini-encourage din natin yung ating mga commercial farms, mga breeder farms, na sila po mismo mag-import ng mga animals nila. Kasi lalo na po sa swine, Mr. Senator, kasi po for infusion. Kasi po, dahil malaki po ang nawala sa breeder base natin sa around 330,000. So napakalaki po nun, Mr. Senator, kaya po talagang medyo bumagsak yung ating production. Now, paano po natin nire-recover yon? Through the Inspire nga po, and then sa level po ng ating mga private sector, ng ating mga commercial farms, ini-encourage po natin sila na mag-import ng mga breeders nila. Mga breeders po nila. And sabi nga po natin, dahil tumaas ng 3% ang ating hog production as of the moment, while yung pong budget natin, 4.1, hindi naman po natin kiniklaim na yung 3% dahil yun sa ating intervention. Pero ang sinasabi lang po natin na yung 4.1 billion, Madam Senator, Mr. Senator, naging po siya, parang driver for the commercial sector to produce more. Kasi po,
tama yun, the government cannot do everything. Tama lang yun. So, we have different levels. Ang tawag yun dyan, as far as livestock program is concerned, production farms. Ano pinaka-basic? Production farm?
Yun po ang...
What is the basic?
Pinaka-mataas po, nucleus, multiplier, and then production farm.
Nucleus?
Opo, nucleus, multiplier, production.
Okay. All are expected to be paid by or performed by the private sector.
A big part of it, Mr. Senator, is sabihin po natin nasa 80-90%, and then yung pong intervention natin, sabi ko nga po kay Attorney Reggie, kahit anong compute ang gawin ko, yung intervention natin, hindi siya aakyat sa 10%. But nevertheless, nagiging driver po tayo kumbaga, dahil sa...
Ang tanong ko ang government, DA, runs a nucleus farm, you run a multiplier farm, you run a production farm?
Meron po sa International Training Center on Pig Husbandry po, Mr. Senator, meron po tayong nucleus farm doon. Although maliit lang po yung capacity niya, Mr. Senator, 100 sow level lang po siya. So it is capable of producing approximately 500 good PS in 1 year. And then, meron din po ang ating mga government funds, Mr. Senator, pero hindi po ito sa swine, yung iba pong mga commodity natin.
Ang tanong ko lang ganito, basta those in the private sector who want to enter into nucleus farming or multiplier farming, production farming under the livestock program of the DA, pwede and easy to join so that are we encouraging competition in those sectors?
Yes po, Mr. Senator, if I may, sabi ko nga po, yung atin pong Inspire is inclusive po siya. While we focus on our smallhold, sa recovery ng ating smallhold, meron din po tayong inopen para sa ating mga semi-commercial and commercial stakeholders. Particularly po yung sa Regions 3 at saka 4A natin. Kaya po yung ating malalaking asosasyon ng mga pork producers, nabigyan po natin sila kahit paano ng assistance. The reason being, meron na po silang farm meron na po silang building, bibigyan na lang po natin, and then they also have the technology, the capacity, kaya po ang naging window po natin sa kanila is provision po ng breeders. Yung pong assistance natin sa kanila is bibili po sila ng mga breeders nila. Yun po yung production farm natin, Mr. Senator.
As explained to me.
And loan, yes po.
Loan.
Meron din pong loan na from Land Bank, from DBP, at saka meron din po sa DA yung pong Agricultural Credit Policy Council natin.
As explained to me by the chairperson, Dr. Sanako, this is the private sector-led,
Yes po.
industry or sub-industry. Maganda yun. And then basta for as long as open, level playing field, anybody interested can join, objective ang rules, klaro ang rules,
Yes
hindi
po.
yung
May guidelines po tayo, Mr.
Hindi
Senator.
nakapasok na ay maniniko palabas, will exclude other new entrants, mga ganun. So, okay, for as long as ganyan na yan, at any rate, mababasa naman namin yan sa mga reports ninyo
Yes po, Mr.
kung
Senator.
how effective this program is. Talaka din po budget, no? Is that the proper way to read it? Yung production farms natin, 500 million. Multiplier farm, 187 million.
Yes po, Mr. Senator.
Ano tong AI sa barangay?
Artificial Insemination Centers po, Mr. Senator.
Service, 38 million pesos in service yan, no?
Bale, ang package po nito, Mr. Senator, sa production farms, dahil in-increase po natin ang budget. So, bawat isang FCA po, ang target po kasi natin is 50 FCA, so 500 million divided by 50, 10 million po ang ating assistance sa kanila. Yun naman pong sa ating multiplier farms, kasama po isang package po uli yun, breeders, climate resilient biosecured facilities, 10 million po uli yun for a 30 sow level farm, multiplier po yun, Madam Mr. Senator. And then yun naman pong AI sa barangay centers natin, 8 boys po ito, ang capacity niya. And then ang ating pong assistance is 3.8 million. So, yun po yung mga physical targets din natin.
Thank you, Dr. Sanako. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you po, Mr. Senator.
I just want to ask a question. Your budget was cut from 5.2 billion to 4.5 billion.
Yes.
Where did the 700 million go?
Yes po, katulad po ng ipinansan natin kanina, Madam Chair, yung pong 500 million, pupunta po siya for the establishment ng CEFA sa Batangas.
Okay.
And then yung pong 200 million, Madam Chair, pumunta po siya sa RSBSA.
Ano what?
Yung pong RSBSA, yung pong registry ng ating mga farmers.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you po, Madam Senator.
Okay. We're finished. We'll go to are you finished with them? Livestock. We'll go to what you call this? Bureau of Animal Industry and the what do you call this? NMIS. Yung
Madam Chair?
National Service, yeah. So, we'll finish National Livestock will...
Senator Bato.
Yeah. You want to ask a question, Senator Bato?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we recognize Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Dito lang particular, ma'am, itong nag-present ngayon, ma'am, yung tinanong ni Minority Leader. Yes, ma'am. Tatanong ko lang, ma'am, yung program nila, Madam Chair, kung ito ba ay, paano ba nila ito pinapaabot sa mga barangay? Ito ba ay equitably distributed sa lahat ng probinsya or may target province lang sila, may target municipalities na bibigyan nito mga project nila? Kasi magtatanong sana kung paano maka-avail yung mga taga-barangay namin sa mga ganitong programa, ma'am.
Thank you po, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po, Mr. Senator. Yes po, actually yung pong ating National Livestock, yung pong Inspire program natin, meron po siyang focus talaga. Kasi nga po, ang gusto natin, dahil tinamaan po ng ASF, so i-recover natin yung area and then bigyan po natin uli ng animals. So the assumption na malinis na po yung area. So kaya po, merong focus targeting tayo doon sa swine po. Now, ang Davao po is one of our focused provinces, Mr. Senator. So, meron, halos lahat po actually meron tayong intervention. Pero may focus po tayo particularly sa area ng Region 3 at saka 4A at saka sa mga green zones. Kasi po yung green zones na tinatawag natin, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair, wala po silang problema na mag-put up agad ng fan. Unlike ang Davao del Sur po, unfortunately is, Bacral din may red zone areas pa, no? Pero, meron po, Madam Chair, na red zone areas, pero hindi naman po lahat. May assistance po actually tayo sa Davao Sur, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
Salamat, ma'am. So, papuntahin ko na lang sila doon sa, meron ba kayong office
Sa
doon?
RFO po, Mr. Senator, sa ating pong regional field office, kaya po, pwede naman pong diretso sumunat sa ating undersecretary o kaya po sa amin na mismo sa National Livestock Program.
Okay.
Padala mo na lang sulat sa akin. Ako
Ayan,
na lang
po.
po-forward sa kanila.
Yes po, Madam Chair.
Yung request mo, yung very definite na place para alam
Yes
nila.
po, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, one more question. Kung nandyan pa si Yusek Panganiban, Madam Chair.
Yes, nandito. Yeah.
Kaya ma'am, matanong ko lang siya na si Yusek Panganiban. This is more on policy issues, Madam Chair, not so much on the budget. Yung tungkol doon sa rice program ninyo, Sir Yusek Panganiban, are you still there, Yusek?
I'm here. I'm here, Mr. Senator.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you po. Ako lang may magbigay lang sana ako ng input kunti, no? Tingin ko yung ating focus masyado sa rice program natin, yung para sa ating rice development ay masyadong doon tayo nakafocus. When in fact, kung tutuusin, no? Totoo naman talaga, lahat tayo kumakain ng bigas. Pero kung ganun kalaki yung ating gastos para sa research, para sa development ng rice natin, alam mo naman natin talaga na hindi tayo makakompete with Vietnam dahil yung Vietnam, meron silang Mekong River na nag-irrigate sa buong Vietnam na yun. Nag-cover tayo, we are a geographical country at isla-isla po tayo at mas marami tayong slopes compared sa flatlands. Mas marami tayong slopes. So, iniisip ko kasi, sige tayo focus dyan sa rice, why not develop yung ating substitute to rice, yung mga root crops, like yung kamote, yung kasaba, yung gabi, yung obe. Lahat naman ito ay magandang source din ng pagkain at nung maliit pa ako kasi kapag we are running out of rice na, kukunti na yung rice namin, ginagawa ng nanay ko, saksak, tawag namin sinaksak, saksakan ng kamote, haluan ng kamote yung rice para hindi mabilis ang pag-ubos. So actually sa likod ng bahay namin may mga tanom kaming kamote. Sinasaksakan namin ng rice. Akala ko noon ay yung ginagawa ng nanay ko ay dahil yun sa aming kahirapan. Talaga mahirap na kami yung pagkain namin, kamuti na lang. Pero ngayong tumanda na ako, sabi ng mga health experts, sabi ng mga fitness and wellness experts, huwag ka na sige kain ng rice, sir. Dahil ang rice, yan ang cause ng diabetes. Tapos ang healthy na pagkain dapat, kamuti, yung mga root crops dahil mas gaganda ang katawan mo niyan. Kaya na-realize ko ngayon, kung sige tayo concentrate sa rice, alam natin, lalong-lalo na dito sa climate change, palaging hindi natin alam. very unpredictable ang weather, palaging may bagyo, ang rice ay very vulnerable sa bagyo. Pinagyo ka once, wala na, tumba yung rice. So, whereas ito mga root crops, kahit anong bagyo nito doon sa kabundukan, sa mga hillsides, ay hindi ito basta-basta apektado. So, why not? Ako lang, recommendation ko lang, or but just food for thought. Why not mag-concentrate tayo sa pag-produce ng mga root crops, then plus education, no? I-educate natin ang publiko. Sabihan natin ng public na itong root crops ay mas magandang source ito ng pagkain natin, mas healthy ito kumpara sa rice. Mas malayo ka sa diabetes dito kaysa rice. Then by doing so, hindi na tayo masyadong rice dependent. Siguro just a matter of more on policy issue ito, Mr. Undersecretary. Ano po masasabi niyo yan kung halimbawa yan ang gagawin natin?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair. Meron po kaming palatuntunan na tinatawag na crop diversification. Pagkatapos ng palay, maaari magtanim ng kamote nga, o pwedeng magtanim ng pechay, at iba pa mga klase ng halaman na pwedeng mabuhay ng 2 o 3 buwan lang. Pagkatapos ng palay muli. Yan po ang programang isinasagawa namin ngayon na hindi ginagawa nung una. Ngayon po, nagsimula kami ngayong pagpasok namin ng Administrasyon Bongbong Marcos na simulan yung tinatawag na urban agriculture. Marami po tayo dito sa Kalakang, Maynila, sa Central Luzon, sa Northern Luzon, sa Visayas at saka sa Mindanao. Kaya lang po sa Davao, 50 yata o 8 project pa ang amin na i-establish dahil hindi po masyadong kursunada ng mga taga Davao yung urban planning. And on that basis, siguro bibigyan namin ng konting din para na sa ganun dumami dahil isa pong populated area ang Davao.
Yeah, thank you, Yusek. Yung sa akin lang, yun nga. Sana magkakaroon din ng policy na bigyan rin natin ng pansin itong mga root crops. Kung ganito kalaki yung ginasta natin for research ng rice, baka mag-research rin tayo para sa root crops at para dumami itong root crops natin at pwede na itong substitute sa rice. Kahit na anong bagyo darating, may pagkain tayo, hindi tayo maubusan kapag marami tayong tinatanom na kamote or balanghoy. So, yun lang po, Madam Chair. Thank you po. Maraming salamat.
Madam Chairperson, can I pursue the point raised by Senator Bato de la Rosa? Banggit niya root crops. Can I ask the DA kung sino pwedeng pwedeng sumagot? Kasi meron naman tayong research data na empirical data linking it with soil appropriateness. No? So among the root crops, kung ano man yung matawag na root crop, ano po ang masasabi nating bagay, the best to be produced in the Philippines? Kailangan natin kung in-entertain natin yung sinabi ni Senator De La Rosa na as replacement for rice in our diet. Yes, Yusek Mananiban.
Well, kamote is one. Kamote is one of the root crops that we are now trying to propagate. The second is cassava, because this is both an industrial demand at commercial demand. Meron pa rin tayong maliliit na root crops, kagaya halimbawa anong tawag sa yung parang kasaba din.
Kasaba?
Yeah, ube.
Ube.
Is another that we are trying to produce in quantity. Hindi gabi. Hindi root crops ang gabi.
Root crops yan, gabi.
Root crops din. Okay, gabi is one, but
gabi
is not being propagated.
Not yet being propagated. But at any rate, kung sa kamote pa lang, ano na siguro tayo? We have a hands full na rito kung talagang...
Kung i-implement in a national scale.
Kung tataya lang din naman tayo sa isang root crop to propagate, kamote. Kamote.
Kamote is national.
Oh, kamote.
There are
I think-
regional root crops that we can propagate like cassava in Mindanao. Cassava in Luzon. But it cannot be more in Central Luzon because it's more irrigated.
Industry. Popular yan eh. Ano?
Yeah.
Flour.
Flour. Tapioca. Pero pinakamarami, kamote. Kamote ang pinakamarami.
Pati mga IPs, yung tatanim ng kamote.
Kaso lang, wala tayong variety eh. Okay.
Do we have a program sa DA concentrating on root crops and parang feel rice counterpart na soil to crop and then regionalization of what root crop is best for the soil and then parang future planning na rin yan. Baka sakaling kailangan gawin natin yung sinabi ni Senator Bato eh. Yes, Mr. Panganiban din.
Yes, sir. Sir, magandang hapon po and thank you po. Thank you po for your insights and sir, yun sa ating po sa Urban and Peri-Urban Agriculture Program, bago pong programa ng DA, yan nga po, nabanggit din po ni Senator Villar sa amin na mag-focus tayo sa mga ganyan, yung mga commodities na pwede natin kainin in the short term, 3 months, sweet potato, yan nga, mga kamote. And then sir, yung mga government lands natin sir, actually, special din to sir kay Senator Bato. Sir, sa Bicol po, nagsimula na po kami doon magtanim ng mga gulay sa Muntinlupa. So, nakakatulong sir talaga siya. Kami naman po sir sa BPI, may 5 centers tayo na nagfo-focus on the crops na adapted. Limbawa, sa Baguio Research Center natin, mga highland crops. Sa Los Baños po, lowland vegetables. Sa Guimaras, yung ating mango and mga kasoy. Sa La Granja, yan sir, yung mga peanuts, munggo. So yan sir, ang tinatry natin sir ngayon i-upscale kasi may mga techno-demo na po tayong nagawa. Matagal na po sa MBPI, 90 years na rin po kami. And yun nga po yung support na ibinibigay ngayon sa aming mga centers ay nakikita namin as an opportunity. Parang yun yung network na pwede namin makapamigay sa ating mga communities para may upscale nila sir yung mga simpleng food production sir na nababanggit po ninyo, Mr. Senator.
Thank you.
Medyo yung sagot, Madam Chairperson, parang general pa rin the uses of our soil. Parang ganun yung sagot eh. Peanuts, kasaba ganun. Pero as a possible replacement or alternative to rice, which we can possibly advocate sa people, sa ating mga kababayan to adopt as part of their lifestyle. Root crop ang nakikita natin eh. We cannot use peanuts or nuts, di ba? We cannot hindi natin masabi yun eh. So, wala tayong programang ganon to determine what is that alternative that we can possibly present to the people.
Really, as I said, we are starting to look into those crops that are substitute to rice, but we cannot replace rice.
Yes.
As a major food item for a Filipino. We are trying to look at some of these commodities to be partially implemented and then see if it can be a national program in the next in the future.
Oo nga, pero so meron ka ng team, meron na kayong team dedicated to that idea, wala pa.
No,
hindi pa siya national program, pero kaya nga meron na tayong what do you call it, a bureau, an office, team, what?
It is the Bureau of Plant Industry.
The BPI. Pero takit sasagot kasi ni Mr. Panganiban parang kalat eh. It's all the possible uses of our soils eh. Yan ang
No, but it is a detailed program that we have to implement. And on that basis, ang pinakamalaki is kamote, then kasaba.
Yun na nga.
Kamote and kasaba.
common sense tells us na yung dalawang
Yeah,
most likely
that's true.
candidates pero ang aking ano is a definite kunyari a study tapos a definitive conclusion and recommendation backed up by the DA na ito may gano sana in due time hindi ko sinasabing ngayon na you're ready but in due time after
Yes,
after consciously studying the issue. Yun po yung ating point. Sana meron kayong effort na maumpisahan na on that. Pero meron kami nabasa, sir, ano tong field root crops? Ano yan? That's private sector?
Root crops.
Yes, ma'am. Answer into the mic, ma'am. Kahit sino po. Meron, who is this? Ano tong?
Good afternoon, Sen.
Tapos ko, Philippine Root Crop Research and Training Center. Is this private?
No, sir. That's with VISCA, VSU, Visayas State University.
Okay.
Academy.
So part of a state university initiative.
Visayas State University, ma'am.
Leyte to? Visayas. Bye-bye Leyte. Okay, so maganda. Pwede yung BPI can challenge them.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Your Honor, Senator Coco. If I may.
Go ahead, Senator Bato.
Ma'am, with the permission of the minority leader, Your Honor, Senator Coco Pimentel. Alam mo pag na-develop natin yan, kasi experience ko yan dito sa amin sa Davao Sur, Davao Occidental, hindi po kami takot sa bagyo. Dahil wala kami masyadong lowland na tinataniman ng palay. Ang amin puro mga hillsides, mga slopes, tinataniman namin ng balanghoy at kamote. Kaya kahit na anong bagyo dyan, wala problema, marami pa rin kayong makakain na kamote sa likod ng bahay namin. So kung ma-promote natin ito nationwide, alam naman natin talaga mas maraming slopes kaysa lowlands ang Pilipinas. Kaya ang laki siguro ng production natin ng kamote, baka tayo pa i-export ibang bansa ng kamote kapag na-develop natin itong crop na ito. Yun lang.
May I ask the BPI to make a report on this para masatisfy ang dalawa nating senador na we will have a program on this, kamote and kasaba.
Yes, ma'am. Will do po.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Salamat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the indulgence and permission of Senior Undersecretary Panganiban, I will present po yung budget po ng Bureau of Animal Industry. So, next slide, please. Madam Chair, ito po yung pinaka-summary ng budget ng Bureau of Animal Industry for 2023. It already 2.729878 billion pesos. It already includes the 500 million from the National Livestock Program, Madam Chair. So the personal services accounts for 15.16% of the total budget. Overhead cost is 14.2%. And programs ay 70.63%. Next slide, please. In this slide, Madam Chair, it shows the details of our PS, mainly dito po sa ating gas, general administration and support services, including technical support services. Basically, Madam Chair, these are all comprises the salaries of our personnel. Next slide, please. Ito naman po yung detail ng ating overhead costs, which comprise 14.2% of the total budget. So makikita po natin ang nandito ay basically support operations, and we have 5 farms that we maintain, and of course We have Agriculture and Fishery Regulatory Support Services. Dito po sa quarantine services na nakikita natin ay may malaking chunk. Nakapasok po dyan yung mga activities para particularly sa movement management and control of African swine fever. Next slide, please. Ito naman po yung list of some of the researches being done by the Bureau of Animal Industry. Particularly, it aims to research po para dun sa mga alternative po na feeds na magiging available para makapag-provide ng information para sa ating mga smallhold farmers. Next slide, please. And these are the some of the research lab facilities that we have maintained. Madam Chair, it has a meager budget of 1.8 million. And basically po, ito ay sumusuporta lamang doon sa mga laboratories natin. Particularly, yung pong letter E, we produce our laboratory animals that we provide and we use doon po sa ating mga laboratories. Next slide, please. In this slide, Madam Chair, we can see the list of programs. And number 1 po dyan, yung first 4 rows. Rows ay tungkol po dun sa ating production support. Yun pong distribution ng animals, planting materials, and seeds amounting to 71 million pesos. And then ito po yung suporta natin dun sa Unified Artificial Insemination Program, 15.7 million. And nandito na rin po, Madam Chair, yung animal health services natin, particularly yung suporta natin doon po sa avian influenza at saka doon po sa other economically important diseases. Madam Chair, while we have already eradicated the foot and mouth disease, we still keep yung close watch po doon sa mga economically important diseases na to, kagaya rin po ng lumpy skin disease that is already affecting our neighboring countries like Indonesia. So, Madam Chair, dito po ay nakapasok na rin yung 1.5 billion para po doon sa establishment ng ating first border facilities. So, we will be putting up 4, one in Subic, one in Cebu.
It will become 1.6 billion because BIFAR will give 100 million so that you can build the 4 for 400 million each.
Yes,
I'm
Madam
making this manifestation so we can revise the budget. So for the establishment of first border facility for Davao City, for Batangas, Cebu City, and Subic, Zambales will establish 4 at a cost of 400 million each. So you have 1.5, we need 1.6, and BIFAR will give you the 100 for recasting their budget. So we will have 1.6 for the establishment of the 4 first border facilities. So I hope you will do it next year because you failed to do it this year and the previous year. So ito man lang i-promise mo sa amin na gagawin mo to para hindi na tayo mapintasan na wala tayong first border facilities.
That's the personal commitment.
Kasi this is one of the reason why we develop ASF. Wala tayong first border facilities and other diseases that came, avian flu and so forth. So please, this is something that I want you to do in 2023.
Yes po, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, and ASEC, when we say first border facility, what would be expected of that facility? What would be found in that facility?
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, technically, the first border facility is called the cold examination area for agriculture. The main feature of this first border facility, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, is that it has a cold chain environment. Kaya po yung mga frozen products that comes in sa ating border, particularly po yung meat,
yung mga fish and vegetables na otherwise hindi po natin nabubuksan sa port dahil mainit po. Pag binuksan mo siya, hindi mo mailalabas dahil masisira po yung produkto. Hindi po natin siya na-inspect na 100% sa port. So it has to go to the second border, which is the cold storage warehouses. Ngayon po with this cold examination facility for agriculture, we will be able to do it at the port of entry, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator. So yun po yung magiging kaibahan nito dun sa current setup po na mayroon tayo. And as the good chairperson mentioned, lahat po ng mga commodities na frozen, imported, ay doon na natin padadaanin sa port na mayroong first border facility po.
How big is this? How big?
Madam Chair, yun pong initial design na meron po tayo. Ang nasa Subic po, they provided us a lot area of 2,600 square meter. Yun pong floor area is about 1,800 plus po.
Kasya ang yung pumapasok na container van, kasya.
Yun pong naka-track na, Madam Chair, yes po. We will provide po yung mga detailed design to the committee, Madam Chair.
Kasi baka mamaya gagawin nyo, hindi na makapasok yung container van. We failed again.
Hindi po, Madam
Don't
Chair.
do that.
Yes, Madam Chair. And ito pong facility na to, the facility will also have already their own laboratory para po makakapag-conduct na ng mga test required doon po sa area na yan. So, basically, there will be 4 agencies that will be using the facility. Number 1 is the Bureau of Animal Industry. Second will be the Bureau of Plant Industry, the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. And of course, kasama po ng BAI palagi ay yung pong National Meat Inspection Service. So, next slide please. So, basically, ito po yung aming recasting po ng budget. Yun pong 500 million supposedly ay for a 4D project. So, inilipat po namin ito para masuportahan yung ating first border facility. So, next slide please. Next slide please. Ito naman po yung comparative budget before and after the recast. So, wala pong nabago. We work within the budget and of course looking for additional at least 100 million. So I think, Madam Chair, that ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we call on the National
ma'am,
Meat
question.
Inspection Service. So one more
Pasensya
question.
lang, Madam Chairperson, may question lang kasi this is the budget for the Bureau of Animal Industry. Tama, sir, no?
Yes,
And
Madam
then
Chair.
dito sa list of programs natin, ito, meron tayong na aksidente lang na hindi siya mahiwalay. Distribution of planting materials. Ba't kasama siya? Distribution of seeds. Ano ba to? Seeds for plants?
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, ito po ay suporta po natin doon sa production side naman because the Bureau of Animal
Plants.
para po sa pagkain ng hayop.
Para sa pagkain ng
Oh,
hayop.
it's not yung pagkain ng livestock.
Apo.
Like I have a farm, I built a forage farm.
Apo,
So
Madam
that I
Chair.
will not buy anymore the food of my carabao. I raise it. That's part of it.
Basically po, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, tinitingnan po natin kung anong mga grass or plants yung po pwedeng ipakain sa livestock, particularly yung sa ruminants, of course, cattle, sheep, and goat. Yung mataas po yung protein content at yung adaptable dun sa particular areas. And then pagka po nakita natin yan at nagkaroon tayo ng magandang output doon sa ating research, we produce po yung mga planting materials. And that's what we also distribute to the farmers po, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
Not KPI anymore.
That's okay. When did we start this program, ASEC, na ganun? Na pati yung pagkain ng animal ay sinasama na natin sa budget ng BAI. What year po dati na-start ito? Practice na to.
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, actually po meron tayong isang center dito po sa Milagros, Masbate. It is the research center is National Feed called the National Feed Resources Research and Development Center. So accordingly, pati po yung mga ibang farms natin like the one in General Tino, ginagawa po natin ito, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, dahil malakas po ang consumption ng mga hayop kung hindi tayo magde-develop ng sarili nating pagkain. So sa mga farms po ay ginagawa natin ito.
ASEC, para lang talaga maintindihan ko. Di ba, ano to? We have a livestock dispersal parang program. Ito ba yung mamimigay tayo ng animals, distribution of animals. Nandito, distribution of animals. Ito ba yung nabanggit na rin kanina?
Yes, Madam
doon?
Chair, Mr. Senator, we work, yun pong Bureau of Animal Industry works po with the total purview ng National Livestock Program dito po sa area na to. Basically, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, ang BAI po, ang mga farms nito ay nagpuproduce ng mga similya talaga kasi ang kinikipo natin ay yung magandang genetics. So we produce the semen straw at yun po yung ating binibigay at yun po yung ginagamit naman ng mga probinsya po sa regions, yung isinasaksak po yung anticipation. Opo.
AI centers kanina na pinag-usapan.
Yes, Mr. Senator. Kaya lang po, accordingly, kung meron po tayong mga hayop sa loob ng farms, nanganganak din po ito at dumadami. So, kaya po kailangan talaga mag-produce tayo ng pagkain and yun po mga nadidevelop natin na research kung ano yung magandang gamitin na mga damo.
Okay.
Yun po yung ating, and of course, yun po mga napoproduce na hayop ay sila kasama din po sa dinidisperse.
Research,
production po ng semen yung mga farms, we keep the good genetic material po. Halimbawa po, doon sa ating farm sa Bukidnon, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, ay meron po tayo doon mga magagandang lahi ng may Angus po tayo doon at meron po tayong Wagyu. Nagkikip po tayo ng mga materials.
Hindi nga, yung mga livestock na yan na ba yung sa distribution of semen straws? Yan na ba yun?
Yan po.
Yeah, but that's another entry at 15.5 million eh.
Yun pong UNAIP po na programa.
Sa AI.
Sa AI po
Yes,
yan. Apo. Yun naman pong 73, yung maintenance naman po ng ating mga farms.
Yes, sa 71.3 million na ang entry mo, distribution of animals, distribution of planting materials, and distribution of seeds.
Apo.
These are seeds of plants. Tama?
Apo. Tama po, Mr. Senator.
So, yung planting materials and the seeds are related to plants which are eaten, consumed by the animals. Yes, you are distributing also.
Yes, sir.
So, you distribute the animals. Distribute ang word kasi dito, sir. Distribute. Sino nagdi-distribute? Doon sa livestock program na to, hindi pa?
Lahat po ito ay through the regional field offices po natin. Kasama po din yung si BAI. Si NLP po does not execute the program. NLP develop the strategy, develop the program, and then pass it on to the operating units. Yun po ating mga regional field offices. And BAI is one of the operating units.
Implementation sila.
Apo, tama po, Madam Chair.
To the may ceiling amount naman, Madam Chair, 71. Tinatanong ko lang kasi yung basta ganito bang ending noon when we distribute the animal, we also accompany the animal with seeds of plants which are recommended to be consumed by the animal.
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, and accordingly, we also train po the farmers, kaya po kahit sa ATI ay may budget po yung National Livestock Program because we also train the farmers. Hindi lang po natin basta binibigay yung hayop.
Taon na po itong ganitong system, itong program mechanism na ito. Para lang, ilang taon na po ito? Ganito.
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, dire-diretso po itong
20 years na ba to? 20 years?
Yes,
10
sir.
years?
More than 20 years na po.
So we already have data, information. You say it's a success that the recipients of the animals really plant the seeds and are able to produce the food for their animals.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, we can provide po the...
Basta on record po tayo that the DA is making that statement. Sige po. Thank you, ASEC.
Good afternoon po, Madam Chair. With the indulgence of our senior Undersecretary, I would like to present our budget for proposed budget for 2023. May I have... we will suspend at 3 o'clock because I have an appointment. But tomorrow we will not stop until we're finished, because I have no more appointment tomorrow. So we will suspend at 3 o'clock. So please finish your National Meat Inspection Service. Yes po, Madam Chair. So this will be very fast po. So for our next slide, please. Hindi yan eh. Hindi po yan yung ano namin. Hindi yan eh. Ayan. So, our proposed budget po is 552,701,000. So, it's broken down into personal services of 245,831,000 or 44.5%. Overhead costs, the recasted budget is 103,979,000 or 18.8%. And for the regulatory, the recasted budget is 178,891,000 or 32.4%. And for we have a specific program which amounts to 24 million or 4.3%. Next slide, please. So for the particulars, date mo, Iha, parang ang laki ng overhead mo. Regulatory ka lang? Regulatory lang po kami, Madam Chair. So, ano ang mandate mo sa regulatory mo? Bakit nasa BAI yung Fish Border Facility, ikaw ang regulatory? Ma'am, kami po we are the sole controlling authority on all matters concerning meat inspection and meat hygiene po. So, kami po hindi sa iyo yung first border facility. Hindi, ma'am, kami po yung sa mga nasa slaughterhouses po, tsaka po sa mga cold storage facilities. Paglabas po sa first border, nasa second border po. Kasi yun. Currently po, wala po tayong facility sa first border to conduct the whole chain of inspection. So, pag nagka-first border na tayo, ano trabaho mo? Madam Chair, nandun po kami kasi kami po yung specialist. So, na pupunta sa first border? Kasama po kami sa first border kasi ang BAI po, sila po yung nag-issue ng SPS and they also verify the... Ano ba yung SPS? Yung sanitary and phytosanitary import certificate po, ma'am. So sila po yung nagve-verify po ng mga documents and kami po, we do the actual inspection po of all... naman yung ginagawa ng second border. Kami po ma'am yung talaga yung kami po we conduct the actual inspection. Pagka po nasa mga slaughterhouses, sa poultry dressing plants, pagka naman po sa imported meat, nandun po kami po yung nag-inspect po ng mga container vans kung what is written in the SPS are really what is inside the container vans. Let's say po, nakasulat po doon ay mga let's say pork belly. So kami po yung we do the 100% inspection po. Inistri po yun and we will pass a livestock, poultry and dairy bill. We want to be clear on who will be regulatory and who will be developmental kasi hindi pwede na regulatory ka, developmental ka, tapos ikaw regulatory, developmental, maghihiwalay na kayo ng BAI. BAI would be developmental and you will be regulatory. Kasi ang gulo niyang ating system na yan. Kasi pag ganyan ang system natin, nakakalimutan yung developmental kasi puro regulatory. So when we write the livestock bill, we will clarify that para better tayo kasi yung nangyari sa atin na ano tayo na bird flu at saka na ASF because there's something wrong with our system, magulo eh. Oo. So we'll do that, but before that we'll just follow what is the rule now, but maybe next year it will be different. Okay, go ahead. Ano, mali, iba yan. So for our, ano po ma'am, yung sa regulatory po, we have the sub-programs which consist of meat inspection, enforcement, and deputation services po. We have sub-activities po. Iba po yung, sorry, iba po kasi naka-flash. Meron na po kaming recasted as to yung pong pinag-usapan natin doon sa binigay po sa amin ni Attorney Reggie. So, yung pong sa regulatory namin, it is divided into 5 sub services, 5 services po. As I've mentioned, yung meat inspection, enforcement, and deputation. Yun po isa ay meat inspection and development service which includes our laboratory po for quality assurance and laboratory testing po for pathogen monitoring and detection. And we also have the meat establishment licensing service where we issue the license to operate in all meat establishments and registration of meat transport vehicles. And we also have the meat importers and exporters registration where we register the importers, exporters, and trader, and we also accredit foreign meat establishments for before they can export to the Philippines. And we also have the meat establishment and meat inspection assistance, so LGU, where we conduct basic meat inspection course for local government units, and we also assist them in the preparation for their local meat inspection system. And we have a specialized program po where we do counterparting with local governments in establishing or improving their slaughterhouses po. Basically po yung amin pong budget as I've mentioned po, yung pong sa regulatory po yung bulk po na aming budget which includes 178,891,000. We only have 231 meat inspectors scattered all over the country where we do inspection in 553 meat establishments po. We also have we have one central meat laboratory in our central office and 5 satellite laboratories in Region 3, 4A, Region 11, and Region 12. Currently po, we do licensing and registration of meat establishments as well as meat importers and exporters, and we also include all of the local meat establishments which is composed of slaughterhouses, poultry dressing plant, meat cutting plants, meat depot centers, and cold storage warehouses po.
So that ends po my, if you have any questions po.
Just clarificatory questions, unless you're in a hurry na. Hindi pa kailangan. Dr. Salvador, when this first border facilities, yung apat na will be established, let us say, let's imagine na lang that they are all finished. The NMIS will be found there and no longer at the other cold storage facilities na tinatawag na second border?
Nandun pa rin po, inherent po kasi sa function namin. Kasi po ang ini-inspect po namin, hindi lang po yung mga imported meat. So nandun po kami, nakascatter po kami in all meat establishments. When you say meat establishments, it includes slaughterhouses, poultry dressing plants, meat cutting plants, cold storage warehouse, and meat depot centers po. So ang nakalagay lang po sa mga cold storage warehouses, currently po, ang bulk po ay imported. So from the source country po, they go to the, pagpasok po nila sa pier, nandun po, currently po ngayon, pagpasok po nila, nandun po ang BOC and ang quarantine services of the Bureau of Animal Industry. Because we do not have the facility to conduct the 100% inspection, they go out to the cold storage warehouses po, where we conduct 100% inspection. In the same manner po, sa slaughterhouses po, pagpasok po ng mga live animals, na andun din po kami to do the inspection before slaughter and during, we call it antemortem po before slaughter. Tapos pagka po ni-slaughter po nila, we also conduct the inspection po ng mga carcasses before they are distributed to the wet markets and to distribution centers po.
Yung
Yun po, yung local ano po kasi natin, traditionally po, yung mga locally slaughtered animals, pupunta po sila sa wet market. But ngayon po, meron na pong hindi po lahat ay naka-distribute po sa wet markets. Meron na rin pong pinapasok sa mga cold storage na hindi po kasi nila nilalabas lahat. Minsan po, for lack of market, naka-store lang po to sa cold storage. At ang mga currently po, yung mga poultry dressing plants, before po nila dinadala sa mga markets and supermarkets, binablast freezer po din nila to at ini-store po sa cold storage warehouse na andun din po kami, Mr. Senator.
But you do not inspect meat 2 times, di ba? Kasi meat establishment ang tawag mo dun sa poultry, anong word niya?
Poultry dressing plant, yes sir.
Plant. May inspected na yun eh.
Second out po,
yes,
inspected na po. Pero kapag in-store po sila, not all of them are distributed to the markets. Yung iba po nakastore po muna doon. Tapos wini-withdraw po nila. Pagka po nag-withdraw sila, nandun po kami to issue the meat inspection certificate na pinapakita po ito sa mga palengke, sa mga supermarkets that gives an assurance that they have undergone inspection po. And yung iba po kasi...
Hindi, pero ma'am, before the chicken meat reach the cold storage, sabi mo na sa poultry dressing na kayo, na-inspect nyo na lahat doon, right? Whether pupunta sa market or sa cold storage, inspected na. Tama po?
Opo, na-inspect. Basically po, na-inspect na po siya. Kaya lang minsan po, hindi po sila right away nilalabas. So, minsan, baka po tumatagal na sila na let's say mga 6 months. So, they have to
another one.
Get a clearance from us po.
Because the clearance is safe for human consumption.
Yes po.
Yan yung value of your clearance. Right?
At saka po na ibig sabihin, yun pong it's still in good quality na hindi pa po siya expired or hindi po wala pong mga temperature abuse like hindi po tumaas yung temperature. So, na-maintain po niya yung freshness. Thank you po.
Lahat po ng meat ito, for as long as it's considered livestock.
Food animals po. Yes po, meat.
Yung sa livestock natin, ano ba yun? Pang meat, pang human consumption po yun, di ba?
Meron po, yung sa livestock po natin, merong meat and dairy. So yung lahat under po ng jurisdiction namin.
Lahat ng meat doon, under sa jurisdiction. Okay. So ang system po ngayon, naghalo-halo pala si frozen imported meat at saka si domestically produced frozen meat doon sa cold storage. That dahil sa wala ng first border facility, doon ang first time nyo na fully examine. Kaya ba yung bang reason naghalo si virus din ba itong ASF caused by a virus?
Hindi naman po siya, sir, naghahalo kasi depende po yan sa isang, halimbawa po, kung sa importer, ako po yung may-ari. So, identified ko po kung alin po yung container van at meron po ako nire-renta or I own the cold storage warehouse. So, I would know kung alin po yung aking produkto doon. In the same manner na kung local din po yung product, ipapasok niya po sa cold storage, meron din po siyang specific place po doon. So there's no mixing kasi iba-iba po ang owners.
Pero yun na nga, I mean, so kung gano'n ang thinking natin, what is the improvement now that we need to spend 1.6 billion for cold examination facility?
Improvement po kasi doon, sir, pagpasok po nung meat, before po siya makalabas, meron na po siya ng 100% inspection. Hindi lang po yung documentary hindi lang po yung mga documents ang verify. Kasi currently po, nangyayari po, pagdating po niya sa port, so pagkatapos po sa BOC, dapat nga po ang BAI mauuna. Pero ang ginagawa po nun, after po ng BOC, mag-verify po ng documents sa BAI, open-close lang po, makikita niya lang yung sa front, so makikita niya kung ano po, binabangga niya po sa documents ng pinipresent, so wala po 100% inspection, kaya po kailangan dalahin sa cold storage warehouse to see to it that all of the meat inside the cold storage warehouse are what is supposed to be there.
So yeah, so ang nangyayari, you just go through, dahil wala nga itong first border facility, it affects the quality of the examination. Meron sa ngayon na wala pa yan, may bukasan din ngayon.
May bukasan
din, pero sabi mo paper, lang, just match the documents, but the actual ocular, physical, and lab. May lab ba? May lab yata po?
Po, laboratory testing po, we get samples.
Which you now do dun sa
second border.
Sa second border sa ngayon.
Opo.
Okay. So, hindi, ang aming pinag-usapan kasi yung because ilalabas mo na sa port kasi complex so baka may na-divert na yun lang isang siguro. Pero hindi nyo nakasalanan yun, hindi dumaan sa inyo so.
May Senator, meron po kasi kaming system sa Department of Agriculture. Kasi po, nasa conditions po sa importation, pagdating po niya dito sa pier, meron po siyang original seal from the foreign country. Ang nagbe-break po nun, ang authorized lang po mag-break nun, ang quarantine services po ng BAI. Papalitan niya po ng BAI seal na ang authorized din lang po na mag-break pagdating sa cold storage warehouse ay yung NMIS po. So yan po ang protection namin na make sure na wala pong leakage na mangyayari. Pagka po kasi, pagdating po sa cold storage warehouse at broken na po yung BAI seal, that instance po, hinuhold po namin yung products kasi meaning may na po doon, may nangyari na pong for whatever po.
Alarm bells na yun.
Yes po, red flag na po yun, sir.
Unless an entire shipment is lost.
We have to conduct investigation po if it gets lost or pero
kasi sa entire shipment wala nang dumating sa inyo wala kayong alarm bell
sir,
wala na kayong seal na nakitang broken
Meron, Madam Chair.
may add din po ngayon po kasi yung BOC po meron po silang tinatawag na yung po may kinakabit po sila na parang GPS sa mga container vans na dapat po pati sa amin po pagka once nilabas po ng BAI, identified po kung saan cold storage siya pupunta. So, na-alert po kami kung para po yung tao namin, aabangan po niya kung saan po doon dadating. Thank you po.
Do we have ante-mortem standards na
meron po sa
yung how to slaughter animals?
Yes, sir.
We
have guidelines po on that. And
gusto po ang natin doon ang ating observance of our standards?
Sir, lahat po sila nagko-comply kasi pagka po sa antemortem, kasi meron po kaming system na pagdating, upon arrival po ng mga live animals, meron na po kaming ginagawang inspection. So pag may nakita ka na po na parang lulugo-lugo, right away separated na po yun kasi it can be a suspect of any disease. So, may resting period po kami ng 6 hours. So, after that period po, all of the animals that show that are apparently healthy are slaughtered po. So, during the, after the slaughter po, meron na po kaming stages of inspection dun po sa carcasses and dun po sa mga internal organs. So doon po namin nakikita na verify po kung if it's really healthy kasi may train po ang lahat ng inspectors namin to conduct a meat inspection. And after which po, doon po kami nagtatatak po na meaning they have passed the inspection including the offal. So they're free to be discharged po sa markets. Nagbibigay po kami ng meat inspection certificate to show the consumers that they have passed the inspection and they are fit for human consumption. Thank you.
Does the NMIS concern itself with how the animal was slaughtered?
Yes, sir. We follow po.
How ito, hindi on the health of the animal.
Yes, sir.
But
Kasi meron po tayong Animal Welfare Act. So, meaning, dapat...
yun. Concern
po namin pagka nasa mga meat establishments na po, dapat po meron po tayong mga may stunning equipment. They have to go through, dapat po compliant po sila sa Animal Welfare Act, sir, during slaughter.
Oo nga, so basta the compliance is your concern, the concern of your agency.
Yes, Senator.
At least na-pinpoint natin ngayon yung ahensyang ano. How about the waste sa slaughterhouses? Kayo rin ba yun? Do you concern yourself about how the wastes are disposed of?
Sir, we also give accreditation po to all of the slaughterhouses. So one of the requirements po is they have to have wastewater treatment. And meron po sila dapat na, one of the requirements is yung sa DENR po, na dapat po, meron po silang yung sa aside from the wastewater treatment, yun pong sa disposal po. Bukod po dun sa liquid waste, meron po sila dapat na disposal po yung waste materials po.
Kasi sa mandate yung hygiene, nakita ko sa mandate yung hygiene eh.
Opo, kasi with collaboration po sa DENR po, kasama po namin sila.
So, very important agency din to, Madam Chairperson, kasi ano talaga, food safety. Pero okay, since hindi pa naman nagmamadali si Madam Chairperson, ito lang tanong ko, isa na lang tanong, pero paano tayo nalusutan ng ASF? Kung tatanungin ko yung opinion lang po ninyo, Dr. Salvador.
Sir, sa opinion ko po, lahat po kasi nang pumapasok sa amin, sir, legally. Po I can say na legally imported. Kasi po, meron po tayong accreditation po. Before we allow country to export to the Philippines, meron po kaming tinatawag na DA inspection mission. Pinapadala po namin ang inspectors po namin ng NMIS at ng BAI to conduct po pero before that po, alam po natin dapat na ang isang country free from ASF, free from AI, and all transboundary animal diseases. Tapos pinapadala po namin doon ng mga inspectors to conduct inspection on the animal health management and control at sa amin po sa facilities. Pagdating po nila dito, ina-accredit po namin ng NMIS ang mga importers. So only legally or accredited importers by NMIS are allowed to import. And before they can import, they will get clearance, the SPS from BAI. So lahat po ng pumapasok sa amin, we are assured na ito po ay legally imported. And aside from that, kami po sa NMIS, kami rin po ang nag-accredit ng mga cold storage warehouse. So kung ikaw po ay importer at gusto mo at kailangan mong ma-accredit, dapat meron kang cold storage na you own one
you have to have a list of contract para nang sa ganon, meron kang storage, meron kang warehouse where we conduct the 100% inspection. Pero hindi po lahat ng nandun, hindi ko po sinasabi na hindi po namin alam kung paano nakapasok kasi pag pumasok po sa amin, ang assumption namin is legal po ito kasi may mga dokumento. So kung meron pong ganon,
Madam Chair.
hindi ko po alam,
Madam Chair,
personally.
if I may add po. Apo, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, basically po yung nakita po yung index case o yung first case ng ASF ay na-detect po yan sa Rizal po, sa Rodriguez Rizal. At kung makikita po natin, ang Rodriguez Rizal po, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, doon po, yun pong mga international shipping lines at saka yun pong mga international flights from the international airports. Meron pong mga contractor sila na kumukuha ng mga food waste. Yun pong mga tirang pagkain during the flight. At yun po ay dinadala at supposedly ay ibabaon po doon sa Rodriguez. Subalit ang nangyari po, nagkaroon po ng industriya ng swill sa area. Kaya po marami nag-aalaga ng baboy dahil binebenta po ng napakamura yung kaning baboy. Doon po, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, yung index case. And accordingly, yung pong unang case natin ng foot and mouth disease, doon din po na-detect doon sa area. At any rate, ito po yung index case natin ng ASF. Doon po natin nakita sa Rodriguez Rizal. So yun po, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, yung pong ating index case ay through the swill.
Is SWILL
po.
Okay.
Apo. Kaning baboy
Yes,
po.
yes. Is swill not regulated by, as far as you know, by any government agency?
Yun pong swill ay diniscourage po natin ang paggamit niyan. Nung pong panahon nung nag-eradicate tayo ng foot and mouth disease, we provided guideline po kung paano lulutuin yung swill. Kailangan po niluluto siya. Subalit hindi na po ito sinusunod ng mga farmers kasi matrabaho. Yan
Yung
po.
mga ganyan, parang recommendatory na yon kasi siyempre, wala nang eyes na nakatingin doon sa how they, di ba? How they cook. Mahirap na yon. So,
yes, Mr. Senator.
So, okay, so wala ngang regulation in effect valid dyan. So, the theory is infected meat was consumed by our livestock.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, and
Madam
then
Chair.
infected meat served on airlines ang most likely
Airlines and shipping line.
theory nyo. So, okay, so the meat served on an airline departing from another country beyond your jurisdiction. Tama, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator.
Yes, Mr. Senator.
So that's a theory. Theory na mahirap talaga. Virus ma'am ito, ma'am, no? The ASF is caused by a virus. Talagang,
Yes, sir.
talagang,
Mr. Senator.
ano yan, hindi makikita ng ano yan eh. So, Madam Chair, I know you're busy, so thank you very much. And then they must be all tired na rin siguro, but tomorrow we'll have another session tomorrow. So thank you. And that reminder na lang, Madam Chairperson, na you will allow us to to ask on all the presentations like those presented today na hindi namin na tanungan. Okay? So just be prepared pa rin. Just as you are prepared today, be prepared as prepared tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Minority Floor Leader Coco Pimentel. With that, we are suspending the hearing of the 2023 budget of the Department of Agriculture. We'll resume tomorrow, and we will finish it together with the Department of Agrarian Reform. 9. Okay. Thank you very much.